Hello everyone, this is Lala, and today I'm going to be concluding my seasons and character tier rankings by doing the Big Brother USA season rankings. So, like I did for the Big Brother Canada video, I created 7 categories that I used as indicators as to how I would eventually rank a season. So, the 7 categories were the casts, the drama, the twists, the pre-jury, the jury, endgame, and I'm pretty sure I'm missing one. I don't remember what it is at the moment. Oh, the 7th category is the gameplay. So I ranked all the seasons based on those 7 categories, and all of them have a score for each of them. And like in the Canada video, I'm going to add up all of the scores that each season got in all the categories and then divide the amount of categories that they're in. Most of the seasons were in 7 categories, so I'm going to divide the total score by 7, and that will show the median. And the median mark is where I have all the seasons ranked. Big Brother 2 and 3 don't have a pre-jury, so those seasons only have 6 categories that they're in. So I'm dividing those by 6, and the median will be based off of those 6 numbers. So overall, I'm ranking all of these seasons based on the median number of the categories that they were in. And I'm also going to briefly show my first impressions of where I ranked these seasons right after watching the seasons. And that is very different than the final scores. Honestly, I was trying to be as objective as I could with the scores, and seeing the final scores, honestly, a few of them shocked me, and one of them utterly disgusts me, and you'll get to that score and season when we get to it. Let's get right to the list. At dead last, which is 24th in this ranking, is Big Brother 22, which had a 22 median. And my first impressions after watching the season for this rewatch is that it was going to be dead last. So absolutely nothing changed. This is just the epitome of the worst of Big Brother in all elements. I think it says a lot that the highest category that the season got was in the twists at 17th, and that number is very low. And it's only because you really don't remember a whole lot about the twists. In general, everything else is in the 20s. You have a lot of 24th and 23rds, and a 22nd, which definitely affects the placement. And the only reason why the cast was at 20th is because many of them has proven to not be done on other seasons. So, shocker that the season isn't last. Enjoy it not being last on a category while it lasts. But I do think that when it comes to the casting, the season does benefit because many of the others were solid enough on other seasons. So, on paper, they were shown to be interesting casting choices. Unfortunately, that did not carry over into the season, and having this cast for an all star season was very poor, as they skewed newer, had to get who they could for this last minute All Star season due to COVID, and there are a lot of players who are very similar in gameplay and personality, which does affect the dynamic of the season, which was pretty crappy on the season. So Keisha was a dud on the season and was too distant from Big Brother to amount to anything. Nicole had a fall from grace, though the hatred she got was not necessary. Janelle and Kesar were the early brute fodder that they were meant to be and attempted to add some pizzazz to the season, but they were just shells of themselves. Bailey was a lot more calm and forgettable on the season. Ian really did absolutely nothing on the season and is arguably the most forgettable slash boring person on the season. Davon was a lot more unlikable in the season, though people claim that she was one of the few saviors, which shows the low standard of the season and cast. And Kevin was a complete shell of himself here, as he was very emotional and did not have his head in the game. David was a very cringe dud and an outlier, and it was clear that he was cast for diversity optics, as a first debut on an all star season is a complete joke. Danielle was also very unlikable and was nowhere near as interesting as she was here in her other seasons. Tyler was a shell of himself and was not interested in playing the game for a variety of reasons, and also showing that he, as a personality, really isn't strong and benefits from more unpredictable personalities to balance off of, like in BB20. Christmas was the same as her soon to be ex husband regarding Memphis also being himself, so boring and smug, while not doing it in a compelling way. So that fits the soon to be divorced couple. Nicole is the same Nicole, with being a victim while never really owning her gameplay, where she could be more interesting. Enzo being somewhat funny and overrated in the entertainment department, and Cody being the less entertaining Calafiore brother who is just completely milk toast, though it was clear that the season was primed for him to win as soon as the cast was revealed. There's no interesting dynamics that happened in the season, and the cast hated being there while being in a depressive mood due to COVID. 22. I told y'all that wouldn't take long for this season to rank as last in a category very quickly. There are many seasons where it's just an utter steamroll from the very beginning to the very end, and it's usually a bit more expected since they are a bunch of newbies trying to figure out the game. But you would expect veterans to know better, to do better, and to think further ahead, especially since the outside game connections made things more layered, or it should have made it more layered. It was clear that as soon as Cody won the first HOH, things would be this way, and Keisha was unceremoniously sent home. Memphis was able to solidify the committee alliance with his HOH win, and while there were a few side alliances, they immediately ceased to really exist. Nicole, Janelle, and Keisha were booted pretty unceremoniously, and then Devon and Bailey ended up realizing that their alliance with members of the committee was fake, and we saw the nasty fallout of that through Christmas's HOH. Danielle she had the chance to really shape up the game in her favor, but she solidifies that she has no numbers and her position in the game, with all the outsiders in Ian, Devon, Kevin, and David booted, with Enzo squashing Tyler and Christmas's chance to flip the game in their favor as well. Danielle is the first to go due to the obvious. Tyler, Memphis, and Christmas are easily pushed out of the house after this, with Cody making his choice of Enzo and Nicole regarding who he will beat, and he takes Enzo. Nothing interesting happened whatsoever, there were no stakes, and it almost feels premeditated in a way. And it's even more disappointing because this is a returnee season, and it's an all returnee season, so there should have been more dynamicism pertaining to gameplay. There really isn't much to say about this season in this regard. There's very little drama in the season whatsoever, and while there is some pre-game stuff, nothing really paid off. I don't even know if what happened with Janelle and Nicole was a confrontation or whatever, but it didn't amount to much of anything. The only memorable fight that actually happened in the season is Christmas versus Bailey and Avon, and that was very uncomfortable due to all the racial tension that was throughout the argument. You couldn't even enjoy it. There was also that weird argument between Cody and Kevin in the HOH room, but that was more lame than anything else, since you could tell that Kevin was seeing Cody as Jeff, and a lot of his insecurities came up. Danielle and Tyler fighting from the bottom of their alliance wasn't riveting at all. And Danielle had that moment with Christmas as she was leaving, but meh, nothing really interesting happened, and there's virtually no drama for most of the season. And I'm honestly shocked that the season managed to sneak up this high. It's not that high, but higher than most of the categories that it probably will be put into on this list when it comes to the twists. So the have not choosing was kind of whatever, and it was something they continued for pretty much the entire season. They really don't show the have nots on the show anyway, so who cares? There was the room twist where new rooms were added in the house throughout the season, and there were a bunch of twists in it. The first room was the Safety Suite competition, where the house guests had an option to play in the competition, and if they win it, they get the chance to save someone else. And this was available for the first 3 weeks. And this did cause a huge change in the first week, since Kaiser ended up winning it and he saved Janelle, causing Cody to completely switch up his plans. It's unfortunate that they gamed the system for the following 2 weeks, so it didn't really lead to anything after that. The second room was the BB basement, which was opened in week 5, and 3 people were able to get powers. David won this disruptor, which he essentially used the next week to take himself off the block. The replay is what Danielle won, and it's a power that would cost the outgoing HOH to play the HOH the following week. It's interesting that they included this here and not in BB25, where they just changed the rule randomly. And the blocker was won by Christmas, who wanted to block her or someone else from being nominated post veto. I guess only the David one changed things, which I guess it was okay. And then the neighbor's house was in week 8, where Will moved into the house to usher the next twist, and there were prices that were put in, and this was him introducing the triple eviction, which was something that should have been so exciting. But the way they did it is they had three different HOHs taking place, the other two taking place during that night, compared to the BB10 triple evictions, where one person wins HOH, nominates three people, and two of the three go home. And it really just took out a lot of the excitement of it, and especially the final 7 week where Danielle was on the block. If that was during an entire week, things might have been interesting, but it took out any sort of intrigue with it just being done in 20 minutes. So honestly, the twists in the season weren't that bad. They just really weren't used, and the boring cast really took over any potential that the twists in the season had. I'm pretty sure that I had this season as dead last on my last pre-jury rankings, but I'm putting this here because the pre-jury started on a dead end, especially with Cody winning the first HOH. And while his plan to take a case failed, it just led to him changing plans so he could boot Keisha and nominate Kevin as a pawn, with nothing interesting happening at all. Memphis wins the next HOH, and the committee essentially becomes a main alliance, where Nicole Anderson goes home over David, though Devon does not make things easy. Tyler wins HOH and decides to target season 6 by nominating them together, and nothing really came from Janelle and Nicole trash talking one another. Enzo wins HOH and goes after Kaysar, though it doesn't do much in a positive or a negative direction, and I don't remember crap from this week. The final week of the pre-jury is Christmas nominating Devon and Bailey, and they realize that they're in a fake alliance, but the bit of drama that happened in this week was uncomfortable and not entertaining at all. Really, there's nothing positive to come out of this pre-jury. So here it is. So this season was saved from being dead last, and I honestly think it was because I briefly went over the season while making the BB22 fights video. The jury portion of the season starts with Danielle winning HOH, and she's entering it targeting David, but he has that twist to take himself off the block, and she names Tyler as a nominee beside Kevin instead of Devon, rubbing her alliance the wrong way. Devon finally wins a competition and wants to use her veto on Kevin, forcing Ian to go up as a replacement, and Ian ends up going because Danielle sticks with her alliance and intentionally creates a split vote. Memphis wins the next HOH and is still obsessed with David until he is told by the men in his alliance to target Devon, and nothing really happens here outside of Danielle and Nicole to a lesser extent weakening their games as the aftermath of the Ian vote is exposed to Devon. Cody wins HOH and gets into a pissing match with Kevin, who is over everyone in the season. Memphis is finally able to get at David during the triple, though Christmas and Tyler exposed themselves by trying to get out Nicole instead. Tyler wins HOH and nominates Nicole and Danielle with an easy Danielle boot, who gets into a pissing match with Christmas at her eviction. What makes it even worse is that this would have been a decent week if it was a normal week. So we were robbed of seeing Danielle campaigning for a week on the block. In general, this portion of the season was a predictable molasses chore to watch. When I made this list a few years ago pertaining to Endgame, I didn't actually watch most of the Endgame episodes of this season, since it was boring as hell on the feeds, but watching it for the rewatch, it is still shitty. Corey easily takes out Tyler after the latter and Christmas failed to take out Nicole during the triple. Nicole finally wins an HOH and targets Memphis, since she wanted Christmas as a beckon call or a backup, and it seemed like Memphis was shocked for most, if not all, of the week, but it was still boring and led to absolutely nothing interesting. Enzo wins HOH and Christmas goes after being on the block for 3 consecutive weeks. Cody wins the final HOH and people pathetically hype up him cutting Nicole like it was anything interesting or noteworthy, though his pathology was always clearly leading towards keeping Enzo, and he wins in a unanimous vote. Cody winning was the most foretold thing from even the pre-season, and while the other two portions were complete bores, the endgame was even more excruciating. At 23rd is Big Brother 19th, which isn't shocking whatsoever. I also had this at 23rd in my first impressions right after rewatching the season. And looking at the placements, you see a lot of 22 seconds and 23rds and a few low 15s. I was actually shocked that the pre-jury, jury, and endgame portions weren't in the 20s. That was shocking to me, but I guess there's always seasons that were a bit more boring and had a bit less drama, and the drama didn't end up in the 20s as well. So I think that played into effect in everything. So while the drama wasn't great, it definitely bumped it up, where if there was nothing there, it probably would have been last over All Stars 2. A part of me is shocked that this season did not end up as being last, but a part of me isn't shocked as well, especially since I remember when the preseason started, a lot of people were very optimistic about the cast, since I believe they had an older average median than the last several seasons up to this point. The dynamics of the season was very static, and a lot of it definitely has to do with the tired vet slash newbie mixed dynamic. And another part of it is that so many people in the cast were so weak minded. Cameron didn't have much to do during the short time he was on the season, though I don't think he would have gelled with the cast anyways. Megan turned out to be a dud and didn't have what it takes to be a BB house guest. Jillian was also boring and is a very easy person to forget about as well. Dominique had a disappointing run, and while she got into some drama in the final week, she didn't really do much of anything in her other weeks. Ramses is yet another dud who really did nothing in the season and didn't gel well with the cast whatsoever. Jessica and Cody were not duds at all, as they were involved in a lot of the drama that was taking place in the season, and they did have some personality. At the same time, they were just extremely unlikable and only got favorite because they're going against a lot of unlikable people, and people who are in smaller numbers are always forced to be underdogs. Mark and Elena are kind of in that same ballpark, though Mark was more likable, but he didn't really have the individuality that he needed to really be a great player or a house guest, and Elena was just pathetic all around. Matt and Raven were horrid, boring casting choices, and I don't give a crap about this revised history of Raven being great. Alex could have been decent, but she had no backbone, and she was just really, really unlikable. Jason was just pathetic with how he had no backbone whatsoever, and how much of a follower he was, despite him being a grown man who had the skills to be better. Kevin wasn't really funny, though a lot of people thought that he was. Christmas was a huge disappointment since people thought that she'd be this strong, interesting person and a reality star, but she wasn't strong whatsoever, and she was one of the heavy pushes for the static dynamic. Josh really was not likable here, and while I do see the purpose of him as a reality TV character with the drama he causes, he really just is not enjoyable here, and he really learned how to tone it down a bit in his challenge career. Paul would have been more interesting had Paul wasn't just the sole veteran in the season and everyone was just catering to whatever Paul wanted. But in general, I just didn't really enjoy Paul this season either, and they really shoved Paul in our faces. A part of me really wanted to put the season as last in this category, and it would be fitting. One person, the only veteran in the season, steamrolling the entire season and cast, but I guess the fact that it's a mixed season and not an all returnee season, where they should know better, really benefited this, I guess. There was, of course, the crappy day one twist, and Cody is setting up his structure, only to ruin it because he refuses to communicate with his allies as he tries to blindside Paul, then Christmas. After that fails, Paul is able to take over the house, as most of them throw the HOH to Paul, sends Cody home, then dismantles the remnants of that structure by creating the cult and booting Dominique. Cody returns, and he as well as Jessica put up a good enough fight to switch things up during the next few weeks, but nothing goes their way, and they are booted right away. Everyone associated with them, like Ramses, Mark, and Elena, are booted right around the same time, and then the cult finally has to turn on one another. But it's just a combination of the pairs of Matt and Raven and Alex and Jason going out within the next 4 boots. Kevin is easily taken care of, and Josh ends up taking Paul, where to the shocker of everyone beats Paul, which was kind of funny but kind of unsatisfying as well. It's a boring season gameplay-wise, with absolutely no individual thinking from most of the cast, and we have a weird payoff as well, so it's not even satisfying as well to see a good game rewarded in that way. I couldn't put this season at the very bottom of this list, since there's most definitely a lot of drama from the very beginning to the very end of the season. The main issue with the drama is that none of it was fun, which is why it's a lot lower than it on paper should it be. We immediately start the season with Josh randomly attacking Megan due to his paranoia. A huge misunderstanding caused Jessica and Alex to attack Megan, who then quit the game. We then have Cody turning on his entire alliance to get rid of Paul and Christmas, which caused all of them to go at him and Jessica, which set the tone for a lot of the season. Christmas and Jessica go at it during the first eviction, and there's more fighting between them later on in the season. Josh, Cody, and Jessica start fighting 2-1 several times throughout the season, which I can't even really go over. And then we have the start of the cult attacks, where Paul led the charge against Dominique, and the house then went in on her. Mark and Josh had several fights around this point in the season, and then you had a lot of the house attacking Mark and Elena during their last few weeks of the season. After those two couples go home, Matt and Raven go at Jason and Kevin, and the house starts ganging up on Kevin here and there, and that's pretty much it. The drama could have been good if it wasn't so orchestrated, premeditated, literally it was Paul telling them what to say sometimes, and if it was a fair one, with it being one-on-one, instead of being several against one or two. This is the season that was supposed to be the season of temptations, but nothing interesting ended up happening due to these twists. So, the Den of Temptation is arguably the main twist of the season, where America voted on which house guest they would like to get a power, essentially. The Pendant of Protection was the first one, which was pretty much set up for Paul to get to be safe for the first three evictions. The Ring of Replacement was won by Christmas, and she used it to take Cody out of a veto competition during the week that Jessica was getting evicted. And the halting hex was given to Jessica so she could stop the eviction, which happened in week 5. Pot ended up swapping with Cameron, which was just a shitty twist. The temptation competition was also something that took place after the Den of Temptation ended. So for weeks 5, 6, and 7, one person would win it, causing them to be immune for the week, and the person who was last in the competition would be the third nominee, which just continued the steamroll that was already taking place during the early to mid portion of the season. And then the Tree of Temptation was there for week 8, 9, and 10, which were supposed to spice things up, but nothing really happened, as the only time it was used was during week 8, where Mark, who was on his way out, picked an apple, and it was pretty much a safer friend price, and he used it to pick Paul in hopes that it would give him agency. And then for the final 2 weeks, no one used it because Paul told them not to pick up the Tree of Temptation to keep the cult in place. So very unsatisfying just from reading this out loud. This pre-jury is mainly saved by the first week of the season, though it still had the crappy day one twist that caused Cameron to be booted and Paul to be protected essentially. Cody has his alliance set in a row, and after an expulsion, or Mike leaving technically, it wasn't an expulsion, he is ready to backdoor Paul, who everyone thinks is in their alliance. After the Pendant of Protection is used, Christmas, another ally, is nominated and the house turns on himself and Jessica, and there's a lot of fighting taking place. Unfortunately, any of the excitement at this portion of the season had went out the window, with everyone throwing the HOH to Paul so Cody can be backdoored, and then Alex wins HOH to join Paul's cult and was directed to boot Dominique, which had a lot of ugliness to it. Jessica has her halting hex, she wins HOH, and Cody wins the battle back, and you would think that something interesting would happen. Also, she won the veto this week too. I knew she would screw it up before she did, and it led to the Pawn Ramses, one of the only people not working with Paul, going home over Josh. The next 2 weeks were a drag to watch, as the cult was going to do anything to get the showmans out, and even after the halting hex is used, which the house thought was false, and this was arguably the most toxic week in Big Brother history, Jessica sealed her fate with a new twist being introduced and going home on Josh's HOH. The drama never stopped, but you couldn't really get into it since it was almost never one-on-one, and a lot of the fights were the same fights over and over and over again, and a few of them were premeditated too. A part of me is shocked that the early jury portion of the season is this high on the list, which still isn't high, but it's not one of the last spots either, which is what I was expecting. I think one of the reasons why it is here is that despite being boring as hell on a strategic point of view, at least there was some sort of drama, though the content of it was not great at all, or at least for a decent amount of it. Cody is predictably backdoored by Alex right after his romance was sent out the week beforehand, but most of the house drama and house gang-ups involved Marlena this time, who are the next targets. Elena ends up going at the double under Jason's watch, who threw Mark under the bus, and Christmas had an easy HOH by sending Mark home, with no resistance or anything of interest happening at all during that week. The next week with Jason's HOH was actually somewhat interesting and entertaining, and while Matt going home was very predictable, seeing how Jason managed the HOH was definitely a train wreck, and all of the fighting that happened here was pretty entertaining actually. The next week had Christmas winning a physical running HOH, which was thrown to her by the entire house, without them all really realizing it, and Jason is expecting to be kept in the house against Kevin, and he's blindsided out of the house. Still a pretty poor early join section, but far from the worst. I am shocked that this endgame isn't so low, since the other portions of the season are lower than this, if I'm remembering correctly. The final six is pretty boring, and it is during the double eviction where Raven is easily booted on Alex's HOH, and then we have Josh, I believe, winning HOH, and it's clear that Alex is the target. Paul tries to cover their ass with Alex, but is still kind of lying to her, and she really ends up taking it personally. Kevin is sent home quickly, and then we have the final three, where Christmas asks to be sent home, and then there's the huge shocker of Josh winning against Paul, which did cause a lot of conversation and controversy. Honestly, the season made it this high, which isn't even high, but higher than I thought it was going to be honest, due to me forgetting about it, compared to the other endgames that are either more boring or even more contrived slash cringe slash frustrating in comparison. At 22nd is Big Brother 16, and this isn't a shocker, as it was in this position in my first impressions right after rewatching that season. Looking at the categories, it was never last in anything, though it was always pretty close to being dead last, and the highest score it has is 16th in the cast, and I don't have the highest thought on the cast, where you see a lot of 21st, 22nds, and 20s, so the high 20s, and a few 19 and 18s, so it's just consistently low in everything, hence its placement. Ironically, I'm honestly very shocked that this cast is not lower in this regard, since I'm pretty sure I had it lower when I made my last list, and I do hold this season and the cast overall responsible for the overall decline of the show in general. I do think that a lot of them are way too uninteresting on their own, but they're easy to edit, and there are a few good casting choices. Joy didn't amount to much, despite her colorful appearance, and it's the same thing with Paola as well, though they each had one somewhat memorable moment. Devin was definitely interesting regarding his role on the season, and how much of a complete train wreck he was, though he would have gotten a lot more annoying had he lasted longer. Brittany herself is kind of a bore, but it might have been due to the cast being so anti-female, so she didn't have much to do, and Amber didn't have much to do because of this as well as the or in addition to the other bullcrap she had to deal with in the season. Jocasta had all the energy in the world in the diary room, though it was in a very cringe manner, but she was a dud in the actual house, and Hayden was slowly learning the game, but was booted before he could really do anything. Zach's one of the better choices, since he has such a big personality, but I found him to be very contrived, which took away his essence. Donnie's a nice guy and was an underdog on this season, but I feel like on seasons that are more dynamic, he would just be a dud. Nicole was stank even on this season, but she was treated like an American sweetheart underdog, which I thought was painfully boring. Christine was very stank throughout the season, and I wish she played into it more, but she was frustrating as well. I can't really say that Frankie was a dud, but he was also very artificial and contrived, but he offered a lot to the season. Caleb was cringeworthy, frustrating, and I did not find him entertaining whatsoever, despite the bullcrap that the editors tried to pull during the second half of the season. Victoria was a complete dud on all levels, as I didn't find her endearing or funny at all, where Cody and Derek are good players, but they have absolutely no charisma, so you don't even care about their good gameplay. In general, I just found the season to have a very boring dynamic for the most part, but there are a few good casting choices here, and they aren't as inherently unlikable as some of the others below them. So here they are. It's not shocking that the season is placed here, as it has the same pitfalls that the others below it have. One person steamrolling the entire season, one large alliance running over everyone else with absolutely no resistance, no individual thoughts regarding gameplay, and the length of the season also doesn't help it at all. Caleb wins the first HOH, and the Bomb Squad alliance is formed, where Joey ends up playing herself right out of the house. Devin wins HOH, and what should have been another easy week ends up being anything but, since his constant paranoia almost destroyed everything, but his HOH did fail. Derek sends Devin home and reshapes the first alliance to become the Detonators, which steamrolls the rest of the season. The women continue going back to back at around this point, with Brittany, Amber, and Jocasta being the next consecutive boots. Nicole and Hayden tried to solidify their spots in the house, but they fail with her HOH and they're booted immediately afterwards. Zach is finally disposed of by his alliance, Frankie specifically, which was teased several times throughout the season up to this point. Donnie's underdog run finally ends, Nicole coming back does absolutely nothing, and everyone is picked off from the main alliance in the order that you can absolutely predict, with Christine going first, then Frankie, then Caleb. Derek and Cody was the foreshadowed final two from damn near the beginning of the season, so no one moved when it happened, and Derek beats him. Not only is it a boring, predictable steamroll with a lack of self-interest from the cast overall, but it set the stage for a lot of the future seasons to attempt to, or to successfully, follow this formula. I'm shocked that this season isn't lower in this regard, but there was a bit of drama that I can't really say for some of the seasons below it. A lot of the drama, especially early on in the season, was a result of Devin's HOH week. We first have him going off on Caleb because the latter told him that the Alliance wanted to keep Brittany over Paola, and Devin ended up adding the Alliance, though I don't know if people actually heard it. Then there was the crazy veto meeting, where Brittany took shots at Paola for throwing them out of the block. Devin vetoes Brittany off, pissing Paola off, as he promised Paola to take her off, and he nominates ally Zach, causing both nominees to go at him before they ended up arguing with one another by the week's end. Things got boring from here on out, though you saw a lot of the men getting pissed off at the women, Zach attacking a bunch of women in the late pre-jury portion, i.e. Nicole, Christine, and Amber. Nicole snaps at Christine and Frankie at the double eviction, though it was Derek and Cody who turned on her, and this was just very cringeworthy. Then there was Frankie turning on the Alliance to save himself, and the entire Alliance pretty much ripped him apart, which eventually led to the Ariana reveal. Zach picked a few more lame fights, and then Frankie had some other fights during the end of his run. Honestly, it seems like on paper there was more drama than there really was, but I think it's because most of them were not interesting and never really led to anything. And chronologically, this is one of the final seasons that didn't have a bunch of twists randomly thrown in to make it seem interesting, which is why it's a bit higher on the list. But it's still very low on the list because of the few twists that were on the season. So, Battle of the Block was introduced on the season where two HOHs are crowned, and each HOH nominates two house guests for eviction, and the nominated house guests win or play in the Battle of the Block competition, where the winning pair not only is safe for the rest of the week, but they dethrone the HOH. On paper, this should seem interesting since people from two different sides could win HOH, and two nominees from different sides of the house can go against one another, but this only encouraged the big alliance to stay together and for them to throw a lot of pawns as the Battle of the Block nominees, so they worked around the system. Team America was then a way for three of the house guests to work together to do a bunch of stupid tasks. Some of them involved the game, which never really panned out, and other were just silly tasks that didn't amount to anything, and I really just didn't care for any of it. It was pretty much a worse version of the America's player twist from BB8, which was, I think, 7 years before this. Of course, the jury buyback from the prior season, BB15 continued here and continued for the following two seasons afterwards. And then there was the rewind button, which they did in week 11, where the button was put there, and of course the house guests pushed it, meaning that by the end of the week, they would have to redo that entire week, which they didn't know about at the time. And it's clear that the producers did this so they can make it to their, I believe it was 98 or 99 day the 97-day time span and to drag the season out longer. So while this season had less twists than many of the ones that came after it, the features that were in this season kind of sucked, so that's why it is here. A part of me is shocked that this season is this high, but a part of me really isn't, since it's clear that it's only here because of 1 week. The first week really wasn't notable, as Caleb ends up being the sole HOH and they planned to target Donnie, but he won the veto. Joey ended up shooting herself in the foot and goes home. Devin ends up being the sole HOH in the second week, and it's so chaotic, with him coming up with all these plans to send Brittany home, which his alliance didn't even want, and then him being convinced to spare her after one conversation, and then target his own ally, Zach, which is hilarious, especially with how it all blew up, with Paola, his pawn, going home. Unfortunately, everything after this sucks. The misogyny becomes more rampant, Battle of the Block really takes up the excitement of the season, and we have predictable Devin, Brittany, and Amber Boots. Zach and Frankie's tryhard antics get old, and then Caleb's entire being revolted me, especially around his interactions with Amber. And you could even see how the awkwardness between Cody and Brittany caused her to go home as well. 4 dead weeks caused it to be on here regarding the. This season ended up being one spot higher than I intended when I started making the list. Battle of the Block is still present for the first part of this period in the season, and Nicole remained in power, where she planned to backdoor Frankie, which ended up failing, so she settled for getting Zach out, only for Derek and Cody to flip on herself and Hayden to boot Jocasta. Caleb wins HOH in the double, and Hayden is easily disposed of here, where Nicole ends up lashing out at Frankie and Christine, despite it being Derek and Cody who ruined her game. Nicole went from being one of the HOHs to being evicted when Christine is pressured to sending Nicole home by her allies, and it was clear how the siege was going to go from here on out. Donnie managed to save himself in the Battle of the Block, which everyone was attempting to sabotage for him to lose, which caused Frankie to remain in power, and he sent Zach home, which really wasn't good for Frankie now that I'm thinking about it. As the latter ran out of cat lives. Zach, I mean. Nicole comes back into the house, and Donnie is sent home by Cody, and then Nicole is sent home by Caleb in two of the most boring weeks, possibly regarding Big Brother ever. While there was a few random tolerances during this portion of the season, it was still painfully boring. I'm honestly shocked that the endgame of this season isn't lower, and I might end up moving it down compared to where I have it as I'm writing this. I.e., recording me, it hasn't changed. Anyways, due to the endgame starting with a double, we had Christine's foretold eviction taking place under Derek's HOH, and we had two final five rounds, which was horrendous and definitely affected its placement on this ranking due to the stupid rewind twist where Frankie is about to send Victoria of all people home in the first final five round, and then Caleb wins the rewind HOH to boot Frankie, which was a dumb move for him. Caleb ends up going out. I don't give an F to find out who was the HOH during this round, and then Cody cuts Victoria, which a bunch of people clown him for, only to easily lose against Derek. It was a very boring and predictable way for a boring and predictable season to end, so yeah. At 21st is Big Brother 23, and my first impression of the season after the rewatch had me placing it at 19th, so it did drop 2 spots. So just from looking at the categories, there wasn't a score that's higher than 15th, and the two highest scores came from the cast and the twists, which are nowhere near as low as the others, but still aren't high, and it obviously got very low on a lot of the other categories. So while there's a few decent lower to mid spots, it still got low in a lot of categories, hence it being here. And this one I feel very mixed about since I am genuinely proud of the black people who are able to succeed and to have a group of people who are either black or mixed with black work together for the common good to get the first black winner. And they were very proud of that, even though I had issues with how the nuances of that was executed. This was definitely a monumentous moment in Big Brother. It's just unfortunate that a lot of the other elements of the season were just so dire and so boring, even to the point where some of the categories are right along with the worst of the worst. I'm always kind of mixed on this cast specifically. Some say that they are one of the best casts, and while I don't agree with that at all, I can't put them as one of the worst casts either. It's clear to me that with this season being the first one with the diversity mandate being put into place, they wanted a lot more PC people to be on the cast, from the White House guests to the minorities who feel like they need to be on their best behavior. Travis was a complete dad who did literally nothing throughout the season and didn't care. Frankie was an entertaining train wreck who lasted as long as he should have. Brett was kind of delusional, but he was very boring compared to people in his archetype. Whitney was a dud on this season, but I think that had more to do with the restricted dynamics, since she did have some personality that probably would have thrived on other seasons, and she was muted by the common personalities on the season.
Christian is a relatively likable dude, but a part of him is just very basic in my opinion. And I do appreciate Brittany for representing people with autism, though I found her to be very annoying throughout a lot of the season. Derek X is pretty likable and does have some charm, though I wasn't standing him like most of the fan base was, and I also feel like he only stands out on a calm cast like this. Sarah Beth is pretty interesting, and I liked how she didn't give a crap and owned everything as her time on the season came to an end. Claire is also a likable person, but she's like Derek in the fact that she would stand out less on a more chaotic and a solid cast. Alyssa is someone who really did little on the season, but she was also kind of restricted due to the dynamics and could have been more interesting on other casts. Tiffany is a clear star and is one of the most dynamic women in Big Brother history on all levels. Hannah was pretty boring, but she showed that younger players can have some gameplay and can somewhat keep up. And Kylan is also someone who is pretty dynamic and unique on all facets. Azza, Derek X, and Xavier are all pretty boring as well, who don't stand out much at all. In general, this is a very PC cast, and while there are some bright spots, a lot of them did not do much, either due to being boring or the dynamics being painfully stale. It was clear that the season, or at least the gameplay of it, was not going to be very high on this list, though I do appreciate how people in the black diaspora really stuck together to ensure that someone within the diaspora would be the first African American house guest. But there was a period where there was a chance that the slaughterhouse could be the dominant alliance, but Frenchie was too much of a disaster and had a bunch of random targets on his HOH, only for him to expose the alliance and was sent home the very next week. After Kylan's HOH, Xavier pretty much continued the direction of the season and put it in motion where the cookout would steamroll the season. The Royal Flush was the cover alliance, and it was where most of the active people in the house were in that alliance, taking out the slaughterhouse leftovers like Brett and Whitney. Derek ends up breaking the alliance to target Christian, and the cookout knows that all the people not in the alliance have to go, so the pawn system is used for the rest of the season up to this point, with Brittany, Derek X, Sarah Beth, Claire, and Alyssa being swept out of the house, with some poor moves within that group at the same time. With the cookout now all alone, the steamroll in the dynamics that everyone could predict ends up happening with Tiffany, Hannah, and Callan going with little hesitation. Xavier easily wins against Derek F, and everyone predicted him being the winner right from the beginning. While I respect what happened with the goal, it really caused two different games to be played, where the other side didn't even know there was another side or another game, and the people in the cookout in general really weren't playing in their self interest, since I think you could have played your own individual game and had the first person in the African diaspora to win, but that didn't happen here, and it wasn't a fun watch.
There's something about these more recent seasons, especially the 2020 seasons, where the drama really isn't there. Even compared to some of the other and older Steamroll seasons, there is a decent amount of drama in them, but there's really nothing here. Even moments that are supposed to be dramatic, like Frenchie's spiral and Christian's backdoor, didn't really have any drama in them whatsoever, or very little drama. We had a few tiffs between Tiffany, Derek, and Asa throughout the season, though the latter two never kept the same energy in her face that they had behind her back. The only really notable fight that happened was at Kellen's eviction, where he took it poorly and was pretending to be smug and superior by stating that Xavier isn't going to be a good example for his nephew, for the brother of Xavier's that died right before the season. And obviously, Xavier got very, very angry. Derek and Asa started bickering during the last week of the season, but I just didn't give an F. It was clear that this cast was put together to be as PC as possible with a diversity mandate, and it showed in the lack of drama this season. So there's the double or nothing twist where HOH Frenchie could flip it, and if he won it, his entire team would be safe for 2 weeks, but if he failed it, he would be dethroned as HOH, and the second place team would be HOH, which would have been the Queens, and Claire would have been HOH. That really didn't play in effect of anything. There was the wildcard competition where the three teams that weren't safe were able to select one competitor for each team, and whomever won that would be given the task to take safety, and they would have been safe, but the rest of the team would be eligible for nomination. And yeah, there was also a punishment that could have came, and this was kind of just The cash prize was moved from 500,000 to 750,000, and I don't see why that's a twist. That's just a change, but whatever. Um, there was the high roll room twist that was there from week 6, 7, and 8, and there were three opportunities for them to win powers, and it's all based on the amount of coins that they got from the viewing public. So there was the veto derby, which was pretty much about how if the person they bet on ended up winning the POV competition, they would earn a second veto for themselves. So this pretty much happened with Alyssa bet on Alyssa to win the POV, and he threw it so she could win, and he would get the veto off her anyways. And this took part in week 6, and this was okay, I guess. Nothing really stood out. Then there's the chopping block roulette, which was about that if they won, they would be safe for the week and would have the power to remove one of the initial nominees, and they would also be safe for the rest of the week. Alyssa was the only person to play in it, so she ended up winning, and then she chose to save Derek F from the block. And there's also a roulette where someone would be randomly nominated, and that ended up being Xavier. This was okay enough, I guess. Then there was the final twist, which is the coin of destiny, where pretty much the person who won this could challenge the reigning HOH, and they would be an they would anonymously be the new HOH, but they wouldn't be eligible to play the next HOH, which wasn't the case 2 years later. Pretty much Claire won the competition, and a lot of people kind of organized it for her to win this, so she wouldn't be eligible for HOH next week, and she pretty much did what Tiffany wanted. So on paper, these twists are fine, but the cast was just very boring, and the gameplay was so. This season was very similar to the pre-jury of Big Brother 22, where very little actually happened in this portion of the season, and everything was so predictable. I think the only reason why it's higher is that the first week was all over the place due to Frenchie being so inconsistent. At the same time, I didn't even find that to be very exciting, and it all just ends up with the irrelevant poor Travis getting booted. Kylan wins HOH and pretty much kills whatever chances the slaughterhouse has to gain traction, and the cookout becomes a real alliance, with many of them working with the royal flush for the next few weeks. Frenchie easily goes home, Xavier sends home Brett with no resistance or interest, and it's the same thing with Christian sending home Whitney with no resistance or interest. What makes this even worse is that the boots were literally planned a week and a half before the evictions actually took place, and who was getting nominated with them. The only somewhat interesting week after this was the final week where Derek decides to backdoor Christian, and the latter actually campaigned, where literally none of the other nominees in the pre-jury did that outside of maybe Alyssa in the first week. So there was a bit of intrigue there. At the same time, that week being the height of the season's pre-jury would be one of the weaker weeks in most pre-juries, hence this season being so low.
I initially didn't have the season as dead last pertaining to the early joy portion of the season at all, but thinking about it, there really is nothing there. Kylan wins HOH and changes his target from Claire to Brittany, who easily goes home despite her continuous complaints. Sarah Beth wins HOH and is easily convinced by Kylan to backdoor Derek X, which is karma for how he handled her on his HOH, and there's nothing interesting that happened here. Tiffany wins HOH to target Sarah Beth, and Claire ends up winning the secret HOH twist that everyone knew about, and continued Tiffany's nominations to send home Sarah Beth. Tiffany wins HOH again and attempts to send Alyssa home, knowing that Claire was the next target, but once Alyssa won the veto, she had no choice but to send Claire home, which was an emotional moment. And then the double quickly sent Alyssa home on Hannah's HOH. My bad. While there was some semblance of there not being two completely different games happening in the pre-jury, it was clear that half of the cast at this point in the season was not aware that a whole nother game was being played, and the discrepancy was just way too large to ignore.
Looking through the list, I realized that endgames in general are just very weak. I mean, I kind of knew this already, but looking at this list and seeing the endgames that are high enough on the list just confirm it, especially since I don't care for a lot of them. Anyways, the cookout is the final six, and they're able to have a week to themselves, which is nice for representation reasons. But when you look at the actions of the actual endgame, there isn't much there. Tiffany is the easy target in the final six, though it hurt more due to Kellen being the one to send her home, and then Hannah is quickly sent home in the double, kind of in a karmic way based on how she sent Alyssa home a week prior, as they are both lied to by the HOH that sent him home, and in her case it was Asa. Kylan was missed by Xavier the entire week, and the final four being a full week is definitely a negative. But we did get the fight, which was pretty good, and it did raise the endgame quite a bit. We saw Atta and Derek F fighting a lot during the last 2 weeks of the season, which was kind of funny since both of them are kind of pointing fingers, but it made things a bit more interesting, though Xavier's win was so damn telegraphed. So at 20th is Big Brother 25, and from my first impressions, I thought it was going to be at 15th. So just from looking at this, you see a lot of 14th and 15th, which makes sense as to why me potentially ranking it at 15th would make sense, but it dropped pretty low on some categories, like the jury and endgame being very low and the twists being dead last. So that dropped it down significantly for a median of 20 pertaining its spot, and it has a 17.71 median.
I think at this point on the list, the casts are a relative mixed bag, and this season's cast is the epitome of that, as there are some bright, bold casting choices, and some of the dullest/worst casting choices ever. Kirsten really didn't do much on the show, though she seemed a bit messy from the very little we saw of her, so I don't really think she's a dud. Riley was such a chaotic presence in how she played the game, who didn't really realize it, and I don't think she's a dad due to this. Hisam is such a unique person, and it's a shame that he didn't last longer at all, since I think he would have made the season a lot more interesting. Red is a complete dad, and is one of the biggest examples and best examples against casting influencers on the show. Izzy was definitely someone who kept the game frantic, even though she frustrated me a lot throughout the season. Jared is someone who is very polarizing and definitely brought a lot to the season, even if he was unlikable throughout his time on the show. Miko was someone who seemed like such a good casting choice from interviews and stuff outside of the season on paper, but in actuality and in action, she was an absolute dud on the show who did absolutely nothing. And I really don't appreciate her having all this mouth outside of the show when she didn't really have the action in the house. Cameron definitely made my skin crawl a lot throughout the season, but he did offer some unpredictability to the show, I guess. Corey is one of the more tolerable nerds on the show, though I do think some stan bases overhype him a lot. Blue was very contrived and inauthentic without offering anything to the show. America is cool at times, but I do think she was hyped up because she was a pretty white woman. And a lot of people tend to stand people based on shallow reasons like that, though she didn't do a whole lot in this season. Sari just proved why she is a GOAT reality star, as she was more sassy and had a big personality in comparison on this season, and she was able to keep up gameplay wise, despite having her frustrating moment and wanting to give up at times. There is no one like Felicia on the show, and she added so much to the comedy of the season, as well as the drama of it as well. Bowie is in the category of red, where a wannabe influencer, or someone who really seems like they have a big personality due to shallow reasons, is just very boring. I was a dud on the show. Matt and Jeg were also very boring, though they represented groups of people that are not often on Big Brother, and they both got very sanctimonious, which just made things tougher to watch as the season came to an end. The dynamics were interesting at times, but there are other points where it was just painfully. This season is one of those in a line of seasons that has one alliance steamrolling in the beginning of the season, and then another alliance steamrolling in the second half of the season, but not a whole lot in the season is interesting gameplay wise. Riley wins the first H2H, but doesn't really have to nominate anyone, but Kirsten easily goes home, and Hassam wins H2H to boot Riley. Not a whole lot really happened in this week that was interesting. Felicia went H2H and decides to go after Hassam out of everyone, including people not in her alliance. But not even that was interesting. Cameron wins H2H and takes out Jag, which is boring, but a twist that costs the twist or the H2H to be null and void anyways. Jared wins next week and ends up sending home Red after Cameron saves himself, and the start of Suri's side declining happens around here. We have Cameron blindsiding the house by nominating Felicia and Izzy, where we see Jared's side completely tank, and Izzy also contributed to her own boot in a great way. Cameron and Jared end up going in the double, and things were going up until they went all the way down. We had a week where literally no game of anything happens, and then Cameron went to boot Mikol since he got in with Matt and Jag. The trio of Matt, Jag, and Bory steamrolled the rest of the season, with Jag even winning two HOHs in a row, which was against the rules in every other season, and literally nothing interesting happened for the last third of the season, where we have an evicted house guest winning the season for the first time. It also does not help that the season was painfully long, the longest season ever actually, and all the twists made the season and the gameplay worse.
Out of the newer seasons of the current era in Big Brother, I do think that this season is the best and most consistent when it comes to the drama, though it's clearly not of higher tier compared to many of the other seasons. The first 2 to 3 weeks of the season really didn't have any drama like that, though there were some scenarios where you would think drama would take place. It really wasn't until Jared's first HOH where things really started taking place, as he started picking fights with Corey and America. Of course, this really started peaking when Cameron won HOH and blindsiding Izzy and Felicia. This led up to the downfall of the Bye Bye Bitches alliance, but we got so much great content from it. We had Jared versus Corey, which is one of the best fights in modern Big Brother history, and we really get that from men especially. And then it continues with the fields end up going at it with Felicia a week later, where they air out all the alliances and their issues, and they're clearly pissed off that she voted out Jared. Felicia continues to be messy as she outright checked Corey, who didn't say anything, and America, who tried to bunk with her a few weeks later, and then America told Jake and Matt to F off. It became roughly midway on the list. Kind of makes sense, though there were so many weeks with no drama, especially during the last part of the season, and some of the fights really don't hold up as well when it comes to memorability. It is clear that the twists in this season were all an excuse to drag the season out for as long as possible, because this was filmed when the strike was taking place, meaning that they made the season 100 days, making it the longest season ever, and they needed to do a bunch of things to fill that time slot. So we mainly had the BB multiverse, which was four different BB universes taking over to break in and to cause havoc, but it was honestly just really boring. The main thing from the BB comic verse that I got was the BB power of invincibility, which essentially saved Jake from eviction in week 4, and the season would have been so much better in hindsight had they just let him go. But this was a clear example of dragging the season out. Then there was the Humiliverse, which was just a bunch of dumb stuff, like the week 3 HOH having stats coming out during the competition and throughout the week, and then week 6 was Humiliar Week, where there's Stinkometer and all that BS, and then I believe there was a pie nomination ceremony. That part was fun, but otherwise it just kind of sucked. Then there was the scary verse where one person was dragged to the nether region for a few hours for some random reason, though it never really contributed anything. And then there was the scary week double eviction and the Big Brother zombies, where two people were booted in a normal eviction, but they would both come back as zombies for the next week, and then we spent an entire week with absolutely nothing happening, since it was all leading up to one of those zombies returning to the house. And it was just a waste of time. And of course, we then had the nomination competition, where on the first day, the house was split into four, and whomever was last in each of these competitions were nominated for eviction. And the HOH had to save two of those people, where the final two on the block were the nominees for the week. And it was all just very lame. We did have the classic jury format come back, where it was 7 people in the jury, which hadn't been the case since I think Big Brother 14, so over a decade. But it kind of didn't work this season because they dragged out the pre-jury for way too long. So essentially, none of the twists in the season really worked, in my opinion. I have never been the one to think that the pre-jury was good, even in the first few weeks of the season. I found the first 2 weeks to be very boring, as Rolly had the easiest HOH, but she still managed to screw it up in a pretty boring way. Hissam was so obsessed with getting Riley Alley out. Did I just say Riley Alley? Anyways, who cares? And I wasn't interested in the almost flip that happened. Then Felicia stupidly targeted Hassam, which could have been fun, but no drama even came from that. Cameron targeted Jag with his HOH, and then the twist caused the HOH to not matter, and even that was a bore. I only got interested during Jared's HOH, where he started getting into it with Corey and America, and you saw things with the Bye Bye Bitches starts to get a bit weaker. And then the best week of the season was Cameron's second HOH, where he shocked the entire house with nominating Izzy and Felicia, and then the other side finally realizing the power structure due to Jared being a hot mess, and then flipping the votes on Izzy. Jared wins HOH again, and not a whole lot happens here, as Cameron easily goes home and Jared follows him in the double, only for the double to be fake. We wasted an entire week where absolutely nothing happens, and this cast isn't interesting enough, Big Brother 2, to handle a week where nothing happens. And Cameron wins his final HOH, where he teams up with Matt and Jag, and it seems like Felicia is going calm since Cameron doesn't want her in the jury, and she's picking fights. But the house flips to boot me home. The pre-jury is just way too long, and it's one of the reasons why it is so low, outside of many of those weeks being boring.
5. 1. This portion of the season suffers not just because this portion of the season is so short, only consisting of 3 rounds, despite it being a 17-player cast and a 100-day season, which makes it even worse. But despite it happening in the last third of the season, the actual event of this portion was boring as hell. Boy Jane wins HOH and wants to get back at Suri or Felicia, but is convinced by Jag and Matt to backdoor Cameron, who is someone who generally had her back, but she ended up doing it. And absolutely nothing of interest happened in this round. Technically, it wasn't a backdoor since Cameron wasn't original target, but that's besides the point. Jag ends up winning HOH and plans to target Blue and nominate Felicia, but because there was a twist of 2 vetoes and Blue won one of them, he decided to take out Corey, so the showmance was nominated and was pretty boring, despite America's, I don't even know if I would call it a rant. For some really stupid reason, Jag was allowed to play in both HOHs in a row, despite the last one being a secret one, where he told everyone he was the HOH anyways. And he completes his job of targeting Blue here, and America is nominated next to her. By this point in the season, it was running on molasses, and not even Felicia could keep things interesting, and I wanted the season to end a month ago at this point in time.
There was absolutely no energy or interest in this endgame, and it's only higher than some of the others because at least it was shorter than some of the others below it. There was a double eviction where America ends up unceremoniously going on a Boy Jane HOH. The final 5 round has Matt finally winning an HOH, and you would think that he would at least take out Felicia and show some sort of agency, but he was easily convinced by his allies to target Suri, with them knowing that it wasn't good for him. Boy Jane easily takes out Felicia on her HOH, and she doesn't even care about getting third or even getting to the end, since the alliance making it to the final 3 was all that mattered. Though there were some allegations about Jag allegedly being guilted into keeping Matt, and then of course the 2 men go to the end together, where Jag ends up winning. The result of the winner was utter crud, and the devoid of any sort of entertainment value or personality here, as well as the gameplay, is why it is so low. At 19th is Big Brother 13 with a 14.71 median. My first impression of the season had me placing it at 21st, and that's because the season was one of the most frustrating seasons to watch out of all the seasons, and that frustration clearly shows just by looking at all the rankings, where only the drama and the jury portion had decent to good placements. So this was one that became this low and is in the bottom quarter of seasons because of it being consistently ranked low in most of the categories.
Being placed at 19th. So this season suffers from a lot of what mixed returning seasons suffer with regarding the newbies being cast to be fodder for the veterans are set up to fail and in general have weaker personalities in comparison, causing for a huge imbalance and causing for a crappy dynamic. Keith was a mess, but not really in an entertaining way. Cassie was very catty, but was also pretty snotty and had a superior complex, only to be looked better because she was fighting with Rachel. Dominic did have unlikable energy to him, but he was taken out before he could really grow as a player and a personality. Lawan was kind of just there for the most part, and turned it up in the diary room, but was boring in the house until he asked to be evicted. Shelly wasn't necessarily likable, but she did offer a lot of mess when it came to the game and drama, so she was a good casting choice. Kalia definitely had some fight in her, and while some found her to be annoying, she is one of the better newbies on all fronts in the season and kept up with the veterans, which most of them couldn't do in the season. Adam was very tryhard, loud, and corny, but he was mainly a fan who was happy to observe and play the game on the couch. And Porsche had her moment in the season, but she herself is not interesting in the slightest either. The veterans have proven to be polarizing in their own way on their seasons and good casting choices on their own seasons, but most of them were inherently unlikable in the season. Dick was booted before he could do anything, which is definitely a good thing since he probably would have made the season worse. Brendan was really entitled and insufferable despite doing nothing in the season and him not wanting to be there at all. Danielle was one of the only slightly likable people on here, and she made the season a lot more interesting than it otherwise would have been, but she probably would have been as unlikable as she was on her other seasons if she wasn't an underdog. Jeff was a big character who had a very great fall, despite the edit trying to paint him as a hero who could do nothing wrong, though the entitlement and the nastiness still peeped through. Jordan really did not want to be there and also had a nasty and entitled attitude. And Rachel was polarizing, though she came off as more likable in this season compared to her last season. So, one of my least favorite dynamics are mixed seasons, since the veterans usually have so many advantages, just from playing before, production being on their side, since they pay the veterans more money in hopes that they will get the ratings to rise, so they want a return in their investment, and the twists all benefit them too, in addition to the newbies being star-eyed over the veterans. Of course, the veterans are going to align with one another, and they were able to convince a few of the newbies to vote with them, causing Keith to be booted, and for his anti-veteran alliance to be booted right after him, which we saw in Cassie and Dominic being booted after him. While Danielle did flip against the veterans due to a relationship with Dominic and failing to get the pairs to turn on one another, she aligned tightly with Kalia and Leah Porsche, where they went on a run for the next few weeks, which made the season more interesting, but their moves were frustrating, since it could have been better, but we just got two Brennan boots and Lawan essentially asking to be voted out. Jeff gains the power back for his side and used it to boot Danielle, but ended up alienating Shelley, who caused for his own downfall, which happened at the double, and the vote with Danielle and Clea was actually very close. After this, the season gets very boring with the stupid twist, and the vets pretty much steamroll after this, causing for a Rachel win that feels so engineered. The middle was interesting, but the beginning and the end of the season was not, and I feel like the middle is kind of overrated as well. And with production aiding the veterans, it was just way too notable in the season, so gameplay wise, it just flops.
I'm honestly kind of shocked that the season ended up making it this high when it comes to the drama, though I might switch it with Big Brother 12 now that I'm thinking about it. We had Keith snapping randomly at his allies, like Kalia, and the veterans melting down, but things didn't get real until Keith was booted out of the house. Cassie has her arguments with Brennan and Rachel, which are definitely interesting, despite it not really changing anything. The third week was one of the huge peaks of the season, where we saw a lot of fighting with Danielle and Brenchel, who, of course, or which, of course, led to the huge confrontation in the kitchen, and then Kalia and Brennan going at it before that huge fight, which ended up involving Jeff and Jordan as well. There's a bunch of fighting between Danielle and Rachel, as well as Kalia and Rachel, for the next several weeks of the season. Porsche and Shelly also end up arguing. Rachel ends up snapping at Porsche at one point or another. Jeff and Kalia have their own feud during these middle weeks, and then Shelly and Rachel end up having a huge blow up when the jury portion starts. This all ends up leading to the double eviction week, where Shelly and Jeff have a huge, nasty fallout where Adam throws Shelly under the bus, and everyone is watching this happen as they go at it for several hours, which even continued right before Jeff was evicted in the double. And then Jordan snaps at Shelly after that eviction as the aftermath of it. There are a lot of memorable and tense fights in the season, but I think this is the best that it should rank placement wise. This is a season that had a decent amount of twists, and very few of them actually worked. So the first one is the duos twist, which is different from the couples or the pairs twist in Big Brother 9, where if one of them went HOH, both of them went HOH. If one of them was evicted, both of them were evicted. Like stuff like that. Where duos, if one person wins HOH, the other person is just immune. And when a pair is nominated, only one of them gets evicted. And in my opinion, I feel like they did this to give the veterans more of a security blanket. And what makes it even worse is that the newbies who did not know each other were paired together, and the veterans who did know one another were paired together, and they're called dynamic duos. So you had a boyfriend and a girlfriend an engaged couple and a father and a daughter being paired together. So obviously things were going to be a lot more unbalanced there. Then there was the golden key twist where the person in a pair who stays for eviction ends up being safe until the final 10, and this continued up until there was only 10 people left. And it was clear that they did this just in case a veteran was on the block and one of them went home. It would cause the other one to be safe for the next few weeks. And then how they handled the previously evicted house guest was that out of the ones who were evicted, there was a vote by the audience, and obviously the veteran ended up winning that, and they had to compete against the person who was just evicted. And another another cushion for the veterans if they just so happened to have been evicted. And we saw this with Brendan. Then there was the Pandora's box that was a continuation from last season, and with the way that it happened here, it really screwed up the game as it brought back the duos twist, which obviously benefited the veterans since if one of them was safe, the other one was as well, and it just gave them more incentive. In general, it's clear that a lot of these were put in place to benefit the veterans, and if this was just a newbie season, I think the twists would have been better, if it makes sense, or if what I'm saying makes sense. This season is all over the place regarding the pre-jury, but I'm definitely leaning more negative than even being mixed on it, hence its placement here. Rachel wins the first HOH and decides to target Keith because she wants to give Push a key, and Keith made it known that he was targeting all of the veterans. While it was a close vote, it really wasn't interesting since we all knew that the veterans would win this one out. Jordan tried to get Dominic during her HOH in the next week, then she had no choice but to send home Cassie when he won the veto, where Cassie got into a few tips with Brencho, but this week was kinda overall. Things started to get interesting in the third week with Danielle trying to get Rachel to backdoor Jeff, and it blows up on her, Clea, and Dominic's faces, where it causes that huge fight, and the lines are officially drawn. Essentially, it is everyone against Danielle and Clea, and what made it fun, at least on paper, is that they won the next two HOHs. I say on paper because the entitlements from the other two showmances were unbearable in how they treated the other people, and then Clea's HOH was halted due to that stupid returning twist and Lawan sending himself home.
I am honestly shocked that this season was able to get first in any category, but they gave and delivered with the early jury portion of the season. The weakest round, i.e., the final 9, wasn't even bad, though we all had to deal with Brendan coming back and being evicted by Danielle again, but seeing Shelly melt the hell down was fun to watch during the week. Jeff wins HOH, and it's the first time in damn near a month since that side got power, where he makes it clear that he's going to try and backdoor Danielle. What should have been a smooth week ended up being very complex and messy due to the house talking about Jeff and Jordan steamrolling the season and Shelly wanting to make a move that would help her win via keeping Danielle and targeting Jordan, but she still leaves in a close vote. After the fighting that happened for hours earlier that day, it leads to arguably the best double eviction in BB history, where the fighting not only continues, but Jeff literally throws his clown shoe of safety out the window, only to be booted in a tie vote by Clea, the one person he shut on the entire season. Karmic and delicious all the way around.
I find this disappointing, especially with where I ranked the jury portion of the season. Of course, we start this with the Paris twist being forced to come back at a clear attempt to save Jordan and Rachel, and then using the same HOH competition Rachel won as the veto competition during this week was just so transparent. Shelley ends up going here, and the momentum the newbies were gaining was essentially ruined, and it all felt so damn cheap. Rachel wins the final 5 HOH, and of course she's going to target Clea, but Adam had the chance to save the newbies and create his own agency, only to continue to follow the vets. Adam wins HOH, and that doesn't matter, but Porsche ends up booting Jordan. And then we have Rachel winning over Porsche by 1 vote. Honestly, the shenanigans with the final 6 round, and even somewhat the final 5, was very frustrating, and the energy was sucked out of the season, but I was just frustrated watching this portion. At least it was short, unlike the other two season end games that's ranked. So, barely escaping the first bottom quarter, at 18th is Big Brother 21 with a median of 14.29. My first impression after rewatching the season had this at 19th place, and looking at the categories, this is all over the place. There's a lot of low ranking spots like the cast and the twists and the pre-jury, one mediocre placing, i.e. the gameplay, and a few high placing spots like the drama, jury, and the endgame. But I guess the lows were just way too low to overcome, and it being very inconsistent had it here.
This choice was not a hard one whatsoever, and it's one of the few casts where I really don't have much of anything positive to say about it. From the very beginning, it was clear that this group was a bunch of unlikable house guests, and it would be a very long summer watching this group of people. There are relatively unlikable casts that are higher on the list, but usually they have some humor and individuality that causes for them to be bumped up, but I really can't say that here. David did not get a chance to do much in the season, neither did Ovi or Kami, since they were shut out from the other house guests for problematic reasons that I and others have gotten into in the past. Isabella was a train wreck, but she herself wasn't entertaining or likable, and she got her karma, while Sam is very forgettable in general, though he always tried his best to fit in. Jack and Jackson are deplorable. And they didn't even have the charisma to be interesting villains, though Jackson was a better player and offered a bit more drama to the season compared to Jack, but they were essentially the same casting choice. Catherine tried way too hard to be iconic, funny, and interesting, and it just didn't work. Annalise was a complete dud on the season, in all elements. Nick was also another deplorable person, but at least he really got his way, so it was easier to just laugh at him. Christy is arguably the only really good casting choice, as she brought so much character, strategy, and drama throughout the season, and was fun to laugh at. Tommy was okay, as he wasn't unlikable like the others, but he really wasn't as entertaining or interesting as others who are in his archetype. Cliff and Nicole were always kind of just to me, and Holly turned out to be very disappointing as well, despite having a solid start. So there's very little redeeming about this cast. A part of me is very shocked that the season made it this high, though it really isn't high when you think about it. Since it started off so horribly, of course there was an alliance of 8 that formed immediately, and they sent Ovi home after Christy did not want to send Kimmy home on her HH, but Jack more than took care of that when he was HH the very next week. Because of the camp comeback twist, it kept things very static and made people not want to make moves, so Nick made the safe move of targeting Nicole, but his attitude caused the house to flip and boot Cliff instead. Isabella gets her karma when Cliff, who comes back, sent her home in the next week, but then things start getting interesting with day 44, with the Six Alliance finally destructing due to Jackson and Chrissy's conflict, and there was a back and forth, with Sam ultimately going home. Jessica winning power next week and Jack going home was great, but the actual week wasn't really interesting, and Catherine's luck finally went out with Tommy winning power. The next week was fun, with Christy fighting Nick and then flipping the votes, which caused Annalise to get booted, but this is the point of the season where Jackson and Holly dominate the competitions and goes to the end with Nicole and Cliff. Nick, Jessica, and Christy go home pretty easily over the next few weeks, and while the final 5 round was interesting with some back and forth, as well as the drama, Tommy going was still pretty predictable. Cliff and Nicole get stomped out next, and Jackson wins over Holly. There was a few interesting weeks, but there was a lot of boring and stale gameplay moments as well.
It really bothers me that this is the highest ranked season in this category from the last decade, but it does make sense when you think about it. There really wasn't much drama in the first 2 weeks of the season, outside of that stupid water bottle fight with Kimmy and Jack, which had uncomfortable undertones to say the least. Isabella and Kimmy get into an argument that almost turns physical. Nicole ends up in the crossfire of Nick and Isabella a few times during that week. Chrissy starts having her meltdowns around this point, and this leads to the 8 breaking up, which caused a huge fight between that splintered alliance, which will happen again soon enough. We then see many small arguments between Jackson and Chrissy grow and fester during the next 2 weeks, which leads to a huge explosion at the end of the pre-jury portion as Jackson told Jack that Holly and Catherine know one another. Jack tells the alliance, and Chrissy and Jackson go at it hard, and everyone in that alliance is yelling at one another throughout that entire day, even entering the eviction, which was so epic. So the six is broken up. Catherine ends up arguing with Cliff because their alliance ended up failing and he did not care for her tears at all. And then we saw the great feud between Christy and Nick during the next week, leading up to Taco Tuesday, and Annalise woke up for a second to yell at Jackson. We had many toxic fights between Jackson and Holly that was uncomfortable to watch, and then the final 5 round was great. Tommy finally had to fight with his back against the wall as he and Jackson were yelling at the top of their lungs to get Nicole and Cliff to vote their way, and it was all so intense. There's a lot of good drama, but the cast not being as likable and the others having better drama is why it's here. Where there are a decent amount of twists that didn't really come into play this season, but there are also some major twists that actively made the season worse. So the camp director was pretty much a contrived way to have a day one eviction, whereas the person who was voted camp director was able to banish four house guests and cause them to fight for their lives, which just really sucked. And then the hit the road was the actual competition that the four banners had to play, and I just didn't like it. There was the activity competition where the house guests played in the first 3 weeks, where they're able to win one of three powers, which is the Nightmare power, the Chaos power, and the Panic power. And I don't recall any of them ever actively having any effect on the game. There was the America's Field Trip, which is pretty much the same thing as the Temptation competition from Big Brother 19, and America's Prankster was pretty much the same thing as the Hacker competition from BB20 and the Co HH from BB20. And yeah, the main reason why this season is so low, or one of the main reasons, is the camp comeback slash previously evicted house guest, which was pretty much done through camp comeback, where the first four evicted house guests would be evicted normally, but they would have to live in the house after their evictions, and it just created a really uncomfortable dynamic, and it didn't look any better based off of who was evicted. So we saw a lot of interactions where people still playing the game were told not to talk to the affected house guests and they didn't talk to them. And it also changed the game because it determined who people would evict, knowing that this twist was into place. In general, all the twists in the season were either ineffective or outright sucked. Hence its placement here. This was well on its way to being the worst pre-jury ranked on this list, but it was spared from one tick at the very end of it. The season started with Grateful being being the alliance running things, and Christy winning HOH, where it seemed like she changed her target so much. Anyways, she was forced to send home Ovi since she didn't want the optics of sending home Cammy, and this group was just so unlikable, and nothing really happened at this point. The camp comeback twist took place here, and it was told to the house guests, where it ensured that not only the easy moves were be made for the next few weeks in the house, like Jack sending home Cammy, which honestly would have happened anyways, and Nick not targeting Jack like he initially wanted to, but it caused an awkward dynamic with the Jacks telling everyone not to speak to the evicted house guests, and it just did not look good optically. Even the house flipping to boot Cliff over Nicole really didn't add much excitement, since Isabella was getting backstabbed was the most foreshadowing thing ever. The final week at the pre-jury had Holly winning HOH, and her attempt to send Nick home failed. And when Catherine suggested to go up to get more camera time, the majority alliance blew up, mainly at the behest of Jackson and Christie's conflict, and it led to arguably the most tense vote in Big Brother history, and that huge fight which took hours to complete, though it did end up with Sam getting booted, which was pretty predictable. Literally, the last few hours of this portion saved the season from being last in this category.
Lord have mercy, I can't believe that I have this season in the top 10 with this category. While I always thought that this portion was pretty solid, even this is shocking to me regarding its placement. Despite the house fight that happened at the very end of the last portion, and Jessica winning HOH here, and Vito as well to take out Jack, the actual week was pretty boring, which I was actually shocked by in the rewatch. The next week is a bit better, with the Underdog Alliance falling apart and Catherine having some meltdowns and fights. It was Tommy trying to keep his already broken group together. The next week gets more interesting with Jackson's HOH and Christy seeming to be dead in her rights, but she somehow pulled off a very efficient campaign, and she also caused Taco Tuesday to happen, and the boring Annalise went home. After this, things got very boring, though we have Cliff and Nicole working with the showmans, and the latter two started trading HOHs around here, and Nick as well as Jessica are picked off with no resistance. There are a lot of good moments, but it ends poorly on a whimper, which definitely affects its placement.
It really isn't shocking that this endgame ended up so high, though it's really only for one round. We have the double where Nicole wins her first HOH and she has the chance to split up the showmance but ends up sending Christy home. Jackson wins HOH and is clearly targeting Tommy, but because Nicole, I believe, saves Cliff from the block, Holly is forced to go up as the replacement. The obvious move for the pair should be to boot Holly, and Nicole really wants to do it, but Cliff is very iffy on it. This wavering causes the showmance to worry, and Jackson immediately decides to rail into or lay into Tommy, who is actually forced to fight to defend himself for the first time in the season, causing for a lot of intrigue and drama, even though the outcome was kind of predictable. There's really nothing else to discuss here, as Cliff ends up going despite him wanting to be number 3 to the showmance and then trying to set up Nicole, but that didn't work out, and it didn't matter anyways, since Nicole went right after Cliff, and Jackson ends up winning next to Holly. Don't really have anything else to say. At 17th is Big Brother 12. I always believe that this season was the start of the decline in quality of Big Brother USA. And while I do so believe that, looking at all the categories, it really was never too low. The lowest is at its gameplay, which is only at 20th. And then the end game was at 18th. But a lot of the placements are roughly in the mid tier. But I guess there's a few lows and a lot of mid tiers, so there wasn't really a high that I could give this season, hence it still being lower, though it did increase a spot compared to where I had it on my first impressions after the rewatch.
For some reason, people think that this is one of the best casts in BB history, and for a while, I thought that this cast was one of the worst casts in BB history. I've lightened up on that stance, but this season is a mixed bag, hence it being in the middle of the rankings. I do think Annie is a strong casting choice, and it's a shame that she was booted so early. Monet was kind of a dud from what she exhibited on the season. Andrew is such a mess, and I really liked his unique perspective on everything. And Kristen showed potential for mess, as we saw on her last week, but she wasn't the most standout either, especially on her other weeks. Do I even need to say anything about how much of a brilliant casting choice Rachel is? She really is just dynamite. I really can't put it in any other words. Kathy was another dud on the season who really didn't do much of anything, though she's better than some of the duds as she could somewhat be funny at times. Matt isn't a dud, but I was never really excited or interested in him on the show, despite all the content that he got. Brendan was a lot more interesting in this run, though he had his back against the wall from the beginning, and it's due to his dynamic with Rachel. But I don't know if he himself is the most interesting now looking back. Reagan definitely had his moments, but they came very late in the season, but he was also someone who was not very interesting for much of his run. And he kind of had to be pushed to be somewhat interesting, if that makes sense. Brittany does have great commentary, though I don't think she's a queen, and she did add some much needed humor on the season. I don't find Enzo to be funny, but I see why people think he had a big, fun personality. I thought Lane was kind of boring and contrived, especially in the diary room, and Hayden was another person who was boring, but he had none of the supposed humor that Lane or Enzo had. In general, this cast is a lot of the prototype for the future weaker cast, and it's why I still kind of have bad thoughts about this cast, despite some of the positives. Unsurprisingly, we have yet another barfest of a strategic game where one alliance dominates from the very beginning to the very end, with nothing happening in between to redeem it. The Brigade forms in the very beginning of the season, and Hayden as HOH tries to get up Rachel, but then flips to Annie going home, which sets up the plot for like the first 2/3 of the season. What actually happened is Rachel wins a few HOHs where there could have been actual power shifts, but because Rachel and Brennan were such poor players and unlikable people, they were playing a separate game and made a lot of personal moves like booting Monet and Christian. Or Kristen, my bad, while not really doing anything to benefit their games. Rachel and Matt trade HOHs for a month, with Matt using his HOHs to boot Andrew, which was a result of a failed plan to backdoor Brendan, and finally got Rachel booted. Brennan wins the next HOH, but right when he's about to boot Matt, the secret POV essentially makes his HOH useless. Brittany gets pushed into booting Matt by the Brigade, and the other 3 members pretty much steamroll the rest of the season, with Brendan, Reagan, and Brittany being very easy pickings. It's even annoying since people were warned about this alliance even as early as the Kristen boot week, but no one did anything, and they were essentially sheep led to the slaughter. Gameplay wise, it's a chore to watch, but it's higher than the others because at least it's a shorter season in length.
I am very shocked that this season is this high in this regard, since I've made it known that I am not fond of the season, but it did have a fair bit of drama. The issue is, a majority of it involves a select few people. Annie loses her mind at Brittany and Brennan during the first week, but it wasn't much of anything. Rachel and Monet end up going at it due to their dislike for one another. Rachel decides to expose Matt in a house meeting with Brennan for some reason, which just made their games even worse. Andrew had a great downfall as he went at it with Kristen a few times, leading up to him exposing her showmance at his eviction, and then Brenchall went after Hayden and Kristen again, like an hour later. Of course, there's a lot of toxic stuff with Brendan and Rachel, who would go at it with Brittany and Reagan too, but Brendan never had that energy towards a man who is straight or muscular. And the most memorable fight of the season is, of course, Reagan and Rachel after the latter came back for 24 hours, and nothing else happened after that. Overall, there's a decent amount of memorable fights, and some of the most memorable fights in Big Brother history here, but things get very calm and boring for the last several weeks of the season, and some of the fights did get a bit repetitive. Honestly, I was not expecting the season to be this high when it came to the twist, but when I think about it, I guess it makes sense since it's very simplistic. There really aren't many twists, and with seasons that don't have many twists, that doesn't affect it either in a positive or a negative way. It is better than the many seasons that had twists affect it in a negative way. There was the Saboteur twist, which was supposed to be the main twist of the season, where one house guest would pretty much sabotage the house by doing a bunch of tasks. But unfortunately for the producers, and fortunately for us, Annie was chosen to be the saboteur, and she was a complete train wreck, and she was booted first, so the twist ended up flopping, and the house was really happy about this. In week 5, they did decide to bring back the saboteur twist for about yes, for 2 weeks, and Reagan took it, and he did fine with the tasks. Nothing really of note happened, but at least the producers could say that the twist wasn't an utter failure. It didn't really affect anything regarding the season, so I was fine enough with the twist. Pandora's Box continued from last season. I don't have much to say about it. But the Diamond Power of Veto is a new twist that came from the Pandora's Box, and Matt did win it, and he was in danger of going home. Actually, no, they told him he was going home in the following week, and he was able to pull out the Diamond Power of Veto and saved his hide, but he decided to use it on Kathy, which essentially just made it an utter waste. But that wasn't the producer's fault, that was Matt's fault. So either way, the twists here were fine, didn't really affect too much, especially since Matt went home right after using the Diamond Power of Veto. So a season that had relatively harmless twists is a decent enough ranking spot for me, and is a season that I don't mind the twist. So here it is. With this season, it follows a lot of the formats that are the majority aligned Steamroll seasons had. If anything, this season pioneered it. But what makes it a bit more interesting is that the HOHs weren't a majority of the brigade members winning it. Hayden won the first HOH and made the easy move in nominating the showmans, but when Brenshaw won the veto, production pushed a bit too hard to not get any nominated, and most of the house thought that she was the saboteur, so she meltdowned herself out of the house. Rachel won the next HOH, and she did the most to get Monet out, where they had a few arguments, which led to a house meeting, which did not go in Brenshaw's favor. Matt wins HOH and decides to target Kathy initially, though changes his mind to backdoor Brennan, which fails because Brennan wins the veto and doesn't use it. Andrew tries to separate himself from the Shermans, but people see through it and he loses his mind on Kristen a few times, which was fun. Then there was the huge fight after Rachel won her second HOH, but the week in itself was pretty boring, and it's frustrating to see the underdogs waste their position in power so many times, where it still feels like a steamroll in general.
Honestly, the only reason why the season is even this high in this category is due to the drama with Reagan and Rachel, with Brendan and Brittany contributing in a supporting level as well. Matt wins his second HOH and is definitely set on targeting the Shermans, where there was a lot of drama in the week. Brennan ends up winning HOH and is set on targeting Reagan since he was not allowed to put up Brittany and settles for Matt after Reagan sells himself. But the diamond power of veto ruins his HOH, but we all remember the huge fight with Reagan and Rachel that happened in this week as she was the Pandora's box. Twist. Brittany wins power and she tries and fails to target Brandon, so she's pretty much forced to send home Matt, and this week was boring as hell. By this point, there was nothing going on in the game, and most of the cast were other bores, but there were some iconic moments carried by a few cast members that bumps this portion of the season up here.
The season is pretty similar to everything I said about Big Brother 16, with the men completely dominating and controlling the endgame. The endgame starts off with a double eviction, and Brennan going home after the target Reagan saves himself on Hayden's HOH. Lane shockingly wins in HOH, and Reagan is the obvious outsider, where he spends most of the week whining about a guy's alliance, and this week was just beyond a chore to watch. Hayden wins HOH, and Brittany is the only other person not in the brigade in the house. So she was obviously going to be out. But the revelation to Brittany was kind of fun and sad at the same time, though I did find delight in Brittany's pick-me-ish ways getting her karma, I guess. And then the final three was a complete mush, since it was obvious Hayden was going to win no matter what, despite Lane getting 3 votes. There was no energy in the season left, so here it is on the list. At 16th is Big Brother 14th. Right after rewatching this, I had a feeling it was going to be roughly in the mid tier, but this ended up dropping a few spots. And just from looking at the categories, I feel like the season is arguably the most inconsistent. It has some very low scores in the jury portion, the endgame, and the drama, while having very high scores in the gameplay, twists, and the pre jury, with the only middle tier ranking is the cast. So I guess it makes sense why it is ranked here.
If I remember correctly, the season was a bit lower on my initial cast rankings from a few years ago, but it did get bumped up a bit due to my recent rewatch marathon. This was the first season that not only primarily casted younger house guests compared to the prior 2 seasons, but it was also the first season that the cast was primarily done for a casting twist, and you can tell that they didn't have that format down with this cast. Scott was too unstable for the show, hence him being expelled. Amanda was a dud that didn't contribute anything to the season, and Michelle was also a dud, who is proof that casting people younger than 20 is not the way to go. I do think that David had a lot of personality, especially compared to the other men on this cast, so it is a shame that he didn't last longer. But you really won't remember him much after he is gone. Dana is definitely one of the bigger personalities on the show, who offers a lot of mess and personality, and it's not shocking why she got the huge edit that she did. I think Nathan is someone who's fun to laugh at, and definitely had his moments as a gamer and a dramatic personality, but he isn't one of the most notable male casting choices. I found Justin to be pretty boring, though he was in the center of a lot of things throughout his time on the season, but he is inoffensive. And I think it's maybe the way that he talks where he has very little charisma, rather than him being boring himself, if that makes sense. Jack had his humorous moments, and he was definitely given a better edit compared to the others, but he himself didn't really contribute much to the show or the cast. I like G's representation and how he always conducted himself well in awful situations, but I don't think he himself was an interesting person on the season. Erica herself was pretty boring as well, but had moments where she was horrendous, and then was painted in a more likable lens because she was not as out there as some of the others, though she did have some good moments as well. Robert was insufferable from the beginning, but they gave him interesting content regarding his alcoholism, daughter, and being a playboy. Allison is very dynamic, but is also very unlikable, but she made the season somewhat interesting. June is pretty much the same as Allison in this regard, but was a lot funnier and more tame in her unlikability. In general, I think there were a few people that were too alike, and they were clearly cast for their exes and wanted to be cast on other seasons on their own. And their personalities were not as dynamic, especially in the era the season is in, where people in this era came off like multi-dimensional humans and not just clear, tired casting tropes. Honestly, I'm kinda shocked that the season is this high when it comes to the gameplay, especially since it is such an older season and the normal functions of Big Brother has not been fully established yet. There was of course the 8 alliance of Big Brother that was formed, and This was a very unstable alliance, and the Three Stooges that were in the beginning of the season were there as well. And Nathan won HOH to take out Amanda while kind of trying to play both sides while being loyal to his alliance. And Scott gets himself DQ'd. G wins HOH after being on the block, and instead of making a direct hit at the other alliance, he targets Erica with Michelle as the pawn, but he got played by the majority alliance. Dana wins HOH, and she's clearly at the bottom of her alliance, as they tried to get her backdoored the prior week. So she decides to flip with the Three Stooges, or flip to the Three Stooges with June, nominating Jack and Allison. Nathan ruins her plans by saving Allison, so she takes out Dave instead, and her time is very limited. Allison gets her lick back on Dana and decides to be a floater, which June starts doing the next week, when Justin targets Nathan, and there's a lot of back and forth in this week that didn't really make it onto the episodes. June and Allison agree to work together in the next week, with Erica taking out Justin, and the next several weeks is just the Students and Erica and Jack ping-ponging and taking out one another, with Justin going here, then Jack going next week. G targeted Erica and again and failed again. June taking out G herself due to him being a threat and its messiness over the last week. Erica being taken out, and then Robert finally goes. June easily went against Allison, and this season really was many people trying to float in their own ways, with everyone going out of their way to play the game. Definitely evolved the game in a large way overall. Hence,
I'm actually pretty shocked that this season is so low on this list. When you look at the season, it isn't a steamroll at all, but there are many other steamroll seasons that had a lot more going for it in the drama department. There actually was not a whole lot of arguing and fighting due to the Ex's twist, or not nearly as much as the producers thought or probably anticipated. There was the uncomfortable fight with Amanda and Scott right in the beginning, and there was the childishness with David and Michelle. There was some bickering between Robert and Erica, as the issue seemed the most complex out of the exes. Of course, you had the Justin and Allison drama that mainly had to do with Dana and the latter's HOH, who ends up targeting Allison, and the two of the women end up going at it, while Allison even calling her ex-boyfriend Justin her boyfriend, and this led to Nathan and Dana going at it in the ceremony due to saving after this. After this, the only stuff I really remembered is Nathan and Allison arguing about stupid crap for a week and a half, and Jen's game being exposed, which involved Nathan, Allison, and Justin, before turning it around, and all of that was in the first half of the season, with none of it being notable and nothing happening in the second half. So this season was really the start of the casting twists, as they decided to cast exes together in the house, where we had 5 pairs of ex-boyfriend and girlfriends in the house, and it caused for a few interesting dynamics to happen, though they weren't as explosive as production probably thought that it was going to be. I am docking points because there are 3 house guests that didn't have an ex whatsoever, and they were kind of just singles, which took away from a lot of the fun, and it put them in a position of comfortability that they didn't have to deal with that element. Though it would have been nice to have seen them get rattled due to having an ex, just like all the others. But overall, I did like the X Factor twist, and I wish they did it more. There was this thing where they did the veto competition before the nominations, and I believe they did it in the final 6 and the final 5 rounds. I have no idea why they did this, but it was a really stupid twist, and it really took a lot of the momentum and interest out of those 2 weeks, and they were endgame weeks, especially, so it just made it even worse, and I'm glad that they never did this again. There was the Diamond Power of Veto, which was essentially the final 4 veto, which I guess this was a twist in this season because there was no veto in the final 4 of Big Brother 3. So the fact that they have it here, though they're calling it the Diamond Power veto, that was just the normal veto that they do in the final 4, and they changed the Diamond Power veto to mean something else, as we've seen in Big Brother 12, but that's all beside the point. This twist in the final 4 was definitely a good one as well. And the final twist that we have on this season that is very huge and has taken over every season since this season is the sequestered jury, where it caused the jurors to obviously talk about the game amongst themselves and for them to formulate how they want to reward their winner, but they didn't have the influence of the general public, the edit of the show, and the public perception and seeing the diary rooms of how the people still in the game really felt about them. So that perception really wasn't influencing them. And I really liked that they did the sequestered jury, and it's a staple in the show. And there really would be no Big Brother without it. So I do appreciate this twist, and the twist in Big Brother for the most part, is really, really good, and I can see why they became staples. I think people are shocked that the pre-jury of this season is this high, and I don't hear many people talking about the pre-jury in general. One of the reasons why it is so high on this list is that the pre-jury is actually the shortest in Big Brother history, and this is the first one, though it is clear that it was done because of Scott's expulsion threw things off. Mason wins power, and the house is split up by the Eight and the Stooges, as the other women exes weren't really a part of an alliance, and Amanda was an easy person to get rid of, though seeing some of the dynamics with the exes is pretty interesting to watch, and Scott's downfall and drama gave us something to talk about. She goes from being on the block to being HOH, and he wants to get rid of Erica, making an awful speech to her, and she throws a racist slur about him, which was shady. Anyways, the Eight decides to pull off a blindside and were even ready to get Dana out of there, but when G refused, they blindsided Michelle out of the house, and her reaction is one of the best blindside reactions ever. And then the wildcard Dana won HOH and gave us the best week of the season, where she rightfully flipped on her alliance and pulled June in with her to align with the Stooges, so it's essentially 5-5. She nominates Allison and Jack for eviction, and she engages in some drama with Allison due to their history with Justin. Allison showmans Nathan wins the veto and pisses off everyone, his allies and enemies, by taking Allison off the block. Some words were exchanged with Dana, and David was the sacrificial lamb. The pre-jury was short, but gave us enough material to be very satisfied.
I mentioned in the last video that the pre-jury is one of the best, and the jury portion, or the non-endgame jury portion, is one of the worst, hence its placement here, despite it only being 3 weeks. Allison wins the next HOH and is intent on targeting Dana, and everyone knows that she is a dead woman walking, though a lot of people, especially Nathan, is salty that Allison is protecting Justin, whom a lot of people want out. Not a lot happens in this week, and Justin wins HOH, making it clear that Nathan is a gunner. We did see a few fights, mainly with Nathan and Allison, and there was a lot of interesting gameplay stuff happening during the week, but it was not edited properly whatsoever, so you don't get it from the episodes, despite it being a good week in actuality. And the final week of this portion was just an utter bore, as Erica went to HOH and Justin is easily booted, as he refuses to campaign for himself, and it was something that was avoided for several weeks at this point. The season was running on fumes, since they used most of it early on in the season, hence it ranking here on the list.
At 23rd is Big Brother 4. The endgame of Big Brother 4 is one of the biggest drags in Big Brother history, and this is because it's one of the seasons where each endgame round took place in a full week, meaning that it was 5 weeks specifically for this season. Some casts are strong enough to deal with this and to provide in a long endgame, but this cast just simply isn't one of them. The final 6 round is the only one that is somewhat entertaining, since G showed his ass with being in power and pissing off the house, but it didn't lead to any drama. Seeing Erica stay on another HOH of his and Jack being blindsided was fun enough. I also forgot to mention that the twists with the veto competition in the final 6 and 5 was horrendous, and Jin being gone for a few days on her HOH sucked, and G going was also very foretold, and nothing interesting happened in this period. Robert pulled a clutch HOH win, and the women had to turn on one another, but even this was boring, as it was just leading or led up to a bunch of Erica bashing before she went. The final 3 was a full week, and they had to put a bunch of filler in, especially since they had to cover their xenophobia and because absolutely nothing was going on, though I was more than glad to see Robert go. June ended up winning against Allison, and the most British jury was shown here. In general, this period was complete molasses, which has the cast and the pacing to blame. At 15th is Big Brother 9. It is so crazy that I have this as a mid-tier season where I never thought that this would ever happen. Obviously, I wasn't as negative on it as many of the others, but the fact that it beat several other seasons and several more popular seasons is really interesting to me. Looking at the categories, its highest score is at 8th, which is the drama, and pretty much all the other scores are in the mid tier, whether it's the lower mid tier or the higher mid tier, and it has a first impressions of 16th. So here it is.
I am honestly very shocked that this cast made it this high on the list, since it has been known as being the worst cast for about 15 years, and many people still think that. But I do think that they created a unique dynamic that has never really been replicated. Jacob was cringe during the little that he was there, and Neil was an outright dud, though his edit really didn't help with that. Jen was very unlikable, but was good for drama, and Parker was one of the few likable people on the season, but he could have been more grating had he lasted longer. Alex and Amanda had their likable and unlikable moments throughout the season, but they made the early game a lot more messy with their antics. Allison was another one who was unlikable, but you really felt bad for her at times, and she definitely added some mess on a gameplay and drama point of view. Matt was not a good person at all, but he did contribute a lot during his time on the show, and was a big presence, and had some, emphasis on some, charisma on the show. Chelsea is another one who is unlikable and is kind of under the radar, despite her spurs of drama and entertainment here and there. Joshua is one of the worst people on Big Brother USA history, as he was trying to be like Evil Dick, but I don't think I would call him a dud. James had one of the biggest underdog runs in Big Brother history, though he himself was not likable at all, but he did contribute heavily to the season, and I guess compared to the majority alliance, I could see why people liked him more. Natalie is one of the most unintentionally comedic and hilarious people in Big Brother USA history, but she did contribute a lot to the strategy and drama of the season as well. Sharon is one of the more likable people on the season, in the fact that she was kind of boring, but she was always just there to me, but she could have been worse. Sheila was a very unique, she is a unique Big Brother house guest and added some much needed likability and sanity to the season, despite her being a huge drama queen. So honestly, that's kind of an oxymoron. Ryan was involved in one of the twists of the season, but he himself was an extreme bore on the season. Adam could be funny at times, but he was also very unlikable at times with his awful commentary and his spurts of anger, so in general he was just all over the place. Honestly, most of this cast are not duds, hence them not being very low on the list relatively, but them being very unlikable does bump them down. There really is not a lot to discuss about the season when it comes to the gameplay, though one of the reasons why I have it relatively low is due to the stagnation and the contrivance of it, due to the twists that were put into the season. The purse was left there to be very limited options for people to nominate and limited options for the game mechanics, which lasted for the first few weeks of the season. Jen and Parker win the power couple where they choose to boot Sharon and Jacob due to the latter's actions. Jen completely blows her advantage regarding her relationship with Ryan and being in two different partnerships. And they get nominated together, and her own alliance turns on her and Parker, causing them to go home. Alex and Amanda and Matt and Natalie are nominated beside one another due to their poor play in the prior week, and while there was some back and forth about who to keep, the former are easily booted. Allison really had no chance in her final week with the way Joshua went at her, and they decided to break the pairs right before her eviction. The next week is one of the few interesting weeks in the gameplay point of view, where it seemed like Ryan was going to be tricked into backdooring Matt, but Sheila ends up forming the Team Christ Alliance, blindsiding half of the house, where James goes home. Because of the twist, he ends up coming back and gets his lick back on Matt. Team Christ wins the next several HHs for the next several weeks, and they boot Chelsea, Joshua, and James with little to no resistance. Seeing everyone turn on Natalie in the next week was very interesting, and Adam outplayed Ryan in the endgame, where they steamrolled the other women. Overall, not a whole lot to talk about when it comes to the game, hence its placement here.
It was not a surprise that the season was going to rank highly on this list, since one of the few things that the season is known for is the drama. Right from day one, you have Jacob and Shannon arguing, as well as Sheila and Adam arguing in front of everyone, several times during the first day. Then there was Parker in the house laying into Jacob for his lie, Jen blowing up her game with Allison, then accusing her boyfriend of being racist. Alex and Amanda argued several times, then the disgusting fight with Amanda, Joshua, and Chelsea. James and Parker also argued, and I'm sure I'm missing more, and this is all in the first round of the season. Sheila and Allison had a funny argument that the show edited down. Joshua argued with Allison a lot during her last week, though he used a lot of misogyny. Natalie and Matt had several arguments and spats during this time. James found himself on the outs with a lot of the guys, especially Matt, so they had conflict there. Then there was that house fight after James was backdoored, and the sides were formed, though they didn't show Joshua and James throwing their drinks on Natalie. I remember Natalie and Sheila had a very funny fight during the mid season. Chelsea also had a fun downfall with her meltdown and eviction rant. James started arguing with a bunch of people around this time when he was the underdog, especially Sheila and Natalie. And then there was a drama that continued in the endgame, where Natalie was tag teamed by the entire house a few times, and Ryan and Adam argued a few times over the former snaking the ladder. If things were a bit less vile, I would have moved it up. So the main twist of the season is the soulmate twist, where all of the house guests are paired together based on their quote unquote compatibility forms that they gave and did during the audition process. And honestly, I feel like this was done to maximize drama, which was fine enough, and a lot of the pairs were pretty interesting enough. And there are definitely some elements to this. There was also the X Factor, where they paired exes together, i.e., Sharon and Jacob, but since they only lasted 4 days in the house, you didn't really get much payoff. And then there was the power couple competition, where in the first day, or one of the first few days, one of them won power and they had the sole vote to evict. And I didn't really care much for this. I just felt like it was a convoluted way to start off the season. And it wasn't even like they were given the traditional HOH treatment. Then there's the previously evicted housegate stuff, and the way they did it was just so sloppy. Of course, Joshua had to choose between either Jacob or Sharon to come back, and he chose Sharon. That was fine. But then there was the incident in the fourth week where the audience had to vote for one of the evicted house guests to come back, and they voted Alex. And he had to compete on a vote, not even by a competition, but by a vote by the house guests. And the person that Alex had to compete against was the recently evicted house guest, James, who was just evicted like 10 minutes ago. The house guests did not know who was the returning choice that the audience chose, as they were told that it was a mystery house guest. So it caused them to vote James, and all this was just way too convoluted. And it was clear that they booted way too many people early on in the season, so they needed to drag something out, and this is how they decided to do it. And James's underdog run honestly didn't really interest me a whole lot. There's also the secret relationship where two people who are in a relationship, i.e., Ryan and Jen, were in a house and they were paired off with other people, but because Jen was such a bad player, their inherent advantage was blown up. So I feel like the twists in this season were just so all over the place, and while they weren't too bad, they weren't really great, and all of them were pretty much done in the beginning of the season, making it very cluttered and hard to get into overall. The main issue that I have with this season is that overall, the pre-jury is just way too convoluted, as there is a bunch of twists in this portion of the season, and it more often deterred instead of added to the show. The first week had the power couple, since everyone is in pairs, and then the normal HOH, where Jen and Parker ruin their power, despite booting Jacob and Sharon. Then their allies, Alex and Amanda, win HOH, but they blow it up because Jen decided to tell the entire house that she and Ryan knew one another, so they were nominated with their partners. This week felt like an entire month, and so much has happened where it's exhausting, and I can't even get into it here. Anyways, James and Chelsea wins HOH and targets Amanda and Alex, where there was an almost flip to boot Matt and Ellie, but there wasn't much happening in this week. Joshua and Sharon win HOH and target Allison and Ryan because she screwed them over with the last vote, and there were a lot of fights with Joshua and Allison. They finally decided to end the pairs twist, and seeing the gameplay and dynamics change with all of them being single was great, with the sides officiating and Matt almost getting backdoored before Sheila flipped the game to get James out, which caused a bunch of drama. I think the pre-jury ended pretty well, but the first few weeks was a bit too much.
I'm honestly shocked that the season made it this high on this specific list, since there really isn't a whole lot going on during this period in the season. We have to talk about James returning to the house right after being evicted and being determined to target the three people who voted him out, which led to him sitting Matt home after the latter lied to him, and we did have a very close vote. Things do get predictable from here on out as Adam wins HOH and nominates the showman of Chelsea and James. And of course, James saves himself, but Chelsea brought some drama on her way out of the house, which is most definitely appreciated. Natalie wins her HOH and tries and fails to target James, who's on his victim streak, with everyone in the house and is on a competition spree, but Joshua ends up going home, which is a great consolation prize as well. The game was pretty boring after the first round, but there were peaks of drama that made things kind of interesting to watch, and there weren't any contrived twists that deterred the early jury portion of the season, like it did in the pre-jury. So yeah, here it is.
This position in the endgame was actually very shocking to me, but there's so many intricacies that make it stand out when you really look at it. The final six round had Adam not nominating James because he felt bad for him, causing for everyone at Team Christ to snap at him. And then there was the meltdown of James, who was getting tired of it being everyone against him. After he is finally taken out, we had a very interesting final five round where the entire house is against Natalie, who is not knowledgeable about it, though she gets into a few fights during the week after her gameplay is caught. And then we see Adam starting to undercut Ryan several times, where it built some tension between them entering the final four round. Despite that, Sharon and Sheila were easily picked off after this, but the first three rounds of the endgame was very strong, making up for the predictable and telegraphed Adam win, in my opinion. At 14th is Big Brother 8 with a 12.86 median. And my first impressions of this was having it at 12th after the rewatch. And this is a season that I've always kind of been mixed on. It's never too low or too high on any of the lists that I've surmised over the years. And looking at the categories, it only got a high placement in the drama. Everything else was pretty middling, except the gameplay, which was in the lower mid tier. So its placing here makes sense overall.
So we're reaching roughly around the halfway point of the BB cast list, and I do think it's fitting that it is around here. The cast is one that has a decent amount of unique choices, some good casting choices, but it also has some of the biggest duds ever. Carol was a dud, and it's clear that she would not have been cast without the twist of the season. Joe was cringe, but he did stir things up a bit during his short time on the show, though it really wasn't that effective or interesting. Mike is another example of someone coming off as charismatic during interviews and seemed okay of casting choice on paper, but was a huge dud on the show and had absolutely no energy and barely interacted with anyone. Nick is an okay choice, though he offered nothing gameplay wise, and he still mainly contributed to the season due to being showman's bait. Kale was someone who was unique on paper and had a lot of spark initially, but she shut down as the weeks got on, and even the producers complained to her about her being so boring after a while. Dustin was an interesting choice, and I appreciated his run on the show. And Jen is one of the best casting choices ever, which I don't even need to explain, and there's no one like her in general. Amber had her moments on the season on both ends regarding likability and entertainment and unlikability and cringe genus. Jessica became more likable as the season went on, though she herself isn't the most interesting person, but she filled that likable role well. Eric was a very good America's player and was a strong character, though he did piss me off a lot throughout the season with his arrogance at times. Jamaica had her moments on the season as well, though her overtly religious edit really annoyed me. Zach was a huge dud and is one of the most cringe people I have ever seen on reality TV in general. The Donatos, whether you like them or hate them, they were the show and had one of the most compelling stories ever, and they're both strong casting choices on their own and together, though it's clear that Danielle wouldn't have been cast on this season without her father since she was underage at the time. It would have been interesting to see what this cast would have been like without the America's Players twist, and I do think that kind of sullies the cast dynamic a bit. This season was a very hard one to rank regarding its gameplay. There are some interesting moments when it comes to the gameplay, but the fact of the matter is, the cast didn't have much agency at all over the game, which sucks, and they didn't even realize it, and they couldn't have realized it due to how production set things up. Kale wins the first HOH and forms her Mr. and Mrs. Smith alliance, which falls apart immediately and she sends Carol home. The alliance gets outed by the next week, and Jen has a mixed bag every HOH, where Joe is gone, but everyone still hates her. The Late Night Jamboree alliance really takes over with Dick and Dustin winning the next two HOHs and booting Mike and Nick. There are the hinky votes set up by America, which completely derails the game, and it leads to Danielle turning on her alliance by attempting to backdoor Eric, but it ends up failing with Kale going home. The next week is everyone versus the Donados, but then America essentially forced Eric to work with and to save the Donados, when it really made no sense, so he and Jessica end up booting Dustin. The new Alliance of Four dominates for the next few weeks, though Jessica and Eric were not allowed to backdoor Danielle due to the veto miss that Eric won. And, of course, Eric and Jessica are backstabbed right afterwards. Evil Dick and Danielle dominate the season from that point onwards, take each other to the final two, and it leads to Evil Dick winning. The season could have been a lot higher in this regard, but it felt way too artificial, and a lack of agency amongst the cast without their knowledge really does bring it down.
I actually had this season at number 1 at some point, and by the time I started recording this, I changed my mind. There's a lot of good drama in this season, but a lot of it does go on to bullying, and some of it is a bit too toxic for me to feel very comfortable in putting it at number 1, so I moved it down. Evil Dick and Jen started going at it for the first time during the first veto competition, and then there was Nick denying his attraction to Jen, which was puppeted by Joe. Joe then stirs the pot for another fight, where damn near the entire house is going after Jen before the second veto competition, with a random Zack and Jericho argument happening at the same time. Kale and Dick end up fighting as she tried to get him voted out, and we have some more Gen fights. Mike catches some strays from Evil Dick, and the Donados end up fighting with one another over Nick as well. We have a lot more of Danielle, Dick, and even Nick fighting with Jen during the next week, where Evil Dick ends up tossing a drink on Jen. Dick and Eric end up falling out due to the MVP twist, and then trying to get Eric out, which leads to Amber snapping at Eric. We then have the late night jamboree alliance blowing up, with Eva Dick going after Dustin with using homophobia, and he argues with Amber and Jamaica, where the latter two end up really giving it back to him, and then Jamaica and Danielle end up fighting as well. We finally have Jen and the Donados ending during the next week, with Dick trying to burn her with cigarettes. There really wasn't much drama happening after this week, and the only things I really remember happening was the Donados going after Zack a few times, which went all the way to the final four, where it was kind of disturbing to watch. While it was great that the drama went from beginning to end, Dick's kind of drama was very uncomfortable to watch, and a lot of the drama being centered around him also affected my. So this is around the start of the end of the casting twists, and as you all know, I really like casting twists, and it's why this season ended up making it in the second half. The Rivals twist is definitely a mixed bag, since while we had Dick and Danielle, estranged parent and child, the relationship definitely was toxic, but it was good television, and we saw them reconcile on the show, though it clearly didn't last afterwards. And it's kind of like one of those perfect bow ending tie situations. But the other two rivals didn't compare as much, especially Carol and Jessica, which was just a stupid middle school, high school pettiness, and neither one of them could even really define what happened. And while Dustin and Joe were exes, and it definitely caused for some drama in the beginning, it blew bright and burnt out very quickly. And it was even worse because two of the other pairs, or the other two pairs, were split up by week 3, where two of them ended up going home. And then the final twist of the season, and this one was a huge one, is America's Player, where one person was cast pretty much to do whatever America told them to do, and America was given options to vote for every single week pertaining the nominations, the evictions, who to campaign to go, and other tasks like that. And while it was fun at first, Eric really wasn't given the chance to play his own game. And it's even worse because the production crew told him that if he didn't choose to accept being America's player, and this is before the season started, he would not have made it on the cast. And after a while, it almost came off like a producer manipulation, with them editing the Donados a certain way, knowing that the cast would respond well to it, causing them to want to vote Eric to protect them. And this continued up to America's Winner, where Eric didn't even have his own jury vote, and he had to vote for Evil Dick. Overall, the season is a huge mixed bag when it came to the twists, which explains why it's right in the middle. I don't have a whole lot to say that's in the positive or negatives regarding the pre-jury of the season, which is why it's roughly around the middle. The first week really wasn't that notable, with Kale winning HOH and her Four Horsemen Alliance deciding to nominate Carol and Amber, and the House sent the former home due to being an outsider and her wanting to leave. Jen wins a shocking HOH and decides to target the two people she did not like, which are the Donatos, but the entire house turned against her, but she was able to send home Joe, and the Mr. and Mrs. Robinson's alliance was exposed. Kale and Jen were nominated for the remaining 3 weeks of the pre-jury HOHs by both Donatos and Dustin, and despite them being outsiders, there was always another opportunity presented to them regarding making it through another week. Mike pissed off Dick during the veto competition, causing Kim to be sent home. Nick was always the backdoor target in the next week, and Eric was the backdoor target in the final week. But that one failed, causing Kale to finally go home. The America's Player twist caused a lot of the drama since it forced Eric to give 2 rogue votes, which he wouldn't have done had he had his own agency, which played a big part in the strategy. There was a lot of drama, but a lot of it was predictable, overall causing displacement for.
This season is one that I'm very mixed on regarding the early jury portion of the season, though I'm definitely leaning a bit more negatively in my opinion. We start this portion of the season with that huge fight that happened between Jake and the Jamboree Alliance after the HOH, since he is pissed off that Eric is still in the house, and then he fought with Amber and Jamaica. These are some very good fights, despite all the low blows that took place. Jessica nominates the father and daughter with the intention of sending Danielle home, but Dick saves his daughter and Dustin asks to be nominated as a pawn. Eric and Jessica are essentially forced to work with the Donatos due to the America's Player twist, which is why Dustin goes home. Danielle wins HOH and immediately decides that she needs to backdoor Jen, which no one cares about, but it does cause a lot of drama with Jen and Dick, especially as she breaks the half-nut rules and he almost burns her with his cigarette. The final week outright sucks. Jessica wins HOH again and wants to backdoor Danielle, so she nominates Zach and Amber as pawns. Eric wins the veto and wants to use it, but production does not allow him due to America not having a chance to vote on it. And the fact that they didn't even think of a solution for a situation like this is ridiculous. So many wonkiness and weird production choices really ruins the potential of the season, especially at this point of the season.
The endgame of the season is already modeled before it started, due to the mess America's Player had on the season, especially in the round before the endgame. It is the final 6, and Zach pulls out an HOH where Jessica and Jamaica are nominated. While the pair are hoping to be spared over Jamaica, they are not shocked when the Donatos boot Jessica, and Eric didn't even really have a chance to react before he was sent in the double as well. We do see a lot of bickering between Zack and the Donatos, which could be seen as entertaining and liven things up, despite him missing his shot at them in the double less than 24 hours beforehand. Jamaica and Zack are easily picked off by the Donatos winning the competitions, and they have the picture perfect final 2 story, which of course didn't last in real life. It's kind of convoluted, but if you care for the picture perfect ending, it is for you, I guess. Ending the first half of the list and barely missing out on the top half at 13th is Big Brother 24. I was honestly expecting the season to be higher, clearly because I put it at 10th on my first impressions, and I always had relatively positive thoughts on the season. But looking at the categories, it definitely got a lot of middle tier rankings, like the jury being at 13th, thing with the gameplay. The drama was at 17th, the twist was at 19th, and the cast was at 11th. And the highest score that it had was the pre-jury at 6th, and even the end game was kind of just middling. I think it's just because I'm not the biggest fan of this new era seasons, as you can clearly tell by where I ranked BB23 and BB25, and while BB24 was a lot more unpredictable and had higher highs, in general it's just not as high as the highs of any of the top seasons of the prior 3 eras, hence it being here.
My opinion on this cast is very inconsistent since the season was live, as there are many others that I just don't think brought much to the TV, and there are others that are pretty solid as well, and the dynamic/chemistry of the season was not very strong amongst the cast. Paloma was clearly not meant for the game, and I didn't find her antics entertaining at all. Pooch was also inherently unlikable, but a more boring version of his archetype. Emir is someone that I found to be very interesting and could have been a lot messier and interesting had she lasted longer. Nicole had her likable moments, but also her cringe, unlikable moments. Daniel thought he was going to be a huge presence, and he's really just unlikable and desperate. Indy is a dad who did nothing during the season on any element. Jasmine is pretty funny and delusional, though she was unlikable a lot of the season as well. Joseph was one of the more likable people on the season, but he was not telegenic whatsoever. Ed Cow was way too contrived, but he caused a lot of the gameplay that happened in the season, and he got a lot of TV time, so I can't really say that he is a dud, despite my thoughts on him. Terrence thought that he was a lot funnier than he was, but he really did nothing, and Michael is one of the more notable people on the season, but it's weird that I don't think he's that likable or telegenic either, but he stands out amongst this cast, which wouldn't happen if he was on other casts. Alyssa really did nothing of note in the season and was kind of furniture. Brittany was someone who got more interesting as the season went on, with a paranoia and chaotic presence. Turner is okay, I don't really feel either way about him, and it's the same thing with Monty in general. Taylor, I guess, is one of the standout personalities on the show, but I feel like a lot of that is due to circumstance, since I did find her to be very contrived. And I don't think she's the most telegenic either. While I don't find a lot of the cast to be likable or really the most interesting, I don't really think many people on this cast are outright duds who did absolutely nothing on the season, hence them being roughly in the middle of this ranking. This season is one that is very all over the place in my opinion when it comes to the game, so it makes sense why it's in the middle of the ranking. Paloma and her crew are essentially running the house, despite Daniel winning HOH, and Taylor's eviction was stopped by Paloma's quit. Jasmine wins HOH and is talked into targeting Pooch by Amira and the other woman, where he was blindsided out of the house. Turner wins HOH, and there was the partners twist that forced everyone to be together, causing less options to be put on the table. So to see the leftovers form together was really cool, and to take the power away by booting Amira. The leftovers continue their run, with booting Nicole. She and Danielle decided to use the veto to nominate her, thinking that she is safe. Danielle and Indy end up going over the next few weeks, though this is when Cal started with his race bullcrap. Direfest absolutely sucked, since it formed 3 final 5 rounds essentially, and took away from 2 relatively interesting rounds normally, but Jasmine and Joseph end up going, which was pretty predictable in my opinion. What was seeming like was going to be an interesting final 8 round ended up with Cal going due to his racism bullcrap. The final 7 round was very boring, and Michael booting Terrence was as well, though this is the case with all of his HOHs being boring. But the double where Monty and Turner sent him home was fun. The final 5 was something, with the random Shamens and Alyssa actually putting a fight to stay in the house. The final 4 really dragged on way too long, and we have the shocker of Monte booting Turner and Taylor winning over Monty. I do think this cast overall is pretty weak, but they had their fair share of interesting, boring, and inconsistent moments when it comes to the game.
There is something about these modern seasons and the new era seasons, especially, where the drama just doesn't deliver at all. I can't say that there's no drama, but there wasn't a whole lot of it, and most of it really isn't notable. A bunch of people were trashing Taylor, but it really didn't lead to anything until Danielle started to attack her, which was just lame and uncomfortable, and Nicole did not make things better or more interesting at all. I don't really remember much of anything happening on the drama level for the next week after that, though I do remember Danielle and Monty arguing after Nicole went home, and it really was Danielle's fault. That happened, and then there's the downfall of the leftovers in the next week, but nothing really interesting with those conversations. And then Dire Fest, where everyone ganged up on Joseph, who couldn't defend himself at all, so I wasn't even interested in that. Of course, there was the hashtag Cal Expose thing, which of course had a lot of drama, though a lot of it was edited out apparently and was blocked from the feeds. And then there's the double eviction mess with Michael, but even that kind of just fell flat. There was the weirdness with Monty arguing with Brittany and his cringe comments with Taylor crumbling at the end. At the end of the day, while there was stuff happening, almost none of it left an impression or was interesting. So looking at the list, there's really only 3 twists in the season, but they're all pretty crappy, hence it being here. So the backstage boss pass was only a twist for the first week, where on night 1, the person who wasn't competing in the H8 competition was able to choose 3 people to take part in the backstage boss twist for or at the end of the first week, but they wouldn't partake in competitions, they wouldn't be nominated, or etc. They would compete. One of them would compete against the evicted house guest to stay in the house. So someone in the backstage box could be the first person evicted without being nominated for eviction or voted out. So that twist just sucked just from the description of it. But due to Paloma walking out of the game and being nominated, via the twist. This twist was cancelled, and thank goodness that it didn't really affect things. Though it did change Taylor potentially being evicted in the first week. But if it was Paloma who was nominated against her, it might not have changed anything. Either way, this was just a convoluted way to make the first week more convoluted and contrived. So the next twist of the season is the Festy Besties, where during week 3, the house guests were grouped together in pairs based off of who performed where in the HOH competition and who choose the person that they want to be their partner. So, due to the post pack still being in power at the time, they chose everyone who was not in their alliance. But due to the drama that happened in that week, a new alliance called the Leftovers was formed and were able to work around the twist. So, this was very similar to the Dynamic Duos twist in BB13, where each pair were nominated beside one another, though only one of them would be evicted. And if one person in the pair was HOH, the other person in the pair was immune for that week. So this twist continued for 3 weeks, and it really did make the gameplay a bit more static pertaining to options for who to be nominated, and it really just wasn't enjoyable. Oh, I also forgot to mention that with a pair who's facing eviction and the remaining pair or the remaining person in that pair that wasn't evicted, they get to choose which other partner to be with instead of giving immunity like BB13. So some duos turned into trios, and that just kind of made things more muddy there. But thankfully, it only lasted 3 weeks. And then the final twist of the season is the split house double eviction that took place in week 7, where the top 2 people in the HOH competition were the 2 HOHs, and they chose 4 other people to be with them. One of them were in the house, stuck there all week, and the other were stuck in the backyard all week. What I did not like about this twist is that it encouraged 3 Final 5 rounds to happen in a Big Brother season, and the Final 5 rounds in general are just not interesting due to there being very limited options. So the few twists that were in the season sucked, though I give them props for not having many twists at all. At 6 is Big Brother 24. I don't know about putting this season this high pretending it's pre-jury, so I might end up changing its placement when it's all said and done. Anyways, the pre-jury of the season actually started out very poorly, as there was just everyone trash talking Taylor behind her back, and then there was that stupid twist in the first week of the season. Danielle was HOH and wasn't even in power, though he thought he was so liked in the house, and a twist as well as Paloma's quit prevented our winner from being the first boot. Jasmine wins power and is convinced by Amir to send home Pooch, who nominated himself as a pawn, and he ended up going home. The next week is easily one of the more exciting weeks on a strategic level, especially with the twists encouraging the more predictable gameplay on a strategic level. Especially with the twists encouraging more predictable gameplay that happened. Or in general, that twist like this usually encourages more predictable gameplay. So the drama with Danielle, Nicole, and Taylor sucked, but Kyle and Monty flipping on their own alliance and literally getting everyone not in the alliance with Joseph's help, and Amira as well as her allies getting blindsided was brilliant. The following week had Monty in power, and he set on targeting Nicole, but after Cal throwing Alyssa under the bus, that changed only for Cal to get cold feet when his alliance wanted to send Alyssa home, at the behest of him. Daniel wins veto and is literally told that his best ally and friend Nicole will go home if he uses it, but he does it anyways and is shocked that Nicole ends up getting evicted. The final week at the pre-jury was okay enough. Daniel and Monty got into that fight, and we did see the house plot about Monty, but it didn't lead to much. A poor start, but I think it held up decently enough by the end.
Ending the bottom half at 13th is Big Brother 24. I'm kinda just mad at this portion of the season. We started off with Taylor's HOH and she did not know what the hell she was doing as she threw a bunch of targets out there and then wanted to make moves for television. And then Joseph wanted to nominate himself and Cal felt pressured, which all led to a boring indie boot. The split house twist outright sucked, since not only did it cost for feats to suck, but it cost 3 Final 5s to take place in a season. I didn't care much for the Diefest stuff, since Joseph is a poor player whose downfall wasn't even fun, and Jasmine's eviction was the most predictable and foretold thing ever. The next week involved the race stuff, and on most instances, I would have enjoyed Kyle or someone like Kyle being exposed. But the fact that it was from Michael, who co-signed it until it was convenient, just took out the delight that you could get, or I could get from it. And then the final week is another boring Michael HOH, and Terrence thankfully F's off. But it's just like, who cares at this point? There are some moments in this portion of the season, but it wasn't great at all.
We start off the endgame with the double eviction, and we did see Michael get out here, where I think most people were not expecting him to ever be evicted at this point, and he did cause quite a stir before leaving. Monty wins the final five veto, and for an easy Alyssa week, things became a lot more interesting than what was expected, with Brittany randomly flipping on Taylor, and the charmant of Monty and Taylor coming out of nowhere, with Alyssa actually campaigning for her life. I don't remember a whole lot about the Final Four, other than the fact that it was a bit too long, and they started dragging the endgame rounds to a week around this point in time. But Brittany predictably goes. The final three was somewhat unpredictable, though it seemed like it was leaning towards a Monty win, but he evicted Turner over Taylor, stupidly, and he ended up losing, which was kind of shocking. The first two or so rounds of the endgame bumped it up a lot, while everything else was kind of standard. Barely missing out on the bottom half at 12th is Big Brother 20, with the median of 11.71. So, my first impressions of the season after the rewatch was having it at 8, so this dropped quite a bit, and it's kind of shocking, but kind of not shocking at all. While this is clearly one of the better seasons of the last decade and one of the best seasons in Era 3, I never loved it as much as a lot of other people, and it's mainly due to the second half of the season. Hence, the jury and the endgame having low scores. Also, the twists in the season weren't the best, especially the hacker twist, which definitely ruined the season, and the drama was good but never as high as some of the other seasons. The pre-jury is easily the best pre-jury that ever exists, hence it getting first, and then having the gameplay and cast rank in the top 10 is good as well.
This cast is another one that has its plentiful amount of casting gems, but a few people who are less than stellar, which bumps it down on this list. And I think the more interesting people are in one alliance primarily, while the less interesting people are in another alliance. Steve is a dud, no doubt, who really did nothing, even compared to other first beats. Swaggy offered a lot to the season during his short time in the house, and there is no one like him on Big Brother. Winston definitely had a temper that I found somewhat amusing and frustrating at times, but it would have been a bit more interesting had he stayed a bit longer, especially compared to some of his allies. Caitlyn is arguably the most chaotic person ever in Big Brother history, and she made the pre-jury a lot more interesting, and also is just a unique casting choice. Rachel's boring, not even gonna lie, but her meltdown in her final week might have indicated that she could have been more interesting had she lasted longer. Bailey is extremely polarizing, and when things don't go her way, she's an absolute menace, which makes her a great casting choice. Rockstar is also a very unique person who offered a different perspective on things, and it was fun just watching her. Faisal isn't as boring as I initially thought, since he added a lot of unintentional humor and drama in the season with his lack of strategy, and I can definitely see why he's one of the few who has a long reality TV career. Scotty was definitely cringe at times, but he's also not the quote unquote typical nerd who has no personality. Haley was a nice underdog and had a solid enough personality, and while I don't think Brett is amazing and is kind of basic in some elements, he is funny and offered a lot of great moments in the season. Sam should have never been on Big Brother, but she's a unique person who was never on the show, or no one like her was ever on the show before or since. I found Angela and Casey to be boring throughout the season, but at least Angela tried to be a villain at times, though went right back to being a coward, which I really don't have much to say about Casey. JC is a walking cringe fest all the way around, and while Tyler himself is not interesting, he did cause a lot of the chaotic gameplay throughout the season, which was fun. Despite all of that, this cast had one of the best dynamics in Big Brother history, which makes up for some of the lesser personalities. I had a tough time with this season, since obviously everyone knows this season as the one where Tyler masterminded everyone and everything from the beginning to end. But when you think of everyone else for the most part, things fall flat. Tyler wins HOH and the two sides of the alliances were formed, but he put in good work with Falte enough to know their dynamics, and he targets Steve while doing a lot of work on Caitlyn to get to the results he wanted. Caitlyn wins the next HOH, and Tyler completely missed her into targeting her own alliance. Scotty wins the next week, and no one can convince him to not target the bros, so he puts them on the block. But Tyler and his allies want to keep Brett over liability Winston, which causes for another blindside. Samantha targets Caitlyn and Haley solely due to the fact that they are the opposites of feminism in her eyes, but JC really uses this moment to get Caitlyn out of the house. Bailey went into H and tries to target Brett, but the votes end up flipping because of Tyler at level 6, and it causes her HH to fail. Angela wins power and is convinced to go after Bailey, but she wants to be the badass and the victim at the same time. The Hive and Falte side finally wins power again with Haley winning HOH, but the hacker twist and Rockstar screwing up her plans. And the final nail in the coffin was when Faisal wasted his HOH by targeting Scotty, heavily due to JC's influence. Everything from this point onwards was a complete bore, as Casey, Tyler, and Angela pretty much won all the competitions from this point onwards. Faisal, Scotty again, Haley, Brett, and Sam were easily disposed of. A random JC win causes Angela to go, and then Casey ends up beating Tyler in a close vote. If the other members of the cast were stronger on a gameplay point of view, the season would be higher on the list, but it's mainly carried by Tyler.
This season is a weird one when it comes to the drama. Some of the drama is the most memorable in recent years, but there are many others that are just very contrived as hell, so it's kind of a mixed bag. There was no drama in the first week, but there was a thing with Swaggy and Winston that lasted all of the 30 seconds in the second week. Things did get tense in the third week when Scotty nominates Brett and Winston. They didn't react well to it, and you had Caitlyn snapping at them, leading to Brett trolling her at the veto ceremony, and then there's that awkward fight between Bailey and JC about slurs. Samantha kind of just slut shames Haley and Caitlyn during the next week. Oh, and I also forgot that blow up Rockstar had on Brett right after the eviction. And then Caitlyn also had a bunch of fights with Faisal that were so dramatic about the whole veto situation. And her heart being broken by men. And then Bailey's HOH was just so chaotic with how much she fights people, and it was such a good train wreck to watch. Bailey did get gaslit a lot during her final week, and then there were a few fights that happened, leading up to a screaming match with Tyler. Rockstar and Casey get into it the next week, though it was odd and cringy seeing Casey arguing with people, which continued in the next week with her orchestrated mess with Scotty. Things pretty much died out from this point onwards, though we would get the random Haley and Fessel fight. A lot of good stuff here, but a lot of mediocre stuff as well. So there was the premier competition, but it was mainly done in the house division, where the house guests were split into two, which was based off the two people who won that from each side, and one of them had to go against the other, and whoever wins is able to save 8 people in the house. Either way, it was just very weird, and I really didn't give a crap about it. So, arguably, the main twist, or one of the main twists of the season, is the BB App Store, which was pretty similar to the prior season's Den of Temptation, which was in BB19, where house guests are essentially given an app to choose from, and they get a twist. Tyler and Bailey were able to get twists. I think Tyler had something that would keep him safe from 8 weeks or whatever. Or if he was nominated, he could protect himself, something along the lines of that. And Bailey won the power app that could cause her to switch the nominations. And that caused for some drama. This could have been interesting if it was used properly, but this really was a decent enough twist. And if it was just this, it would have been a lot higher. The main reason why this season is so long when it comes to the twist is the hacker competition, where they introduced it during the first 2 weeks of the jury portion of the season, where the person secretly wins the hacker competition, meaning that they can overthrow the HH by taking off a nominee and replacing that nominee with someone else that they would nominate. This didn't work out as well in the first week since Haley nominated Tyler and then Angela saved him anyways, and she chose the replacement nominee. And then Casey won the second hacker competition, causing Rockstar to be nominated on Haley's HOH. And this easily made the season a lot worse, since someone from the level 6 side would have gone home, either Casey or Angela, I don't really know who. There still would have been two sides that would have lasted a bit longer, and it really just took things out of it. So, due to the two pretty poor twists and one decent ish twist, and a lot of them twist in the modern era kind of just sucking, it causes for BB20 to be here. When it came to ranking this list, this season stood out to me more than anything else. And it really isn't much of a surprise that it's first here. Tyler wins power and the house is immediately divided, which he uses to his advantage, especially when the other side thinks that he's a free agent. He decides to target Steve, but intentionally keeps the vote split, so the other side could be in a weaker position, and after realizing that Sam has a power up, Caitlyn ends up winning the next HOH after she flipped on her own alliance due to being jealous of Haley and Fessel, and is then convinced by Taylor to backdoor Swiggy, which was amazing to watch with how dumb she is overall. The next week had Scotty winning HOH, and he decided to target the bros, Winston and Brett, and there's a lot of drama that came from this week, as he caught some heat for his nominations. Brett and Caitlyn, my bad, went back and forth for a bit, and he set it up for Rockstar to go at him, where the vote was another split vote, and he set it up very well, with Winston storming out of the house and Rockstar laying into him right after the eviction. Samantha wins HOH, which was random, and then nominates Haley and Caitlyn by thinking that they are the opposite of feminists and gives a slut-shaming nomination speech. There's a bunch of drama with Caitlyn and Fessel that does get exhausting after a while, and Samantha's not here for Caitlyn whatsoever, where JC led the charge to boot Caitlyn once and for all. And then the final week of the pre-jury has Bailey having arguably the biggest case of HOH-itis ever. Bailey snapped on allies like Scotty and Faisal a few times during her HOH, and Haley also joins in with the Fessy fighting, and Bailey reveals her power up to Rachel, who tells her allies, and they plan to blindside Rachel because of her being too emotional, and she gives us the best reaction to a blindside ever. So much gold in this season, and there's no other choice for me pertaining a first place choice.
The jury portion of the season starts off on a great note, but then it ends really poorly, especially at the non-endgame part of it. We get to Angela's HOH, where it is decided that Bailey is going to be the target, and we get a lot of great aftermath of Bailey's HOH, and then we have the hacker twist, which caused Tyler to be on the block temporarily. Bailey is backdoored, and it leads to the chaotic house meeting fight between herself and Tyler. The next week is another fun but also unfortunate one as Haley wins power, and right as she's about to get at Casey or Angela, the hacker twist causes Rockstar to be on the block, and Rockstar accidentally helps Tyler seal her fate in that veto competition. The season officially goes down the drain with Fessel's HOH, and he stupidly is convinced by JC to target Scotty, and not thinking women are threatening in general. And then there wasn't even anything of note happening this week. Angela went HOH again to boot Fessel and hide in an HOH room again, and this week was such a dud outside of the showmans of Fessel and Haley fighting here and there. Another week was wasted with Scotty coming back into the house only to be booted in the same week, and then the final round of the portion of the game involved Katie sending Haley home, and it was just blah and tedious to watch.
Ironically, people try to ignore how bad the endgame is in this season, but it is definitely as bad as it appears, though the decline showed in the jury portion of the season. We had the double eviction where Brett is easily booted, though hearing Angela and Tyler's cringe speeches just annoyed me more than anything. Angela wins HOH, and they decide to take out Samantha over JC, and I still really don't know or care to find out why this was done. JC wins a clutch HOH, forcing the trio to turn on one another, but even that was boring, since the round was about a day or two long, and they were all resigned to their fate anyways, with Angela easily going here. JC is picked off quickly in the final three, and then we have Tyler barely losing to KC, which is controversial, but I wouldn't really say it was interesting either, or at least enough to make up for this dire endgame. The one plus to it is that at least the endgame was short and not dragged out. Barely missing the top 10 is Big Brother 11. This is a season that I always had a soft spot for, despite it not really being the best quality wise, and I've always thought that about the season. Looking at the categories, its lowest score in anything was 17th, which it got in the gameplay, jury, and endgame, and that's pretty fitting since the gameplay really wasn't that strong in the season, and things definitely fell off a bit after the first half, while it has very high scores in the drama, the pre-jury, and the cast as well, and the twists were just kind of roughly in the middle. So I guess its placement here makes sense.
I always thought this cast was underrated, and while I do agree with the complaints that they are very unlikable, I think it calls for an interesting dynamic in the season, and I don't think there's a single dud on the cast, which I can't say for most of these casts, clearly. Brayden was unlikable due to his antics, but he did contribute to the season. Laura's downfall was pretty entertaining, and she was likable despite barely being on the season. Casey had some fun at times commentary, and he also had a big personality. Ronnie definitely made the pre-jury more fun, with him playing both sides initially, only to choose Jesse's side, and his chaotic HOH reign cementing him as a pre-jury villain. And his downfall was pretty funny. Or fun. Jesse came back and was a lot more tameable and capable as a player, though he was still arrogant at times and had his dramatic slash funny moments, and you can tell he's more comfortable with this cast compared to his last cast. Chima probably should not have been on the show due to her mental health and everything she went through, but she had a lot of personality and definitely contributed a lot to the season. Lydia is a complete train wreck, but she had a different perspective on things that were fun, and there's no one like Russell on the show before or since, where he was so much grounded at times and also came off as extremely unhinged at the same time. Jeff's forced hero edit was annoying as hell, but he got into his fair share of drama in the season, and he most definitely wasn't a dud. Michelle was a spicy underdog who also didn't take crap from anyone. Kevin had a nice arc throughout the season, while being a lot more confident and fun here. Natalie isn't likable, but she had her fair share of moments in the season, and Jordan, the supposed sweet one, also had a fiery personality. There's a lot of fun with this cast and a lot of humor as well, despite there being some nastiness here, and everyone contributed, which I really can't say for all the casts below here, and even some of the casts that are a bit above this one has a few duds, but the unlikability caused it to be ranked lower in comparison. This season is another one that really isn't that interesting on a gameplay point of view for a few reasons. One of them is that the season was on its way to being a steamroll with the first half of the season, and then on the second half of the season, another steamroll was in the works. What makes it even worse is that the flip that did happen was very artificial. And it took the excitement out of it, since it was way too inorganic and contrived. Jesse is given HOH because Natalie and Russell won his way into the house, and we did have a split vote with a split house, where he sent home Brayden via a backdoor and a tiebreaker, which caused some mess. Ronnie was set up to be a floater in the season, but he won the next HOH unnecessarily and decided to choose a side by booting Laura and nominating Jeff and Jordan. Jesse went again and easily boots Casey with little resistance, and then the majority alliance on that side really starts falling apart, with Russell sending home Ronnie to the chagrin of his allies and Chima targeting Russell after the fight, but Jeff's coup stopped it, forcing Jessie to go on her own HOH. This caused a whirlwind where Chima is expelled before Michelle is able to send her home, and then Jordan boringly sends Lydia home. Jeff decides to make a move on Russell, which gave Kevin and Natalie the fuel that they needed to make a comeback of some sorts, which they used to take out Jeff and Michelle. Jordan takes out Kevin and wins the season. The gameplay is definitely a weaker element of the season, and the cast really didn't have much going for it in this regard.
There's definitely an argument about whether the season could be first or second, but it is here now. Right from the beginning, there was a lot of tension, and the house split immediately, even quicker than it did in Big Brother 6, where Jeff and Russell were fighting over Technotronics! Though the homophobic slur was edited out, Jeff gave Natalie a few strays as well, and then we had the huge fight between Brayden, Jeff, Jordan, Kevin, and Lydia, though the Mexican slur was disgusting as well. Chima and Michelle went at it a bit over Michelle voting Chima out. Casey calls out Ronnie for being the other vote, and then there was the mess of the entire house calling Ronnie out in a great manner, though he didn't give a whole lot in that moment. There was a lot of drama between Natalie and Lydia over Jesse, and then Casey ends up getting into it with Natalie and Jesse as he was evicted. Jesse's side of the house ends up completely falling apart, with Chima and Russell falling apart due to their weird flirting that went nowhere. And Michelle definitely stirred things up between them, and Russell remembered this, so he went after Michelle too. Ronnie went after Michelle as he was being evicted, and Russell continued getting into fights with Chima, though it got uncomfortable since there's a lot of xenophobia in these fights as well, and the latter then lashes out at Jeff for using the coup d'etat. Of course, this causes a bunch of nasty aftermath, with both sides lashing out at one another and Lydia's huge meltdown during and after the HOH competition. Then Jeff turned on Russell, which caused a bunch of fights between the two men, and then Jordan got close to being physical with Russell. And there are also a few random fights, or there's a random fight with Natalie and Russell as well about poker. Things toned down from here during the last 3 weeks of the season, though Natalie hates Michelle a bit. It's definitely a season that had a bunch of drama, and a lot of it still holds up well, but I noticed a few isms and phobias in a decent amount of the fights. Nowhere near as much as Big Brother 15, hence the placement differences, but I just couldn't put it at first due to this. So we had the clicks twist, which I feel like could have been interesting on paper, and there are definitely some interesting dynamics here, but something about it just rubbed me the wrong way, though I think it's due to the fact that it had a returning player in it that kind of balanced things and tipped the greatness of what could have been the twist had it solely been newbies. So pretty much the clicks were split up into four groups: the athletes, populars, brains, and offbeats. So I do like that there is some sort of theme towards it compared to a lot of the other team twists in the future seasons that are just a cluttered mess for absolutely no reason. And if a member of the clique won HOH, everyone else in that group was safe as well. And then we had the returning players, which was done in a way where only one of them can come back, and we saw this dynamic in Big Brother 19. And while Jesse is nowhere near as good of a player as Paul, it caused a lot of the dynamics to be surrounded around him, and it created a power structure that he didn't necessarily earn. Since, because he was able to return due to Russell and Natalie dominating the competition, he was the first HOH, which was them protecting him, and by them I mean the producers, and giving him the chance to create the dynamics to be around him. Then there was the coup d'etat, and this could have been very interesting had it not been an audience vote. At least with Big Brother All Stars, we saw Berkey earn it due to a competition and getting all the clues. But the audience voted on who got it based on how they edited the house guests, and because Jeff was in an underdog position due to his poor play, he got it, and obviously he used it to better his game. I don't blame him for that. But it definitely caused a shift in the season that came off as very manufactured and honestly made the second half kind of hard to watch at times. Pandora's Box was introduced for the first time during this season, and honestly, I kind of forgot about it since a lot of the implementations that were given from the Pandora's Box really didn't lead to a whole lot. And of course, we had America's Winner, which was a result of Chima being expelled and her making it to the jury portion of the season. So there are some good and some bad, and overall, it's a mixed bag, hence it being in the middle of this ranking. This one definitely benefited as pre-jury because it is a relatively short one compared to most of the others, and I think it works out for the best. When you look at it, it really doesn't seem very interesting on paper since it was mainly one side dominating in the pre-jury, but there's a sense of things crumbling at the end of it. Because of how the twist was set up, Jesse became the first HOH once he entered the season, and the Brains Plus athlete Sans Jeff decided to team up, and the others became the other side, where the drama split up the house even more, causing a tiebreaker route to boot Brayden. Ronnie was set up so well in the middle, but he chose his side by nominating Jeff, Laura, and then later Jordan throughout his HOH reign, and seeing Ronnie get caught and exposed was such a great moment in the season, though he of course just hid. Jesse ends up in power again, and this week is easily the most boring of the pre-jury, since he penned a backdoor of Casey, who ended up playing in veto, and it went south. And actually, no, it didn't go south. It went very smoothly, sailing with absolutely no resistance, though he did tell Natalie and Jesse off after being evicted. The final week of the pre-jury finally had the Jesse group starting to fall apart, as Russell decided to target Ronnie, and his allies turned on him for Ronnie, though Russell started working on getting closer to Jeff, who he's been feuding with throughout the season. And then we had the huge feud between Chima and Russell, and Michelle's involvement in it as well. Overall, it's a small but eventful pre-jury, mainly just due to the cast.
This portion of the season was a complete mess, and it's for many reasons. One of them is that Jesse's cult was already falling apart, but it continued with Chima winning HOH and targeting Russell, even though her closest allies did not want this move to be made. The coup d'etat loomed over it, and Jeff did use it to take out Jesse, which did cause a lot of meltdowns, but it became more uncomfortable than entertaining. Then Michelle targets Chima, who ends up getting expelled after tampering with the mic and throwing it in the water, making it clear that she wants to go home, but not wanting to be voted out. Jordan then wins in HOH, which was initially the veto competition that they had to change due to Chima's expulsion, and ends up targeting Lydia, which is boring as hell, and can tell that energy was sucked out of the season, despite the meltdown drama that happened after the HOH competition. There was definitely drama in the season, but the coup really changed things in a negative way, and there's a dark cloud over the season at this point that just never went away, and really brought this portion of the season, especially, down a lot.
We have another season where the end game is a lot longer than it needed to be, and it really did have a negative effect on the season overall. We have Jeff winning HOH, and he is at a crossroads whether to be loyal to his alliance or to turn on Russell, and Michelle to a lesser extent, and we see him do the latter, where Russell goes at it with the showmance a few times, which was entertaining enough. Then we have an entire week of the final five, which is boring as hell, despite Kevin and Natalie turning on Jordan, and there being a tie vote. We did see some picking at Michelle during her final 2 weeks, but even that wasn't really interesting, as she was the obvious boot in the final four. We had the change of the final three, uh, making it to the finale night, and seeing Jordan win over Natalie and Kevin was very unsatisfying to me, though I get why it happened. Like I mentioned beforehand, the coup really screwed over the season, and while there was some fire in the final six round, it wasn't enough to save this dire end game. Somehow making it to the top 10 is Big Brother 15. This was the season and ranking that I was referring to in the very beginning of the video that really disgusted me. And it's such a huge contrast because right after rewatching it, I had it at 20th in my first impression, and it has a median of 10.57. Just from looking at the rankings, the only one that had a really lower score at 21st is the cast, and that's because they're just very unlikable. Obviously, there was a lot of the racism and some of the homophobia that took place in the season from the very beginning that really brought a lot of them down, and it is why I really just can't overlook a lot of what happened in the season. But when you look at all of the other categories, it actually scored pretty high or somewhat mediocre, where the lowest score in all the other categories is 13th at the end game, which was boring but still had some moments that happened. Categories that got into the top 10 in was the gameplay, the drama, the twists, and the jury portion. And the gameplay and drama would have been higher had it not been for the isms and the phobias that has been done or acted in the season. I think when it's all said and done, when I talk about how I feel about these seasons, I'm probably going to merge this list, which is more based off of objectionality and quality, and my first impressions, which is just gut instinct. So overall, it will probably be somewhere around 15 when I have to create a list on the spot. But this is really disgusting as it goes a lot against my values. But when you're just looking at each category separately, it kind of makes sense as to why the season made it higher, especially with a lot of other seasons that I probably have better first impressions on are a lot more inconsistent, causing this season to be bumped up. And it kind of makes sense because Big Brother 11 is almost equally as problematic and it's right below it, but with just less gameplay and a weaker second half.
Unsurprising that another extremely unlikable cast ends up being this low, and like some of the others, there are many that are unlikable, in addition to not offering much to the season, and didn't really have much individuality, really. There has been people like David cast on other seasons, but he's the most boring version of that archetype and was a dud. Nick was someone that they really tried to really make happen, as he was solid enough in the diary room, but he couldn't keep up with that in the others in the house. Jeremy is very unlikable and isn't even one of the more interesting douchey people, and Caitlyn was a boring, mean girl and also being forgettable. Howard is one of the more likable people on the season, but he himself wasn't interesting or charismatic, and I do think he benefited from the awful cast, where he would have been a weaker casting choice if he was on a better cast. Candace was a pretty solid casting choice, though was of course suppressed due to all the racism that was happening in the house. Jessie was kind of basic for most of her run, though she did become a bit more interesting during the end of her run. Helen was a very good casting choice as she offered a unique perspective on a lot of things, and she was strategic while having some personality in there. Aaron was boring, uncharismatic, and racist. Amanda was a good narrator, strategist, and a drama queen who would have been a really good casting choice if it wasn't for her racism. The stunt casting of Alyssa was an extremely mixed bag regarding whether it was worth it or not. Judd was pretty boring and was a forced, quote unquote, America's likable country player, in my opinion. McCrae was essentially a sloth who didn't really do much of anything in the season and was kind of furniture himself. Spencer was very creepy and problematic on so many levels. Jenna Marie was easy to laugh at, but her racism took away from that, and Andy is a really good player, though he himself isn't interesting to watch. It's just a collection of people who really aren't likable, compelling, and their dynamics made for one of the worst atmospheres on a Big Brother season. At fifth is Big Brother 15. I really did not want to put the season high on this specific list due to the infamous stuff that encompasses the season. We do have the moving company forming in the beginning, where McRae does target David, but he's doing a good balancing act by having relations with people not in the alliance. Erin winning HOH to get revenge for her man getting booted, but because of the behavior and lack of numbers, Lessa does stay against Nick, who blew up his gang, and the other side of the house forms an alliance. Helen wins HOH and boots Jeremy out of the house, and Judd wins HOH to boot Caitlyn, though a lot of people want to boot Aaron, where Helen makes the deal with the devil to keep the latter safe. This pays dividends when Aaron wins the next HOH and targets Howard because Helen wants her to, though there's a push to boot Amanda, which increases to the next week, but Jeannie Marie gets out Candace, who she does not like. The double is great, where Helen pulls the trigger for Aaron to take out Judd, and seeing everyone's reaction to this was brilliant. Andy wins power and targets Jesse, who's an easy person to take out. Then Aaron wins her final HOH, where Helen is targeted because she is targeting Amanda, which Andy told Amanda about. There's a 4 a.m. alliance, or it might have been called 3 a.m., I don't really know. That is running things right now. Alyssa wins HOH and is about to backdoor Amanda, but the latter actually wins her first competition, saves McCrae, and Aaron is booted, while Amanda goes on a rampage due to her losing power. Gina Marie nominates the power couple, and Amanda goes out in a blaze of glory, though she comes a lot closer to Sting than she should have. And then there's the double elimination, where Elsa is gaslit out of the house. It is essentially the exterminator summoning the rest of the season, and it's clear that Andy is going to win the season, which he does. There's a lot of movement in the season, but the ickiness that influences it is very hard to ignore.
Obviously, the season was going to be high since there is some good drama in the season, but there's a lot of ugliness that holds it down, like the racism. So there's always a ceiling between to where the season would rank when it comes to this category. We had petty stuff like Winegate that was bigger than it really needed to be, and then Jeremy picking a stupid fight with Alyssa over Giselle Bundchen. Then there was the aftermath of Nick's eviction, causing Gina Murray to rant against everyone, and the mean three girls picking on Jessie for flipping her vote and using all of her insecurities against her, and then being racist to Candace, even when she reacted to them tossing her bed, which was uncomfortable at best and horrendous and traumatic at worst. I don't really enjoy a lot of the Candace fights in the season, with the exception of her eviction fight with Gina Marie, since there's always a racial tone to them, like her fight with Amanda too. Helen got into a few fights with people like Candace and Jesse and Amanda had a good feud during during Jesse's last few weeks in the house. Alyssa and Aaron did not like one another at all, and then there was another fight about Winegate like 2 months later. Ultimately, Amanda really starts losing it during the last 2 weeks, or her last 2 weeks in the house, where she loses some control and lashes out at Alyssa several times due to it, and she doesn't handle Alyssa's passive aggressiveness well at all. Then we get to see her and Jim Marie go at it a lot during her last few weeks, and their fights always entertain me because they're both so trashy in their attacks, and neither are likable, with the fights before Amanda's eviction being one of the best in Big Brother history. Then the season ended drama with the second double as the entire house essentially gaslit Alyssa out of the house. A lot of memorable and set up fights, but the ickiness holds it back. This one definitely shocked me, and I was not expecting to rank it this high on this specific list. So let's get down to the twists. So the MVP twist represents the most valuable player, and this was a twist where America would give this power to a house guest in the house, where they would have the option, no, they would have the requirement to secretly nominate a third house guest, and nominating three house guests is something that hasn't been done in Big Brother history before, if I remember correctly. And the House definitely weaponized this to their advantage, though the fact that it went to Alyssa for all of the first 3 weeks really sucked. But the House guests used this towards their advantage, and it definitely affected how the first 2 weeks of the season went. So it was definitely an effective twist. After the first 2 to 3 weeks, though, it switched to America nominating, but the Huskers didn't know that it was America nominating the Huskers. So there was a lot of paranoia when people like Amanda was getting nominated. But it didn't really change the game much since people outright started ignoring the twist afterwards, and it ended after the first round of the jury portion. So we had the relationship with the Paus Haskins, which is essentially Alyssa, who is Rachel's sister, getting cast on the show, and it's something they definitely did in BB18, but it didn't really play a huge part of the season outside of the MVP always going to her. So the final twist of the season is the jury re-entry competition. Yes, there was a time where returning players wasn't common, though people tend to forget that since there's been so many returnee competitions and returnees in the seasons after BB15. But in BB15, I believe it only happened 3 times with Amy, Kaysar, and Brendan being the only, sorry, and James from BB9 being the only four to return after being evicted. And this season did it differently because it's determined by a competition, and it was done in the early jury portion of the season, where the first four jurors had to compete against one another to re-enter the house. This is something that they did for the next 3 seasons after this. And while it is not as consistent, the jury re-entry is something that has been done after this, and returning players that were previously evicted has become a lot more common after this. So the twists in this season were very effective, and they've had influence over the future seasons as well. The season is definitely one that had a mix at best pre-jury, as there are a lot of exciting things with it, and some of the grossest crap I've ever seen as well. The first week had the moving company forming, and it was made to seem like we would have another brigade situation, but they decided to get rid of David by using the MVP twist, though there was a flip vote that some of the people did not expect. Aaron wins HOH and is going to get revenge for them booting her potential showman's partner and nominating Alyssa against her closest ally, Helen. Most of the House weaponized Alyssa to take a shot at Jeremy, and when that failed, they sent Nick home in yet another close vote. All the racism that was happening definitely took me out of the season, and was very disgusting to watch, since it was normalized in the House, and it definitely seeped into the gameplay. Helen won HOH and backdoored Jeremy with no ease. It probably would have been Howard nominated if it wasn't for the optics, and then Jed wins HOH to boot Caitlyn, though there was a bit of a back and forth with who to boot out of her and Aaron, though the latter made a deal with Helen, which saved her. Aaron then wins HOH and does the house's dirty work in nominating Howard and Spencer together and Candace to replace Spencer. And this week was just dire with everything that was happening around this time and certain allegations that were made. The pre-jury started out pretty strong and then it progressively got worse, hence its placement.
I also have conflicting thoughts on ranking this part of the season this high on the list. It starts off with Gina Marie winning HOH and Amanda showing her racist ass to Candace, proving that she is no better than the people that she called out in the pre-jury, though we do have Candace reading Gina Marie for filth during her eviction. The double that happened here was fun, seeing how quickly everyone turned on Judd, and was super emotional about it. Andy wins HOH and targets Jessie because she's an easy target. And for a week that was so simple strategically, there was a lot of drama and interesting moments that happened in it. Helen got her karma for being too passive when Aaron, the person she kept in the pre-jury, did Amanda's work for her. But the weekend itself wasn't really interesting. Things definitely pick up during the last 2 rounds of this period, as Alyssa wins HOH and attempts to backdoor Amanda, who is losing her mind because she has no influence over Alyssa, only for Amanda to win the veto and save McCrae, causing Aaron to finally go home. The final part of this portion has Gina Marie winning HOH and the newly formed Exterminators Alliance nominates Amanda and McCrae, which causes a bunch of meltdowns and fights, leading up to the epic showdown between Amanda and Gina Marie in the formers last night. There are some awful uncomfortable moments here, which definitely affected its ranking, but there are a lot of great moments as well.
I'm very shocked that this endgame made it up this high on the list, though I think it mainly has to do with it having perfect pacing, at least compared to a lot of endgames that drag too long and didn't have the material to warrant it. But there still isn't much happening during this period of the season, and it didn't frustrate me as much with the other end games, though the energy in the season was completely gone by this point. So it starts off with the exterminators dominating at the double eviction, where they all essentially get McCrae to target Alyssa, and they all gaslight her out of the house about her supposed shadiness that she did. The next two rounds is essentially everyone versus McCrae, and he saves himself in the final five via the veto, resulting in Judd going home, only to be taken out at the final four. Then we have the final three, where it's pretty obvious that Andy's going to win no matter what, and he obviously chooses to save her bet in Gina Marie, hence booting Spencer, and then he wins the season. So, don't really have much else to say. At ninth place is Big Brother 14 with a median of 10.29. My first impression of it had me ranking it at 11th after the rewatch, and this is a season that I always kind of liked and kind of appreciated, but it was never one of my favorites, and it got to the point where I thought it was very overrated. And a lot of that had to do with the cast, in my opinion, being the weakest in Big Brother USA history, hence me ranking it as low as I did. But when you're looking at every other category, it ranked, actually looking at it, every other category except for the drama ranked in the top 10, so that boosted it up a lot. And I really don't know why I ranked it at 16th when it comes to the drama. I don't know if it's because a lot of the drama in the other seasons stand out to me or it's just a bit more consistent, where here it was mainly relied on a few people, and while it's good drama, it just isn't as great. So this score is somewhat deceptive. But I guess it's not as overrated as I thought it was, but it's still not one of my uber favorites. But it says a lot that I have two seasons in the top 10 that I'm not, oh my goshing about, and I could take or leave. So maybe it says more about the quality of Big Brother in general.
I know this placement might shock some people, but it really shouldn't be shocking, since I've talked about my low opinion on this cast overall throughout the years. When I look into a cast, I look at what they offered to the season, whether they're interesting on their own, or if they had any interesting dynamic in the season, and there were virtually none of that with this cast. One of the main issues with this cast is that the newbies are incredibly weak and dull. Jody, Kara, Jojo, and Will didn't have much to do during their time on the show, but the only one that seemed somewhat interesting, or could be somewhat interesting, was Jody, who left day one, and the others that I just mentioned were pretty much very flat characters and house guests who were there to be red t-shirt fillers. Ashley, Jen, and Joe were also seat fillers that made me cringe more often than I enjoyed them, meaning I didn't enjoy them at all, and offered nothing to the same. Willie was completely nutso and not in a good way, meaning that he should have never been cast. While Danielle and Shane were involved in the major alliance of the season, they themselves were not interesting, as Shane offered no entertainment or individuality under any element throughout the season, and Danielle was annoying in a bad way, despite them editing her out her nuttiness, but even still you could see some of it and her annoying qualities in her neutered edit. Frank and Ian are the only newbies who really offered anything of note to the season, from a competitive, drama, and character point of view, hence them being the only ones to return from this season. Mixed seasons usually have a shitty dynamic due to the catering in favoring of the veterans in a plethora of ways. And this group of veterans were not the best in execution either, despite them seemingly being exciting on paper and by their past appearances. Boogie was checked out and did not want to be there. Janelle was past her prime and gained no traction. Brittany was pretty good in the season, though was a much calmer version of herself compared to her first season, and Dan stole the show from beginning to end. If you're a huge fan of Dan, you can forgive this cast being way too top heavy, mainly from him, but if you're not, it will get exhausting, and I like a cast that has most of its house guests offering something to the table. Regarding its placement, this season suffers from a lot of the same issues Big Brother 20 suffers from, where it's mainly just one person carrying the gameplay, while the rest of the cast are less than stellar in this regard. Willie went HOH, and He is so all over the place regarding who he wants to target over Frank and Kara, where he screws up his game and Frank is kept around to screw him. Frank wins HOH and is about to target Willie, but the latter gets expelled, and Jojo ends up going home due to being the third option. Shane wins HOH and ends up targeting Frank, though there was the talks of a deal between the two of them, but that goes nowhere and the elimination is cancelled, and the coaches enter the game. Danielle wins HOH and targets Janelle, which especially happens after the coaches fall out. Frank and Boogie are lured into an alliance with Dan, Brittany, and their partners, essentially, so they send home Will, despite Frank wanting to send home Dan, and the two of them end up on the block the very next week under Shane's HOH. Ian suss them out, Frankie loses both Boogie and Ashley in the same night, and he wins HOH with the intent to target Dan and Ian if the veto is used. But Dan pulls off the funeral to sell out the clock pack, and Ian is safe due to the veto ball, so Brittany is funeraled out of the house. Frank finally goes home. Ian goes on his comp spree. Dan tries to target Shane a few times, but fails, so Joe and Jen go. Danielle wins HOH and POV and is tricked by Dan to take him off the block and to put Shane up, only to be shocked when Dan blindsides Shane out of the house. Ian ends up beating Dan, and Dan carries the entire season on his back when it comes to this category. Damn near all the newbies were sheep that did what the veterans wanted, and half the vets were booted early as well.
This season is another one that has a decent amount of drama, but I don't know if a whole lot of it is notable, but I do think it stands out more compared to the last few seasons I ranked in this department. There was a lot of drama with Will, where he gets into it with Frank and a few others joining in, causing the vote to flip on Will, and then he ends up getting himself expelled for fighting with Joe. The season started big with the mess, and then it calmed down for the next few weeks, where the only notable drama I remember is the infighting with the coaches, leading to Janelle getting booted. Bucky and Frank were turned on yet again, so they really decided to go at Shane and Dan, but that didn't lead to anything since the others didn't respond. Frank does lose it during the double eviction for Bucky and Ashley getting the boot, and he continued this about 4 days later, where he and Ian went at it, where it was very funny to watch, especially since Frank was in a carrot suit while this was happening. I don't remember anything else when it comes to the drama of the season until the final week, where Danielle went in on Dan for blindsiding herself and Shane, and then the somewhat orchestrated fight that Dan set up with Ian and Danielle. Overall, there is a decent amount of drama, but it's not as notable as some of the others, hence its placement here. And I'm honestly shocked that the season managed to get it up here, especially since I really do not like the day one boot, and it caused a bad precedent to be set in some of the next few seasons. And it just really wasn't enjoyable to see someone only spend a few hours in there, despite them going through the application process for months, being sequestered for a few weeks, and them having to be sequestered for a few weeks after this. Anyways, I did like the coach's twist, and seeing people in the game that weren't actual competitors have to train the other house guests and for them to have their own game too. But unfortunately, it was clear that just based on the amount of time that was left in the season, and contractual stuff that the coaches would eventually enter the game as players. And that's essentially what happened. And you can tell that Bookie wasn't into the game afterwards, and it really became the coaches or the players who were coaches, the veterans, games after this, which is one of the negatives that I don't like about this twist is that the newbies didn't really get a chance to become their own players and form their own games without their coaches. There was the golden ball veto twist, which was cool enough, though it was clearly put there at a very convenient time, but I wouldn't have minded it in another scenario. But in general, I feel like the twists in Big Brother 14, outside of the day one fiction, were pretty fine as it is. And I did like seeing the coaches' competitions as well. And seeing the potential of a team being wiped out would have been really cool to see. But clearly, production was not going to let that ever happen. Outside of all of that, the season had very little twists, and I do think that it benefited the season to not have many twists, which also kind of helped it bump up on this list. I'm actually pretty shocked that the pre-jury of this season is this high, especially since it's a longer one, and I usually punish pre-juries that are long because they are dragged out. The day one twist really sucked overall, but the first week otherwise was very interesting. Welly was a chaotic HOH, the votes between Frankie and Carl went back and forth until the very last minute, and then there's the fight with Frank and Welly and Boogie too. Frank wins HOH, and right as he is about to get his revenge, Welly gets DQ'd for getting physical with Joe. Things come down after this, and JoJo, the third target, ended up going home because Shane ended up getting the veto and he was the second target. Shane wins the next HOH, and this is where the two duos, him and Danielle and Brittany and Dan, win or they get together as an alliance, and I don't remember much about this week. The coaches twist finally ends, and we definitely see the conflict between Bookie and Janelle coming to blows, and they cannot get together, causing Janelle to get booted. Frank wins HOH and then gets duped by what was becoming the majority alliance by being brought into a fake alliance, causing Frank to not to get Dan, but Will instead. Shane wins HOH and is told by his alliance to turn on Frank and Boogie, so the two unleashed a bunch of smoke when they were nominated together, which was pretty fun, and seeing Ian being the one to put the final nail in Boogie's coffin was cool. Overall, the pre-jury in general was just okay, hence it being here.
I'm very conflicted about whether I should plate this as second or first, but I feel comfortable with it here for right now. It benefits from being a short period, and it really being 2 weeks, since one of the 3 rounds is drawing a double. Ian wins HOH and wants to backdoor Frank, but his alliance, especially Brittany, convince him to nominate Frank outright with Ashley, which of course fails, and Frank lets loose on the house, and this is right after Boogie gets booted. Frank ends up winning HOH, and he plans on getting his lick back as he nominates Dan and Danielle for eviction, and is thinking about putting up Ian as a replacement if anything goes down. But Ian wins the ball of safety, so that went down the drain. Jen wins the veto, and Dan comes up with the funeral in solitary, and it's arguably the most iconic moment in Big Brother history, which forced Brittany to be a sacrifice. The next week was an utter bore, with Ian easily taking out Frank, though it was finally taking out Frank, but this portion of the season was still very electric compared to most of the others, hence its placement.
Was it any shock that this endgame ended up ranking so highly on the list? Most of the known moments of the season are from later on in the season, though we had a few mem moments. Down wins his only HOH of the season and wants to target Jane, but is convinced not to by Danielle, and Ian, his secondary target, saves himself by winning the veto, so he has a weak Joe boot on his HOH. Ian wins HOH and wants to target Jen, though Dan wants to target Jane, and the latter saves himself, so Jen goes. The most memorable moment of the season comes from the final four, where Danielle wins HOH and wants Ian gone, but Dan has other plans up his sleeves. Dan was somehow able to convince Danielle to take him off the block, and then he blindsides both Danielle and Shane by evicting Shane, though it was the obvious move. We shockingly had a very interesting final week, where Danielle unleashes her fury on Dan, though she still ends up trusting him, and then we had Ian and Danielle going at it, though a part of this was orchestrated on one of their ends, and I think it was by Dan too. And of course, we have the controversial ending of Ian winning over Dan. It is one of the better and stronger endgames, hence its placement here. At 8, I have Big Brother 17 with a 9.86 median. So my first impression after rewatching the season is ranking it at 6, so it did drop a few spots, which still isn't really bad. The lowest placement that the season has is the jury portion at 18th, which definitely makes sense because it gets boring after the first round, pretty much. And nothing's in the bottom 20, and everything is roughly in the top half. So the drama is at 14th, where it's not bad drama, but it's just not explosive drama or the most memorable drama, especially compared to a lot of the other seasons, or the consistency isn't really there. Just from looking at it, there's a lot of high placements. The gameplay, the pre-jury, and the endgame are in the top 10, and the cast barely makes it to the top 10, where there's a lot of good choices, but a lot of red t-shirts. So I kind of agree with Les Moonves in that statement.
Honestly, I feel like this cast is overrated, which is one of the reasons why I dropped it on my list. But I do get to the appeal of this cast, and I kind of do agree with some of what CBS is saying now. It is a cast that had to put or it's a cast that is very hard to put into archetypes or stereotypes, which is why CBS was not the most fond of this cast and season. And there was a really fun, light vibe with this cast, though there are more standouts here compared to a similar cast a la Big Brother 23. Chase is a lot more tolerable regarding his archetype without being horrible. Devon is a huge standout despite being the second boot, and that's why she's the most known person from this cast. Jeff is a dud who did nothing of note. Audrey is a great casting choice who brought a lot to the season. Jason had his moments in the season, despite being a lot more calm than expected. Clay himself isn't really charismatic or interesting, but he got into a bunch of drama during his stay on the season, so I don't think he's a dud. And Shelley definitely played her part in the season, though she was way too image conscious for her own good. Jackie really didn't offer much to the season, but was really taken out before she was gaining momentum, or could really do anything. And Becky's randomness was fun, though she was also just kind of basic, but owned it. Meg had a likable quality to her, but she herself really didn't do much of anything in the season. I see the appeal of James, especially in this season, though he was kind of performative here. Julia was a dud, and there's no way around it. Austin was kind of unique, and he isn't as irritating as I thought while watching the season live. I think John is heavily overrated and kind of annoying, as he had all the energy in the diary room but did nothing when he was actually in the house with the others. Vanessa is a queen and is one of the most interesting people in Big Brother history who offered everything from drama to personality to gameplay and to perspective. Liz is more interesting than her sister, but it really doesn't say much, and I don't think either would have gotten cast without the other. And Steve is a complete dud, even for people that are his own archetype. While this cast made for a good season, there are more than a few boring people that doesn't give this cast as much pizzazz. This is another season where the strategy was mainly dominated by one person, so it could only go so high. But this is also a season that was very close to being a steamroll, and it would have been an utter steamroll like this, or like the bottom ranked seasons, if it wasn't for a few weeks. James wins HOH and forms in a line that really lacked structure, but they're able to get Jace out. Shelly wins HOH and targets Devon because the latter pissed off Shelly's showmans and is just a poor ally, and this was when the Sixth Sense alliance was formed. Vanessa and Shelly go on a run for most of the pre-jury with HOH wins for a month, where Vanessa comes up with a scheme to get Jeff out, Archie was too much of a liability for them to protect anymore, and Jackie, failing to remain HOH, caused for a messy week, where Vanessa realized that targeting Austin was not a good move, so she had to get blood on her hands by breaking up the Blue Moon proposition by booting Jason. There was finally a switch in power, with James winning HOH and Clary finally falling apart, and then Becky tries to get Vanessa on her HOH, but she is so messy and chooses a poor pawn in Shelly, who goes home instead. After this, it's pretty much a steamroll for the rest of the season, as Becky, John, Meg, and James are taken out over the next several HOHs under the Scamper Squad HOHs, and not much interesting really happens here. Things peak back up around the final six when Steve nominates the Oz twins and Vanessa tricks Julia into picking Austin in the veto competition, guaranteeing that the three of them won't be safe that week. Vanessa is able to blindside Austin out of the house in the final five, which was a great moment, and Steve was the one to take out Vanessa and win the season. There are a decent amount of good moments in the season that keeps it from being a complete steamroll, hence its placement.
The season is a weird one when it comes to the drama. It is a season that does have a decent amount of drama, and some of it is really solid and can hold its own. At the same time, it is never top tier, and I think it's because the cast in general is one that relatively gets along, so it doesn't really feel high stakes. The first week was actually one that had a lot of drama, with Devon and Clay getting into it over her walking around, Jace going off on James, and then his several arguments with Audrey, and then the week ended up with Devon and Jace blowing up Audrey's game overall. Things calmed down for a week, but Vanessa and her alliance set up Jeff, which was fun to watch. There was a huge blow up between Clay and Audrey, which was kind of entertaining and was a nice enough end of her run. There was a Dark Moon thing blowing up the next week, though it really wasn't the most interesting. The Cloudy downfall and James going at it with Clay, especially during the week, was fun, and then Vanessa losing her mind on him was great too. Then there was Becky going at it with Vanessa as the former tried to backdoor the latter. Things calmed down towards the next several weeks, though there was a random Vanessa snapping on Steve during the veto ceremony, and then there's Vanessa going at it with James in his final week. And most of the mess in the second half of the season involved Vanessa. And then there was the twins flipping out on Austin when he won the veto, when they were all in danger. And the drama of the season ended with Vanessa blindsiding Austin and him lashing out at her as he leaves. A lot of the twists in this season were actually reused twists, as Battle of the Block was brought back from last season, and it didn't ruin the season as much during the period that it was in effect, and they ended it in the pre-jury portion, so it didn't last that long, and the twin twist was brought back from Big Brother 5, which was 11 years prior to this, and it was utilized a lot more successfully here than it was in the prior season, so props to that. But as we all know, I'm mainly ranking this list based off of twists that were introduced in this season, and the main twist that was introduced in this season is Big Brother Takeover, where the point of this was that a new twist was supposed to be unleashed with a new twist and attachment to it each and every single week. But it didn't really pan out. The first week pretty much introduced Jack, E, and Jeff into the house. The second week had that phone call that the winner of would be able to cancel a few votes, which they wanted. And the third week, I don't even remember. But after the third week, it was canceled. And I remember that they stated that it was because the cast was delivering so much. But we also had a report a few weeks later that they didn't like most of the people who made it to the jury portion. So I don't know how believable that was. While the season was pretty much left alone and a lot of it was natural gameplay, I do appreciate it, hence it being ranked up here, but the twist wasn't really successful, especially the main twist of the season, so I could only rank it so high, hence it being here. For a season that had the Battle of the Block twist for all but 1 week of the pre-jury, they made it quite interesting, though I think it had more to do with the personalities of the cast than anything else. The first week involved James remaining in power, and it didn't matter since the other HH option in Jason would have backdoored Jace as well. Anyways, the backdoor goes through very smoothly, which causes Jace to lash out at people a few times, and then Audrey blew up her entire game, and Devon also blew up her game by arguing with Clay and being a part of the Audrey mess. The second week isn't nearly as interesting, though seeing Shirley try to slightly cut Devon was something, though it did lead to the formation of the Sixth Sense Alliance and the twin twist being exposed. Vanessa gains power in the next week and is going back and forth about whether she should target James or Jeff. So her squad comes up with a bunch of quote unquote reasons to set Jeff up, and it was all pretty entertaining, and Austin doing whatever he could to get his way. Shelly was going to target Jason with her second HOH, but then realized that Audrey was not worth saving, and Audrey had a very interesting meltdown. And of course, we saw her arguing with Clay quite a bit. Vanessa is setting up for an Austin backdoor after the Dark Moon alliance that was being proposed, but her alliance got her to change her mind, and then the blowback of sending Jason home finally woke that side of the house up. Battle of the Block finally ends, and we have James winning HOH, where he nominates Shelley and Clay, despite promising to keep them safe in front of everyone at the HOH camp. Of course, we saw a lot of tears and a lot of fighting, even a few hours before eviction with James and Clay. Overall, it's really fun, despite it being a steamroll for a decent amount of the pre-jury.
This portion was very disappointing, especially compared to the pre-jury, and even the endgame. Becky's HOH was pretty fun and continued the recent power shift that happened where she was intent on backdooring Vanessa, but it failed because Shelley was too petty over a shirt of Clay's that James had. And it caused the flip. Things go back to shit with this as Steve wins a double, or the double, and everyone sees this as random as hell, as he takes out Jackie. Liz has one of the most boring HOHs in Big Brother history and easily takes out Becky where nothing interesting or notable happens. Austin wins power next and nominates Steve and John with the intent of backdooring Vanessa, but she wins the veto and John went home, where it was yet another boring week. John comes right back into the house, and Vanessa wins HOH, where she nominates James and Meg, where the latter goes home after the former wins the veto, though there was some tension with James and Vanessa here. And then we have the double, or the second double in itself, which was boring, as Liz wins it to take out the last person from the other side in James. There's just very little going on in this portion of the season, and Vanessa tries her best to add some interest here, but it really just didn't come through.
It really shouldn't be much of a shock that it is first in this category. We do start off the period on a great note where the Oz twins are shocked that Steve tackled them, despite them making up half the house, and then Vanessa tricks Julia into sabotaging Austin in their veto competition, who goes crazy and the twins end up snapping at him. After Julia goes, Vanessa and John are able to somehow blind Austin at his eviction, which led to a great back and forth there, and he left the house without shoes on, which is such a classic. The final four was pretty standard, though Vanessa saved her ass there for sure. The final three was kind of shocking, since it seemed like Vanessa was going to steamroll her way to the end. So for her to lose the final 8 and for Steve to cut her was definitely shocking, and was a great moment. Steve ends up winning over Liz, which is still somewhat controversial for some reason, but the endgame really never let up, so here it is. So barely missing the top quarter at seventh is Big Brother 18 with a median of 9.57. So I actually had this at fifth after the rewatch, so it did drop quite a few spots. And honestly, it's shocking that this is the highest, not only the highest rated era 3 season, being the modern era, but it is also the highest rated season that is from the 2000s onwards and isn't from the 2000s. Looking at the categories, it scored high and in the top 10 in all but two of them, and the two that it wasn't in the top 10 makes a lot of sense, since things did get boring and stale during the endgame of the season, and the twists in this season are abhorrent, as they tried to throw everything that they could to see what stuck, and a lot of it didn't stick. And a lot of the twists actively made the season worse. Where, if it was more simplistic in this element, it would have ranked higher, and I think more people would like it.
Honestly, I think this might be arguably the best mixed season cast in Big Brother history. That has more than one returnee. And yes, I'm including Big Brother Canada 5 in that argument as well. The thing about this season that I really can't say about most of the other mixed seasons is that the newbies were not overshadowed by the veterans, as they all had their personalities and gameplay that not only kept up with the veterans, but exceeded them at times, and they could more than keep up with them. Glenn didn't have much to do on his time on the season. Josiah was very entertaining during the short time he was in the house, on a drama, character, and attempted gameplay point of view. Bronte was a dud, I'm not going to lie about that, and Tiffany is definitely an interesting person, as she's the more empathetic version of her sister, but she found herself in a bad position throughout the season, and she handled things in an interesting way, but in a different way. Frank attempted to be calmer in the season, and while he reverted back to his old ways and was kind of creepy, he did offer a lot to the pre-jury of the season. Devon proved why early boots are given a second chance, and you can tell that she felt a lot more comfortable with this cast compared to her last cast, though she was still as messy as a personality, commentator, and a player, which was fun to watch. Zakia herself really wasn't interesting, but it was her attachment to bigger personalities that contributed to the season, now that I think about it. Bridget had a nice enough underdog run, and she's a lot tougher than she seemed on paper. Polly proved to be a much more entertaining person, player, and a personality than his brother, despite being a villain and failing to play like Cody and Derek, but created his own reality TV path, which is rare for siblings of other reality TV stars. Michelle was a complete train wreck who was an emotional mess, which is refreshing from a superfan, which we usually do not get. Natalie was underestimated throughout the season for many reasons and had to deal with people calling her fake, but she more than proved herself. Victor became fun after he came back and let loose a lot more, which he only did on this season, unfortunately. Corey was a dud, though the edit tried to make him funny. James was a shell of himself this season, but if you like what he performs with the pranks, he is the same. Paul's a very unique casting choice who offered a lot to the season, and Nicole was more interesting this time around as she somewhat embraced her negative traits compared to her first season. Overall, this cast just has a really great dynamic. I'm actually pretty shocked that the season made it this high on the list in this category, since I remember having some issues with it, in the fact that some of it felt manufactured. A part of this is definitely due to the newbie and veteran dynamic, which did appear a few times throughout the season. Nicole went HOH due to the weird format of the first few days, and decides to go after Josiah due to being anti-vet, though she nominated Polly for some weird reason, and it's a very close vote, though everyone knew that Josiah had no chance. Polly went HOH to target Victor, which was pretty boring, but there were cracks in the majority alliance already, which we saw in the next few weeks. Frank has Bridget try to target Tiffany and nominates her best friend, Bridget, with the twist, which backfires due to Bronte going home and Tiffany staying. Polly wins HOH again and is insistent on targeting Tiffany to send her home, though Devon's messiness almost causes a halt to that, and it brings Frank and Tiffany together against her. Frank finally goes home under James's hands, who broke another promise after being safe for a few weeks. Paul is convinced by Polly to send home Devon, and the guys decide to come together, which thankfully does not last long. Victor wins HOH and is attempting to target Zakia, but Polly is pushing really hard for Michelle to go, though him not using the veto causes the house to turn on him and Butsukia. Bridget quickly goes, and Polly's downfall happens the very next week by the same man he sent home on his first HOH. There's some suspicious behavior under Natalie and Michelle's HOH, where they break up their new alliance to work with Nicole and Corey, and Victor goes home again. Paul and Victor decide to work with Nicole and Corey for the next two rounds, where they boot Michelle and Natalie. The showman's turns on Victor, Paul boots Corey and James, where Nicole beats Paul in a close vote. Ultimately, while the newbies did have brains and played their own games, it suffers from the same issues that other mixed seasons had, to a lesser extent.
I am shocked that the season is so high on the rankings, though I might bump it down by the time I'm recording and editing this. But out of the seasons within the last decade, it is one of the best when it comes to the drama. Right from the beginning, there was tension in the house, with James and Victor arguing over pranks, Polly and Josiah arguing over scenarios. And then there was the trio of Paul, Victor, and Josiah just showing their asses, especially with the women. Things with Frank and Tiffany started tearing down their majority alliance, and things only got worse with Devon's involvement in the mess and her lies coming back to haunt her. But she had a few fun arguments with them, especially with Tiffany, and not including the ass slap with Frank. That lasted for a few weeks. Signs of Polly's tyranny started showing up when he picked a fight with Tiffany before a roadkill competition, and then his cringe match with Zakia only got more and more uncomfortable. Some of Paul's tyranny was also shown here once he picked that random fight with Frank, but things would come to a culmination where Polly went off on Natalie and her supposed fake boobs, and Michelle because they told the truth about the romance with Zakia, and it was definitely a night. Polly then goes at it with James and then is gaslit by the other Paul, causing the entire house, sans Nakori, to argue with Polly on his way out of the house. Things continue with Paul getting into several fights with Natalie, Michelle, and Nicole during that next week, with some pretty fun fights. Michelle and Nicole blow up on one another during the farmer's eviction, and then we have to deal with the two showmasters arguing with one another, or within themselves actually, for the endgame. I honestly forgot a lot about some of the drama that happened in the season, but it does hold up. I feel like if there's a season that is known for its oversaturation of twists and just throwing things out there to see what sticks, it would be this season. So you of course had the relations with the past house guests, which isn't new, but it's clear that they did it this season so there could be more buffers in favor of the veterans, which we clearly saw take place this season. We had teams in a similar vein of Big Brother 11 and coaches from Big Brother 14, but they weren't based on clicks or having a coach. But this was pretty much used for the first 3 weeks. And there was the day two or day one eviction twist. Yeah, this was the start of the day two eviction twist, which just really, really, really sucked and was kind of just unnecessary. And even though we lost Glenn, who didn't really contribute anything, it caused this season to start in a very convoluted way. There was the roadkill competition where pretty much all the house guests compete in it, and whoever wins it has the choice to nominate someone. And if the veto is used on the roadkill nominee, they get to choose it. So it's pretty similar to the MVP twist of BB15, but it lost its luster here. And the majority kind of controlled it here, but not in an interesting way like they did in BB15. Then there was the round trip ticket where from week 5 to week 8, everyone got these round trip tickets, and whomever was evicted from week 5 to week 8 had a chance to come back if they had the right card. So we spent 5 evictions on this, and nothing came to pass, which thank goodness. And it's clear that they only did this so they can make it to their 99-day runtime. And if this twist was successful, there would not have been a second buyback. Then there was the America's Care package, which was just very contrived as well, and was another way of trying to make the season more interesting, but it didn't really pay off. So Natalie won the Never Not Pass, James Hewling won the second care package, which gave him the ability to kindle 2 votes on eviction night. And while the Sakia vote was interesting, it wasn't due to this twist, since they had their votes even without it. Nicole then won safety, and then Michelle ended up winning the fourth care package, where she was the co-HOH, where she wanted to nominate Nicole and Corey, but due to Natalie being manipulated by the producers and Michelle not having much agency, she folded and ruined her game in the process. And then Corey ended up winning $5,000 due to the last care package. And this is the first season that had two jury buybacks, which also just made things even more contrived and tired. So, just me stating all this pretty much explains why BB18 is a lot lower. Looking back, this was another pre-jury that was just kind of okay in the grand scheme of things. Of course, there was the stupid day one or two boots, which always sucks, and with the way the competition was set up, it almost encouraged a veteran becoming the first HOH in a weird way. Nicole is in power, and of course, the veterans and siblings of the veterans and superfans joined them. And while the result of Josiah going was predictable, there was a lot of fun moments in the week with Josiah's delusions. Polly wins power, and the week was very boring and predictable, and foretold Victor's back door like no other. But we did see the majority alliance start crumbling at this point, especially Frank and Tiffany. Bridget wins power, and it becomes Frank's HOH essentially, where she nominates Tiffany and Paul, and he nominates her closest ally, Bronte, with the power he won. Bronte ends up going home because his alliance hates him, though there might have been production influence with this. The aftermath of this was great, with Tiffany melting down and Devon trying to fight off all the lies she told Frank and Tiffany, and the hilarity of it all. Polly wins his second consecutive HOH and is insistent on booting Tiffany, who gets into some drama with him and Devon during her final week. Victor comes back into the house, and James essentially does here what he did at this point last season. Once HOH makes a promise to protect people in front of the house, only to nominate them, Bridget and Frank here. With both nominees getting into a few squabbles with Paul and Michelle before Frank is finally booted, as he was safe for the last 3 weeks beforehand due to who won HOH. A decent amount of fun moments here, but there's some weaker weeks as well.
I was going back and forth about whether this should be higher than where it is or not, since it is longer compared to the other high ranking seasons in this category. But that also comes with a negative too, since it means more boring weeks on average. This portion of the season starts off on a pretty mad note as the Pauls are controlling the house and Calafiore tells Abrahamian to backdoor Devon out of all people. And then we have a bunch of fighting between Polly and Zakia, in addition to a guy's alliance. Thankfully, that doesn't last long, since Polly was too selfish and wanted to have his cake, i.e. the guy's alliance, and eat it too, keeping Zakia by vote and not taking her off the block with the veto, despite the guys wanting her gone. So, there's a huge amount of drama the night before the eviction that involves himself, Natalie, and Michelle, and Polly's claim is essentially blown up. Zakia goes home, and we have a boring double with Corey sending Bridget out, but luckily, Victor's second HOH picks up the pace as he's told by Paul to target Polly, who has a series of meltdowns and fights throughout the week. So it was definitely interesting. Natalie and Michelle's HOH was a mess and a very mixed bag at best, since while there were a lot of fights, which came from Paul specifically, there were shifting alliances, some of the alleged production stuff was frustrating. And then we had a second buyback where Victor comes back, he and Paul align with Nikori, and it's a boring week where Michelle goes home and the other side does absolutely nothing.
The endgame of this season is unique in regards to it being filled entirely with three pairs. The two showmances that consist of Nicole and Corey, as well as James and Natalie, and then the BFF duo of Paul and Victor, making up the final pair of the season. Unfortunately, it did kind of make the endgame very easy to predict, though Nicole were working with the BFFs as they were with them in the prior round. To boot Natalie here, then Victor was picked off by the showmans because they were protecting James, which makes sense since two vets. And then Paul picks off Corey in the final four. The person that ended up being picked off in each pair was very easy to predict before it happened, though it did cause a final three where Paul makes the idiotic choice of cutting James over Natalie and then loses by a vote to Nicole at the end, which still has a lot of conversation taking place, even today. It isn't one of the worst endgames, hence it being roughly in the middle of this list, but the energy of the season was just virtually gone by this point. So, starting the last quarter, the top quarter of this ranking At 6 is Big Brother 7 with an 8.57 median. So I initially had this at ninth after the rewatch, so this improved quite a lot compared to that ranking. Just from looking at the categories, the only low score was in the drama at 21st, and there definitely wasn't much drama in the season whatsoever. A lot of that has to do with a lot of the behind the scenes stuff, and I've noticed with both All Star seasons, there tends to not be much drama, and this might be a part of it, and everyone being so aware of the cameras and the fan base and all of that stuff. The only other category that missed the top 10 is the pre-jury, which got 12th, so it was still pretty close, and everything else got a high score. So it's being up here makes a lot of sense.
Honestly, this season did benefit, or this cast did benefit from the fact that this cast is an all-star season, and we actually saw what the cast could deliver, which we saw on the prior seasons. Due to the many people on this cast being from the best of their era, mainly from a character point of view, and even on a drama and gameplay point of view as well, you would think that this would be one of the best casts ever, but it didn't really turn out like that in execution. Allison did add some mess during the little time that she was on the season, and it would have been a lot more interesting had she stayed. Nokomis definitely froze up, and it showed that she needed a BB5 cast to pop personality wise, as they were a lot more zany than this cast. Jace was kind of interesting with his attempts to evolve only to fail, and he offered some of the only drama in the season. And Diane was definitely a dud on the season, since her mental health and outside circumstances really were not in her favor, and she was really caged in during the season. Karen was at his most boring this season, and his rhetoric lost a lot of its luster here, where I just didn't care. Marcellus was just bitter without the humor or charm or charisma that made him likable in his prior season to balance it out. Howie didn't age well at all and is also just as miserable without the humor. James was pretty much the same in the season, though he was a lot more justified here compared to his first season. Danielle is still iconic, though you can tell that the backlash from Big Brother 3 affected her, and she did calm herself down a bit, though she was still as charismatic and still as funny and insightful. Chicken George was just there in general, and you could tell he was just grateful to be in the game, and he was kind of a passenger to everything that was happening. Well, it's even more iconic in this season with everything he offered here as he really kicked it up on the entertainment and gameplay level. While Janelle had pick me tendencies, she was definitely in pure form this season and offered a lot to it. Erica and Mike were kind of just meh, but I don't really consider them duds either. A lot of good in this cast, but a lot of people are just shells of their former selves here, too, and it really just wasn't fun to watch a lot of them. Some people might have been expecting for the season to make it so high on the list, while others felt opposite, and I was in that camp for a bit. The pre-game elements definitely caused things in the season to be a bit muddied, but that was bound to happen. Janelle and Jace threw up Allison and Danielle, where the two of them failed to come up with a plan to cause the HOHs to flop and to be nominated, but the pre-game messiness really affected this week as well. The Sovereign 6 win the following three HOHs, where they mainly booed Season 5 because of pre-game drama, and Town was definitely fanning the flames between all sides of the house to their advantage. Danielle wins the following HOH and finally takes the shot at Season 6, though it was the alternative shot after Janelle was saved with the veto, or Janelle saved herself with the veto, and the Legion of Doom Alliance have a nice run for it during the next few weeks. Marcellus is accidentally sent home on Janelle's HOH after she failed to send home the other women, and Showtime continues weaponizing Janelle and Danielle against one another. Howie is blindsided out of the house after Chicken George nominates him. Boogie is convinced by Will to turn on James, who refused to really see it coming, and BB3 Danielle starts to come back, but it's a bit too late as Showtime convinces Erica to backstab her. Chicken George quickly goes home after a double eviction, and Will played with fire a bit too much with Janelle, where she sends him home. Boogie reunites with Erica to send Janelle home, and he easily beats her at the end. A lot of interesting moments, despite the pre-game stuff muddying things up a bit, in my opinion, hence its high placement.
For a season that is seen as one of the greatest for a variety of reasons, this season in general lacked a lot of drama. Now that I'm looking at things, or looking things through, the two All Star seasons had some of the least drama in the franchise, and I wonder if it's due to returnees knowing what to expect and being a lot more contrived slash closed off in comparison the second time around. The only stuff pertaining drama that I remembered was that weird K-Sar and Walt stuff that was very unsatisfying in the second week, which they edited down as it involved more people in the house arguing. Jace and Marcellus going at it, which was great, and it was a result of Jace getting sent home again, but we rarely got anything that was this intense during the season. There was quite a few back and forths with James and the rest of season 6, as he was getting pissed off with their strategy in general. Howie and Bucky did go at it after Howie was blanketed out of the house, but it was very quick. The only other notable drama in this season was Danielle getting backstabbed by Erica and drunk Danielle telling her off, and of course Erica couldn't handle it. Oh, Will and Janelle's romance ends poorly, but that was more uncomfortable than anything. Not much drama happened in the season, hence it being here. I'm not shocked that the season ended up making it this high, and it's definitely deserving of its placement. The returning players is definitely a twist, since it's something that was never done in Big Brother before, and it could have easily turned out badly, as we saw with Big Brother 22. But the cast here, while not the best, is definitely good enough, especially for the era that it's in. And America ended up choosing the house guests, which of course caused them to vote in all the people from the recent seasons, though there is some speculation that the producers ignored this and brought in who they would have wanted to brought in anyways, so it just kind of just worked in their favor. A huge twist of this season that is also implemented in every other season afterwards is the power of veto players being randomized. So we saw in the prior two seasons before this that the house guests and nominees always just actively chose who would play for them or with them in the veto competition. And when it comes to stuff like this, it made it very easy to backdoor someone, which we saw in BB5 and BB6, where having the wheel be randomized here, sometimes the backdoor target did have a chance to win the veto and they had the chance to play in the veto, and it was just up to fate. So this caused things to be a bit less predictable, and I think here's a welcoming twist. And it ended the outright backdoors, since there's a chance that they could fail, and we've seen them fail in many seasons after this. The coup d'etat was introduced in the season, and while we didn't see the twist itself play out, we did get to see how the person got to the twist, which was by putting down a bunch of clues, and for the house to guess what all these clues were adding up to state a phrase, and Mike ended up doing that. If they did this in Big Brother 11, I think a lot more people would have liked the twist even more. And the final twist of the season is the double eviction night, where two people go home on one night. And this is the version of the double eviction that they've used every season after this, and even on Canada. Though I wish they would do the double eviction week, like how they did it in earlier this season, BB6 and BB5 as well. Overall, a very solid list of twists pertaining this season, hence its spot here. If I remember correctly, I had this pre-jury a lot lower on my last list, and while I might have grown a bit more fond of it this time, my opinion of it really has not changed, since I do think it's the weaker element of the season and weaker than a lot of other pre-juries. We start off with the dual HOH twist with Jace and Janelle winning, and due to Danielle and Allison overplaying, they found themselves on the block. There was some back and forth about who to boot, and things tipped over against Allison last minute. The network has Kesar winning HOH, and he nominates Diane and Nokomis, where nothing really interesting happens in the week, and the house ends up booting Nokomis, even though some of the season 6 wanted otherwise. James wins HOH and continues the season 6 reign, and he's obsessed with booting Chicken George, since he pre-gamed with damn near everyone else. But his worst case scenario happened with his targets winning the veto, and he's pressured by his alliance to turn on Jace, which caused a lot of drama, especially with Marcellus. Janelle is finally able to get Diane out, though she did it in a way that pissed off her alliance and all of the house. And then Daniel wins HOH to finally break the season 6 streak, aligns with the Legion of Doom, and then Kesar gets booted after Janelle saved herself with the veto, though making a ridiculous risk with nominating James. Overall, it isn't a bad pre-jury, but just mediocre at best all around, and the steamroll for most of it did not help it either.
A part of me wasn't expecting for the season to make it so high on the list, since it really only consists of 2 weeks, and the season isn't one that's known for drama. We have the start of the jury period, where Erica had her HOH taken from her, and Janelle wins HOH to target Danielle, but Chotan and James throws the veto to her, which causes some drama with the Salves, and Marcellus as well as Janelle are blindsided when he is sent home. The final 8th round was crazy. Despite it being a double elimination round where Chicken George randomly wins HOH, attempts to target James, which fails, and is scored last minute by Boogie to target Howie, which leads to Howie snapping at the both of them during separate moments. We finally have the breakup of the Legion of Doom at the Final 7, where Mike is told by Will to target James, and we have the infamous finger gates with James and Janelle in the veto competition. This period of the season was overall very fun, and is arguably the peak of the season.
We start off the endgame on a very strong and heartbreaking note, where Erica is HOH and she wants to target Janelle, which ends up failing. So she has to nominate either Danielle or Cheltown, and she's convinced to put up Danielle, which causes a lot of drama between the two of them, which definitely tugged at your strings. It was a brutal but memorable betrayal. Though we had our first standard double eviction night, where Will almost wins a comp and Erica saved her ass, causing Chicken George to go home. We then have the final 4 round, where it seems like Erica is dead in her rights, but Will's showmance with Janelle, going a bit too far for his comfort zone, caused for a domino effect to happen, and the women got together to realize that they were being played all season, causes for Janelle to boot Will. Of course, Erica goes back to Mike conveniently when he had all the power, so Janelle went home and Boogie went against Erica. Overall, it was definitely more of an action-packed endgame, hence its placement, despite it being a less than satisfying final 2. At fifth place is Big Brother 3 with an 8.5 median, just barely beating Big Brother 7. And this is interesting because my first impression of this season had me ranking it as first, and I believe I had it as first in my last season rankings a few years ago. This season has 6 categories since there's no pre-jury technically, so it was interesting to see how that either benefited the season or put it at a disadvantage. And honestly, the season would have been higher had it not been for the drama category, where I did place it at 18, since there wasn't a whole lot of drama in the season. And it does have a few 10s, like the jury portion and the gameplay, which bumped it below some of the others that are higher than it.
I'm really going back and forth about whether this cast is number 1 or number 2, but it's really close and I might change it several times before I actually upload this video, but it is here for now. It is a strength to the older seasons that they are the top 2, despite being the oldest casts, but I really think that it's partially due to having 12 house guests, meaning that there's a lot less filler and them having more time to actually develop as characters and us seeing the multidimensionality of them. Lori is easily the most developed first boot we have in Big Brother USA history, and she contributed so much while having such a big presence. Tanya was a dud in comparison to the others in the cast, but even she had a few moments, and is more interesting than most duds on other seasons, so she may not even be much of a dud at all. Eric's sleep talking was fun, and he was okay enough, though he's arguably a bigger dud than Tanya, despite being more interesting than most duds. Josh was a house guest that definitely hasn't aged well, and he's awful at first, but his eviction week was the most tense in the season, and he really gets his comeuppance, and you so much feel sorry for him. Kiara is an interesting house guest who brought some chaos to the season, and her perspective on life and sexuality was very ahead of its time. Jerry had his moments throughout the season where he was gross and likable, but also he was underestimated and offered some moments throughout the season that were shocking on a gameplay level. While Roddy gave quote unquote privileged white male entitlement throughout a lot of the season, it was interesting to see him maneuver throughout the season, and there was a charisma to him that made him entertaining. Marcellus was everything in the season and was truly one of the backbones and the heart of the season with everything he contributed. Amy is one of the most unique house guests ever, and she had such a growth arc throughout the season that's just captivating. Jason is a good guy, but he had his more devious and humorous moments that didn't make him a bore, unlike many others in his archetype. Do I even need to say anything about Danielle? She is one of the most iconic women on Big Brother, and it's not just for her gameplay, though that's amazing too, but it's due to her personality and charisma, which comes off so well on TV. Even Lisa had her interesting moments and arcs throughout the season, where she could have been very basic, but she wasn't. The dynamics amongst this cast is great, and despite being lighthearted in comparison, there's a lot of depth with this group of house guests. The season kind of suffers from the same thing that Big Brother 2 did when it comes to this category, because it is so early on in BB history, and there still was not a template regarding how to play. We were watching the house guests learn how to play, but because things evolved so much since this season on a gameplay point of view, I can only put it so high. Lisa wins the first HOH and is intent on targeting Marcellus since it's what her alliance wants, but he is saved by Jerry and she puts up Amy, where Lori goes in a very close vote. Marcellus wins power right after being saved, and it seemed like he wants Josh gone, but it's more than fine when Tanya goes, since Roddy and his allies save Josh. Roddy wins power and targets Amy, and I really don't know why that is, and she unceremoniously goes home. Jerry wins power, and here is where the structure flips, as everyone who was not aligned with the Showmances decided to align for now, so they can boot the Showmances, and Danielle kept Lisa over Eric to weaken Roddy, and because she knows Lisa is at the bottom of her own alliance. Kiara decides to target her own ally for some weird reason in Josh, and then nominates her own showmance beside him, not even realizing that everyone was turning on her. Amy comes back in the house and does the house's dirty work to nominate Kiara and Roddy, though they were still back and forth about who was going to go home. Jason wins HOH and takes out Jerry while not making move on Roddy, which makes sense for him, but the week itself was boring. Marcellus wins power and he is the one to finally take out Roddy, while worsening his position by crapping on Amy. One of the most iconic weeks in Big Brother history happens with Jason and Danielle targeting and blindsiding Marcellus after he is not safe himself with the veto. Danielle takes out Amy, which was a bad move, and Lisa takes out Jason, where she steamrolls over Danielle in the finals. A lot of interesting stuff happens here, especially for an older season, but it just doesn't have as much dynamicism as some of the others gameplay wise.
It's sad that a season that I enjoy so much is so low in a category that is so highly regarded by the fan base, but it really makes sense for Big Brother 3 to be here, since there isn't much drama in the season. Of course, there was the hand washing incidents between Danielle and Lori, which was hilarious, but very low stakes overall. Amy and Marcellus ends up getting into it with Tanya after the latter completely blew a situation up more than it needed to be, and out of proportion. I remember some bickering between Kiara and Roddy during some of the earlier weeks, and Josh also getting himself into a decent amount of fights, especially in his last week in the house, with people like Lisa, Roddy, Kiara, and even Marcellus. There really isn't much happening for the next few weeks after that, until Marcellus gave Amy a horrible nomination speech, and Roddy tried to pull off a reverse psychology mess on Danielle and Marcellus, who didn't fall for it, but it did work on Amy. Amy and Marcellus ended up arguing for the thousandth time about her drinking, and that's it. Everything is very low stakes in the season, and there just isn't much drama here. And there really weren't many twists in the season. And the first twist of the season, which is the major one, is the power of veto, where it gives the nominee a chance to save themselves or save someone else from eviction and for the nominations to change. But with the way that the veto was used in this season, where it was the silver power of veto for all the rounds except for one, if a nominee won it, they couldn't use it on themselves, but they could use it on the other nominee, meaning that they couldn't save themselves even with the veto. And because everyone was playing in the veto at the time, it just meant that the probability of someone not on the block to win the veto would be higher, and obviously they would have more incentive to not use it. So the power of veto, while an important twist for the show, ended up being a dud in this season. And they changed it for the golden power of veto in the final five, where the nominee could use it to save themselves, but Marcellus didn't use it, and it's just way too iconic, and we all know what it is. The other twist of the season is the previously evicted house guest twist, where they brought someone back into the game who was previously evicted. As we all know, the first four evicted house guests were sequestered after being evicted, and they had to do a bunch of trivia and they had to do a hypothetical situation of the amount of money that they would give up before they faced a house vote, which caused Amy to come back over Eric. And I really like how they did it here, though a lot of the house guests had resentment over the fact that someone could come back into the game, and it definitely played a part into Amy's journey during the second half of the season. But overall, I liked the twist of the season, and they really did bring something interesting to the cast and season overall. Though I just think the other three seasons are stronger when it comes to their twists.
This season has the advantage, or some could say that it's also a disadvantage, that the non-endgame jury portion of the seasons lasts for, or this one lasts for a bit more than half of the season, just due to the fact that there is no pre-jury in BB3. The first week involves Lisa and her alliance trying to target Marcellus, but Jerry uses the veto on him, pissing off the entire house, and Lori is booted in a close vote. Marcellus ends up sending home Tanya the next week in another close vote, and then Roddy targets Amy in what seems like a personal move, though you have some good content from the cast in some of these early weeks. The game really picks up in the next week with Jerry nominating Lisa and Eric, where both sides of the house are really fighting hard to keep either Lisa or Eric, leading to a tie vote that Jerry broke to boot Eric. The next week had Kiara targeting ally Josh to do damage control, and she nominated her own showmance. And there was a lot of drama in this week. Though Josh going home was predictable, though he ruined his chances of staying when the votes were flipped in his favor. Amy returns to the house and gets her lick back on Kiara and Roddy, and you see the start of Roddy and Danielle here with their pseudo conflict, though the showmance with Kiara completely crumbles here. This portion of the season ends in a very boring manner as Jason uses his dead HOH to take out Jerry, and nothing interesting happens here. Overall, this portion still holds up, despite some boring weeks.
The season has a longer endgame just due to the fact that it's an earlier season and had a much shorter cast, but they make it work. Compared to other seasons with longer endgames, we start off the endgame with a bang, with Marcellus not only nominating Amy and Roddy, but giving her a harsh speech, and then Roddy decides to go at it with Danielle and Marcellus, which was entertaining, and then Roddy gaslights Amy after she refuses to veto him, bringing up some random deal that they made in the second week, though he literally sent her home the week after they made that deal. And this is also in addition to Amy's drunkenness pissing off the house. And then there's the iconic Final Five round, where Jason targets Marcellus, who is targeting him, and Danielle really works the hell out of Marcellus to get him to not use the veto, and send him home in the most iconic moment in Big Brother history. Honestly, things get boring from here, as we waste an entire week on a predictable Final Four round of Danielle putting Amy. Jason gets cut by Lisa, and then we, of course, have the controversial loss of Danielle and Lisa winning the season. Like a few others below it, the first two rounds are excellent, which weren't its spot here. At fourth place is Big Brother 5 with a median of 6.57. After rewatching the season, a part of me thought that it was still very good but a bit overrated, which is why I had it at 7th, but after breaking down the categories, it got bumped up to 4, and it still holds up well, despite it being pretty underrated by the fan base. Its lowest score is the jury portion of the season, which is at 19, so it doesn't even have a score that's in the 20s in any of the categories. And then the second lowest is drama at 13th, which is still better than a lot of other scores as we've seen with the other seasons. And then it got really high scores in the top 10, like the cast, gameplay, pre-jury, and the endgame. So its being here makes sense with that context.
We all know that the season has a weird reputation, where it's kind of forgettable to many people, but when they watch it, they realize that it is good, especially the cast. You can definitely tell that they're starting to cast younger people at around this point in Big Brother history, but unlike the prior season in Big Brother 4, they realized and they remembered that you need personalities. Mike was never going to gain much traction in the game this season, but he did show gameplay potential and he did cause some drama during his short stay. Lori was pretty much a dud who went back and forth about whether she wanted to play or not, and she didn't really have much personality. Holly was a quirky, unique casting choice that had so many people pressed and bothered in the season. Scott definitely filled the archetype of being the pre-Jorah villain who got into drama, and he did have his fair share of moments, but he was very overshadowed by Jace, who is reality TV gold, and the first half of the season was essentially the Jace show. As he offered it in the diary room, he was very dramatic, but you could tell he was kind of winking at the camera at the same time. Will had some good commentary in the diary room throughout the season, though he never really popped as much in the house with the other house guests. Natalie had a fiery side that we barely saw, and Adria was an interesting enough house guest, but they are clearly cast together and don't stand out much on their own. Marvin was casting gold with his commentary, how he maneuvered the game, and how he handled drama, but he's someone who would rightfully never get cast nowadays and would only be acceptable on the show during the 2000s. Karen was under-edited, but she's one of the funniest and kookiest house guests ever. Nokomis, while not being the most dynamic person, she definitely did have a different perspective on things and had a good journey throughout the season. Diane became the main character during the second half of the season and is a mix of gameplay, drama, personality, and vulnerability all at once. Cowboy had his arc with his sister while being kind of annoying, and Drew was pretty bland, but not the worst of his kind or archetype overall. Things kept on changing with the Big Brother 5 cast regarding the dynamics, and I really liked how there's a huge emphasis on who is the hero and who is the villain, but they weren't sanctimonious about it like some of the earlier seasons. I do consider this season to be the first one where all the staple qualities that makes for quote unquote standard Big Brother take place here, and the cast definitely took advantage of it. The Four Horsemen Alliance is immediately formed, and they have power when Jace wins HOH, and he uses it to target Pariah Mike, but it was clear that they would not be in power for long. Marvin wins HOH next, and while he's kind of an affiliate to the Four Horsemen, he was a loner and had his own agenda, with Lori going home once Jace saved the house targets Holly. Drew wins HOH and he's good with everyone in the house, but he doesn't want to do what his alliance wants, so he targets Holly and was able to get Scott and Cowboy on his side, but the alliance was falling apart and the others were waiting for it. Diane wins HOH and is finally able to make the first move for her alliance with putting up Jason Scott, with Scott going home. It was a very close vote against Adria after Jace saved himself. The twin twist is revealed. Sorry, Scott was nominated against Marvin. So, the twin twist is revealed, and the Comis, as well as everyone but Mike and Jace, plot to backdoor Jace, which was just great television, as he has such a wide range of emotions throughout the week. Adria wins HOH, and when you thought she would make the safe move, she decides to target her own ally in Wall, but then she brought some uncomfortable elements to it. But Drew and Cowboy definitely sided with the twins to boot him, which was a good move. The next 2 weeks involved the twins getting sent out on Marvin and Nicole's HOHs, and Marvin's luck runs out once he gets caught up in the messiness of Drew and Diane's romance. Speaking of Diane, she comes up with a plan to boot Karen and save the guys on Nicole's HOH, with getting them to throw the veto to her, and it works. Cowboy evicts his own sister, and Drew is the first person ever to cut his showmance, where he beats Cowboy in a close vote. This was the first season where everyone acknowledged that it was a game, and it's okay to be meta.
The season is a weird one, since there's a lot of drama in the season, and when you watch it, you get interested in it. But it does not hold up nearly as much as some of the other dramatic seasons, which explains its spot in the halfway point. The first week had Mike picking fights with Jace and Scott the entire time, then we move on to Jace getting into fights with Holly and Lori. Scott then decides to call Diane white trash, though she threw her fair share of digs at him as well. Drew pretty much turned on his alliance with nominating Holly, causing them all to badger him, only for the entire alliance to turn on Jace, and we have that huge argument with Jace, Diane, and Holly in the kitchen. That's probably the most memorable fight of the season. You start to see the distrust of the twins in the next week, and then Jace gets into it with Adria, and Marvin gets into Jace during the Scott eviction aftermath. Jace is backdoored and then tells Drew and Diane off, where Jace and Diane correctly read the heck out of one another about their shitty romances. Some of the drama leaves with Jace, though we do get quite a few arguments with Marvin and Adria over the next week. The twins do not handle their downfall well at all, culminating with Adria and Marvin getting into it during her eviction. The season ends with a lot of arguing from Drew and Diane, and Karen also getting in some jabs at Diane at her eviction. So, this season has a decent amount of twists, and they really changed the game. So, with the veto competition, they decided that only 6 people can partake in the veto competition, which gives the nominees a lot better chances of winning the competition, since it gave them a 1 in 6 chance, where in prior seasons it would have given them a 1 in 13, 1 in 12, 1 in 11, 1 in 10, 1 in 9, 1 in 8, and 1 in 7 in those earlier weeks, just giving the incentive for someone who's not on the block a higher chance to win. But with this, it means that the chances of the nominees winning the veto are 2 in 6, since there's 2 nominees. And it means that the HOH and the entire house had to be on their toes. And they did this because they saw how in the prior 2 seasons, the veto in general was just not getting used. And we saw a lot more usage of the veto due to this twist. We then had Project DNA, which was definitely split into two, with the twin twists, which were so interesting to watch at the time, to see them maneuver it and to see that moment where they all come into the game, which was already a very tense moment due to the drama post Scott eviction, and having Natalie just walk in with Adria was just an epic moment. And then there was the siblings twist, where two half siblings who did not know of one another's existence ends up being stuck together in the house. And it was definitely psychologically damaging for Nokomis, and she was put into this game, and the fact that she had to realize that she was only recruited to be a part of this game due to be exploited this way was really, really tough. And we saw her melt down about it in the final four. And the final twist of the season is the double eviction week, which isn't the same as the double eviction that we have come to know, but I actually do like this version of the double eviction, where they did an eviction 2 days after the prior eviction, and then the second eviction would be 5 days afterwards. And it really sped up the end game of the season since they did it here in the final six. And as we all know, the end game weeks are generally the most boring since there's so little options and everyone's just drained and they wanted to go home. So to have it sped up here was a great choice and it really helped with the pacing of this season. When the word iconic comes up and you think about pre-juries, Big Brother 5 is definitely up there, and it's the second pre-jury in existence. Jace won the first HOH and set up his Four Horsemen alliance quickly, where Mike consistently talked about targeting the people in the alliance and attempting to make alliances with everyone else, but people in the alliance. He got into it with Scott and Jace a few times before his departure, but it was a very predictable week. Marvin wins HOH, and of course the Four Horsemen suck up to him and make a fake alliance with him, and Marvin decides to target Lori. Despite that, damn near the entire house planned to vote out the other nominee in Holly, but Jace had enough smarts to realize that she was in danger, so he took Holly off the block with his veto, and it sealed Lori's fate. Though there was also some more Jace drama that happened this week, and Scott and Diane also get into it. June wins HOH, and when you think it will be a week where the Four Horsemen take over to dominate, the results are actually very different. He nominates Holly amongst Nokomis and gets a lot of smoke from his alliance for this move. But after the huge blow up with Diane, Jace, and Holly, as well as Scott getting jealous, the entire house sans Jace is fine with booting her, and Jace is on the outs with his entire alliance. Diane wins HOH after a long battle with Jace, and she of course nominates him with Scott, though her plan fails when he wins the veto and there's a close vote between Scott and Marvin, but ultimately Scott gets evicted. Jace picks on Adria, and Marvin tells him off before Natalie enters the house as a house guest, and he realizes that he is a goner after Nokomis wins HOH. But the six finger plan took place, and he was shocked that he was safe for a bit before the iconic moment happened. And of course, he fought with Drew and Diane before he left. It's definitely the creme de la creme of the pre jury in general, looking at all of them. And it still holds the standard 20 years later.
I really hate putting this season so low in this category, and I think it's lower than where I put it in my prior ranking of this, but there really isn't much here, and you can tell that they were struggling without Jace in the house. Adria went to HOH, and instead of targeting Marvin or Cowboy, which was easy and expected, she not only decides to target Will, but then mentions the Bible in her speech, and it's just awful optics, and her meltdown power trip during the week wasn't even entertaining. So Nokomis went HOH, and she is going to get her lick back at the twins, and there's really nothing interesting going on, and Natalie easily goes home after her sister wins the veto. And then Marvin wins the HOH and targets Adria, which honestly wasn't even a good move for him, but I think he admitted that it was more personal, and they had an argument as she leaves the house. It was just kind of boring and not much substance here, hence its overall placement on this list.
This season had a low tier pre endgame jury portion, hence its placement there, and now we're moving back or moving up to having a top tier endgame. And I almost moved this at first. I almost put this at first. The first ever double eviction happened here, where the fracture of Drew and Diane continues to grow as he nominates her next to Marvin, and the latter ran out of 9 cat lives. Nakomis wins her final HOH, and it feels like she's targeting Drew, with Cowboy being a pawn. with Cowboy being pissed off about being nominated by his sister, and Diane kind of being a pick-me. So she created a plan to save both of the boys by her winning veto, taking Drew off, and then sending home Karen, which causes some tension at Karen's eviction. Diane, of course, does not handle her villain era well at all, but we then have Cowboy sending home Nokomis, who has a huge meltdown against production, though she was salty that she was about to be evicted as well. We have the first case ever of a girl being cut by her showman's or close male ally, with Drew cutting Diane due to her drunkenly telling him that she will beat him at the end, and Drew barely winning the season against Cowboy. For an endgame, this is extremely action packed, which is very rare. The bronze prize of third place goes to Big Brother 6 with the median of 6.29. Clearly based on my first impressions, which I put it as fourth, it was always going to be around here, so I'm not really shocked by this placement. It reached the top 10 in every category but the gameplay, which is the lowest score, and it literally missed it by 1 since that 11th. So it makes sense why it's this high. But looking at a lot of the scores, I see a lot of 4s and 5s, and then a 6 and an 8. So it makes sense why it's around here. In general, this season definitely upgraded things from the prior seasons, but it still has a lot of that classic goodness. Though there's still some ickiness that is good, but also not the greatest once you understand the full context of it all.
I'm actually shocked that out of the new BOG era seasons, I have this as the second lowest, with BB4 being a lot lower. I will say that due to the casting twist of the pairs, some people who would not have otherwise been on the show made it on, adding somewhat of a weird imbalance at times. Ashlia was an outright dud, while Michael got into drama during his last week. It was very cringe and creepy, so you can't even really enjoy it. Eric contributed a lot to the early game, and I'm glad he fell, or else the season would have been a lot worse. And Sarah's a dud, though she's nice as well. Kesa brought a lot to the season, with his gameplay and sheer personality, while really not giving a crap, which was refreshing, and his perspective on things was really interesting. Jennifer was a dud for most of her run, but her final week really spiced up the season, and I liked how unapologetic she was. Rachel was not basic when she could have been so, and she had a lot of good moments too throughout the season. James was very dynamic, and I feel like people don't talk about how funny he is, though he offered on all fronts and regards in the season. Bo had his moment with Janelle, but was under-edited and boring otherwise. Howie could be funny, but he also came off as cringe as well, but he mainly benefited from being an underdog. April is hilarious, and I do think she's a very underrated character. Janelle was really at her best and most likable this season overall. Yvette was insufferable but brought so much to the season, and Maggie is boring, but she brought it gameplay wise, I guess. The house being so divided and the divide remaining made things very interesting, and I give the cast credit for creating that dynamic, despite a few of them being dud or less than stellar in comparison. This season is another one where I struggled about where to put it on this list, and this season has the opposite problem. It is definitely not a steamroll, and it's the season that is the most divided, but that kind of makes it less dynamic in a way. The first week was an utter bore, with Rachel taking out the easy target as Leah, but things started to shift when Eric broke away from the guys to target Michael, and started building his cult. Kesar wins power and get revenge on Eric, while also forming a counter-alliance, which was definitely impressive. After that, the sides of the season remained for the rest of the season, with Maggie getting her revenge on Kesar. James was caught playing both sides unnecessarily, which caused Harry to target his own ally, but James saves himself, so Sarah goes. Kesar comes back into the house and booted in the same week when Jennifer broke every promise possible to him, and she is sent home 48 hours later due to Janelle getting her revenge. The rest of the season is just one alliance taking out the other, with there being no wiggle room, with Bo removing Rachel, April actually making the move to please both sides and backdoing James, Harry removes Bo, Yvette removes Howie, Janelle removes April, though that was the last resort, and Yvette removes Janelle, only to lose to Maggie in a close vote. There were a few interesting moments when it comes to the game, but it was rather simplistic due to the rigidity of the dynamics in the season. Which is why it just missed the top 10 on this category.
Honestly, I almost put the season at fifth, so I ended up bumping it up a spot, and it's because the fights on here are a bit more iconic compared to Big Brother 2. The first week was very boring, and nothing notable happened, outside of the tension between Eric and Janelle over a bed. The drama definitely heats up during the second week, as Michael was making the other woman uncomfortable. Eric called him out on it. And Eric was honestly looking for a reason to turn on Michael anyways, and it caused a huge blow up between the two of them that almost got physical, and another blow up between Kaiser and Yvette also happened at the exact same time, where they all had to be separated in four different areas. Then we have Eric's game being exposed and being told that he was getting backdoored, causing a huge fight with the Nerd Herd and James, which would lead into the next week as well, just like the meltdowns. That group also realized that James was playing both sides, and he swore on the Bible to Yvette, which got back to the other side. So James and Sarah got lashings from both the Salves and the Friendship Alliance when they were both nominated the next week, which was pretty fun to watch. We also saw the first inklings of trouble between Yvette and April, and then, of course, there was the huge fight, or the huge fights, that happened between both sides, which the season is known for, after Kesar was backstabbed by Jennifer. Then we had that weird moment between Rachel and Bo when he nominated her, where they talk about black and gray or whatever. Things calmed down a bit more after that, but things really peaked up when April and Yvette went at it really hard during the final fire, and I was really invested, where it caused the drama of the season to end on a great note with the infighting. In general, I just think the other three seasons are more consistent with the drama and it's spreading out a bit more and a bit better. So, with Big Brother 6, I did like the secret partners where they were all individual players, but everyone in the house had someone that they knew, but it wasn't broadcast in the house, which I thought was very cool, and I liked seeing everyone figure it out, though it caused the excitement of it to really crumble as everyone figured it out, there's no secrets there, and everyone made sure that they wouldn't be a pair at the end. The other twist of the season is the previously evicted house guest that was determined by a public vote. And obviously, because Kesar was so loved, Michael really wasn't liked, and Eric was hated by the audience, it was very obvious that Kesar was going to come back. In general, I really like that the season didn't have many twists whatsoever, and the strong emphasis on casting twists that was done in this era really brought the best out of the cast, though it did cause the gender imbalance between the men and the women. But honestly, I think it really works for the season. Unfortunately, I just think that the other four seasons had stronger twists that not only affected their seasons more, but affected the seasons after it and becoming staples, though they were initially twists in their inaugural seasons. Hence why it is here on this list and in this position. But fifth place in this category isn't bad for Big Brother 6. For a season that has a longer pre-jury, this one definitely is the best in my opinion. That is a longer pre-jury. And what's even more interesting is that this season, hence the pre-jury, started in a very bad position with a boring, uneventful, and unmemorable first week, leading to the forgettable Ashleigh getting booted. Things started getting divided and a bit more interesting in the next week, with the mess with Michael and Eric, as well as Kaiser and Yvette, though there was nastiness there, and the friendship side started to form around here, which put Eric in the middle. Casey got his lick back for Michael's eviction with forming a counter-alliance of the Southern Six and creating this plan to boot Eric, and the blind side after the video competition was brilliant television. Things definitely calmed down in the next week, with Maggie getting her lick back for Eric's eviction by nominating James and Kesar, and James swears on the Bible and gets some heat from the friendship for joining the other side. Howie wins HOH, and instead of taking the shot at the other side, he targets James and Sarah, where they are of course upset, but the couple gets a lot of wrath from both sides, and we see the start of the tension between April and Yvette here. Do I even need to say anything about the final week of the pre-jury? Kesar comes back and almost wins HOH, but gives it to Jennifer under a list of stipulations, where she breaks every single one, ultimately ending with her sending him home, where the Souths brought hell onto Earth. Definitely up there with being one of the most tense and most iconic weeks in Big Brother history, and ended this portion of the season on a very strong note.
I'm definitely struggling with some of the choices here, but this season being next in this category makes sense. We start off with the double, which in this season meant that there was an eviction about 2 days after the last one. Janelle went HOH and she has her bye bye bitches moment, which was very fun and the aftermath of all of that, but it does lead to Jennifer predictably going home. Bo ends up winning HOH after this, and outside of Yvette's rant in the diary room, nothing of interest happens here, as Rachel lays down for Howie to progress. The final round of this period involves the second true backdoor of the season, with April doing everything she can to backdoor James, and he was completely helpless in it, which was a fun sort of karma for him. A pretty good and short non-endgame jury portion, but it doesn't pop as much as the others higher than it.
It has been commonly accepted that the second half of the season, especially the jury portion, is not nearly as exciting as the pre-jury, especially with it being sped up in comparison. Howie wins HOH and splits up the final pair, with Bo going home easily. Yvette finally wins a competition, though Mikey blatantly threw it, and it seems like Janelle is on her way out of the house, but she saves herself by winning the veto, and Howie finally goes. The final 4 rounds is one of the better endgame rounds ever, where it starts off with them bashing and melting down over Janelle being like "Make America" and winning another task again, and then we see them turn on one another when Janelle wins HOH. Yvette versus April has been built up the entire season, and you finally see it here, where I think we get a good payoff for it, and it definitely spiced things up. Janelle ends up going at the final 3 because Yvette refuses to throw the final HOH, and Mikey barely wins the season by 1 vote. Just for the fact that there is some excitement and tension in this endgame bumps it up a lot. The silver prize of second goes to Big Brother 2 with a median of 5. I had this at third in my first impression, so I always thought that it was going to rank very high, and it says so much to the point where a season that is 23 years old and is really the first of its kind is able to age so well and have such high standards that damn near all of its successors couldn't follow or implement well enough. There's just so much that is great about this season, and it says a lot that the lowest score of the season is at 12th, which is the gameplay, and it's only there because things have evolved so much since this season, especially with all the formats and the strategies and the gameplay that has been created due to those changing formats that the season just doesn't have. It has 2 spots that are first with the cast and twists. It has an endgame and drama categories, or those categories that end up in the top 5, and then the jury portion just missing that. So it still holds up very well in all of the categories.
It says a lot that a 23-year-old season that was really the first of its kind pertaining Big Brother made it so high on the list, and this is after the other casts had more time to get it together and actually had a template on what should be a good cast. One thing I'll say about Big Brother 2, or the cast, that I arguably can't say for any of the others, is how raw it is. They showed how they felt, and you really feel for all of them as humans, instead of just archetypes of house guests or reality TV stars, causing them to be more multidimensional, and them really being in this experience that no one really knew what was lying ahead. Justin should not have ever been in the house due to his plethora of issues, but he did make an impression. Cheryl was definitely the MILF archetype, but she was more interesting than Tanya and had her few moments. Autumn had so much vulnerability and insecurity throughout the season, where she goes through a mini arc and journey during her short time. Shannon is a menace in a lot of ways, and definitely brought some of the show's first iconic moments, but she did have some insecurity that was shown as well. This was Mike at his most honorable and likable, but even he had a lot of good moments throughout the season. Kent had somewhat of a growth arc through his friendship with Bunky, which was interesting to watch. Krista is someone who is supposed to be the quote-unquote sweet woman of the season, but she had a lot of trauma and darker elements to her that was interesting to watch. Bunky had to become tougher and stood up for himself as the season went on, while losing weight, and he really isn't a stereotypical gay man compared to his successors. Hardy is supposed to be the sweet man, but he had his devious and villainous moments as the season went on, and he really started losing it towards the end. Monica is a great narrator, and her authenticity was a great thing to watch throughout the season. Nicole and Will had brilliant arcs throughout the season, where seeing who is the hero and who is the villain is a common theme, and neither one of them really fit into either perfectly. The dynamics with this cast are so deep and multifaceted in ways that the other seasons just don't have. I had a hard time ranking the season, especially when it comes to the gameplay. One big thing about the season is that because there's no template, they had to create the template, and you saw a lot of that struggle within the season. But when you compare it to later seasons, where they know the system, it causes the gameplay of the season to really see, or to be seen as lesser. And despite that, there's a lot of interesting stuff here. Totem forms an alliance and decides to target Nicole, but because of their treatment of everyone, the other Huskies got together to form an alliance and boot Cheryl. This is impressive since people on the outs rarely ever do this to get together and to take on the side that's already formed. Krista plays the middle by booting Autumn while protecting Chotan. Hardy went to the next HOH, and this is the start of his run during the season, and the top alliance finally is able to split up Chotan by booting Shannon, and Kent continues the job with his win by booting Mike, but he didn't realize the top was crumbling and his structure was weakening. Hardy wins again, where the tension with Kent really blows up here, as he and Nicole decide to align with Will, and the alliance breaks. Kent also turning on Krista a few weeks prior to this also contributed to it. Nicole wins HOH and targets Krista because of the latter's alliance with Hardy and Monica, which Will ousted in hopes to get Hardy booted, but that failed. Hardy continues the streak and decides to target Bunky due to being a bigger threat and their personal issues. Will ends up making the move of targeting the power couple by throwing the HOH to Monica, who nominates Nicole and Hardy. Nicole ends up taking Will to the end, and he wins to her. I think that causes this season to be higher is that we really got to see the cast learn how to play the game and see how self-interested they all were and their struggle with embracing it fully.
For being the true OG Big Brother season, this season really showed out when it comes to the drama and showed the brilliance of what BBUSA could be, especially after the tame at best BB1. Right from the beginning of the season, we have Kent and Justin about to get physical over pillows. Nicole and Mike going at it because of him being vocal about wanting to send her home, and then there was the huge mess with Potato Chip Gate, and then Mike trying to sleep with Adam to get her to vote his way, causing a huge fight between Adam, Mike, and Shannon, and then it kind of turned into a house fight as well. We then move on to arguably the first iconic moment of the show overall in Toothbrushgate, where Shannon is pissed off at Hardy for nominating herself and Will, so she uses his toothbrush on the toilet. The two get into several arguments throughout the week, and then Kent ends up catching a few strays from the both of them as well. Kent ends up getting power hungry, and Mike argues with him since he feels like he saved Kent the first week and brings up Kent's parenting, while Kent also ends up arguing with Hardy because of their different aligning paths, and the two of them have a huge screaming match where they're reading the hell out of each other in their weekly meeting. We had a bunch of fights with everyone yelling at Bunky and Kent during that week. Monica's rant during this period is iconic. Nicole ends up getting some heat from Krista and Nicole when she nominates the Krista and Monica. And then there's the huge fallout of the Untouchables, where Krista and Hardy get into it. We have Bunky and Hardy getting into a lot of fights throughout the next several weeks, one of their fights being over cigarettes, though things have been tense between them for a while. And then Nicole starts lashing out at Will a lot more around this time, especially after he throws the final four HOH to Monica. Monica and Nicole also get into it quite a bit during the final three, from light skin to Monica roasting Nicole at her eviction. The drama was there from beginning to end, and while it definitely aged, it didn't age too much, hence its placement. Honestly, it is very impressive that the first season of this format ended up topping all the others, despite this being a 23-year-old season as I'm recording this. But there are so many changes that were made from the first season that really made Big Brother a pop culture phenomenon and a reality TV staple. One, we have the twist that the nominations are allowed to be discussed, not only amongst the other house guests, but with the HOH in general, where they can plot who they would nominate, and it really pushed the strategic element of the show that was dormant in Big Brother 1 because they were following the international versions, and as we all know, that did not work in the US. So this was a definite need and a definite change of pace that really benefited the show overall. The second twist is the fact that there's a head of household, which is created by a competition where the person who wins the competition ends up being the sole person that controls the two people that are nominated for eviction, and one of them goes home. So not only can you save yourself and your allies with this power, but you also determine one of the two people who will go home at the end of the round. The next twist is that the house guests vote out someone. So obviously in Big Brother 1 and in the international versions of the show, the house guests are voted out due to the public vote, and it makes it boring because they tend to vote out the more boisterous and the more interesting personalities, and the more boring and tame house guests remain in the end, but it doesn't make for a good show. But with the house guest vote here, people are voting out others that they either do not like, that aren't in their alliance, that they just can't live with, or people that they are generally threatened by on a gameplay point of view. So it adds a lot of different layers, and it also encourages a lot more drama, a lot more backstabbing, and a lot more deception. And then the final twist that was added in this season is the jury. So, as we all know, the very first season of the show and the international versions determined their winner by the public vote, but in this season, it is determined by the house guests that were voted out. So, depending on how you treated the house guests that you voted out and how they reflect on the game by just thinking back to their experience in the game, but watching the season will determine whether you will win or not. And while I don't really like the public influence of this due to the fact that the jurors are watching the show live with the general public and they know how everyone feels, that can definitely influence the vote. But in general, Big Brother 2 changed things up so much to the point where all of the twists introduced in the season are Big Brother staples, and there really would be nothing without it.
Like Big Brother 3, this season was somewhat at an advantage due to there being no pre-jury, meaning more weeks for this period, but it's also at a disadvantage for the same reason, meaning that the chances of there being more boring weeks/rounds are a lot higher. The first week had a split house and was a prime example of just because you're in power or in power via an HOH, it doesn't mean that you have power in the house. As Mike targeted Nicole, but the house flipped to boot Cheryl as an FU to him and his alliance. There was so much fighting and mania that happened in the week, though the next week was Krista targeting Autumn, and it was boring as hell. The next week definitely kicked things up a notch with Hardy's HOH, though he was initially targeting Will, but because Shannon lost her mind and started attacking Hardy in many iconic fights, in addition to her wanting to be voted out, she was voted out instead. While less tame than the prior week, the next week did have Kent and Mike going at it for a lot of it, since Mike felt or feels like Kent owes him for saving him on his, meaning Mike's HOH, and then we see the crumbling of top, especially with Hardy and Kent. This tension between Hardy and Kent really grows in Hardy's second HOH, especially when Hardy and Nicole turn on top and the two men go at it, and then everyone is just really annoyed at Bunky and Kent, where we see changing dynamics that, well, took advantage of. There's a lot of good stuff here, so I think it's a solid pre-endgame jury portion.
This season definitely delivers, despite being the first one of its type, and this one has a really long endgame, which made it even longer due to the expulsion. Sorry, it was made even longer due to the expulsion in the first week, taking away a round. Nicole went to HO8, and there's a lot of aftermath regarding the Untouchables alliance getting exposed, causing Hardy and Krista to go at it. Krista is mad at Will for selling her out, and then Monica had a few speeches and rants too. We even had a week where nothing happened as a result of the expulsion earlier, though you had everyone checking Hardy for threatening everyone over the PB&J twist that happened. Hardy wins his final HOH and is gung-ho about going after Monkey, where we see them go at it several times over the week, one of them being over cigarettes, and Nicole is getting really annoyed with Will. And everyone is trashing the pair of Nicole and Hardy, which Will uses to his advantage. Will throws the HOH to Monica, ensuring that the power duo is broken up, and Nicole is having several meltdowns and rants due to outside circumstances and Will, though Hardy still goes. We see Monica and Nicole go at it a few times during the final three, though one of them was under what quote unquote light skin was, and Monica gave us the first eviction fight ever. Will wins against Nicole, and we had a really satisfying endgame despite its length and there being no template for the season to go off of. So, at first place is Big Brother 10, and this probably isn't shocking to anyone, though I had it at second in my first impressions, but it really isn't much of a difference at all. It got high in every category, and its lower category is the endgame, which is at 11th. So it missed the endgame by one, and every other category is at least in the top 10. There's one that was at 10th, which is the twists, and all the others are in the top 4. So I shouldn't be surprised that it ended up being first with all this data and the numbers adding up.
So this is the final post-classic era film that is out. I know many people would consider ranking this cast as first, and I do see the argument for it, but I just can't do it, since I do think the season has a few duds on it compared to the other two. Brian is a great flameout who had charisma and gameplay potential, but he did too much too soon. Steven and Angie were definitely the duds of the season, and it's good that they went early, since they contributed nothing, and I don't think they would have contributed anything worthwhile had they lasted longer. Jesse was a complete train wreck this season, as he was horrible gameplay wise, but he was a charismatic personality who had great commentary and got into a lot of drama. Libra and April kind of felt similar purposes in the season, with them both being alpha women who took charge strategically, are huge drama magnets, and had big personalities, but their paths were different for many reasons. Michelle is another fiery personality who kicked it up a notch as her journey went on, though she was kind of delusional at times. Ollie had a few moments throughout the season, but he was boring for the most part. But because of those few moments, I can't really for sure say that he was a dud. There is absolutely no one like Rennie in Big Brother history, and she was such a joy to watch throughout the season with how she handled all this. Keisha learned the game as she went on and had a lot of personality doing it, which was nice. While Jerry was not likable, despite him fitting in the older, sweet, white man archetype that would have caused him to be likable, he did not let his age get him down, as he was yelling at people from the top of his lungs and competing to the best of his ability. While I don't think Memphis was a dud, he himself was not a standout on the season, outside of one or two moments, and Dan definitely got more interesting as the season went on, despite him having a more toned down personality. This cast is proof that leaning older towards your casting is definitely a better thing, as it brought back that sense of all walks of life that a lot of the seasons before this and after this were missing. And I wish they would go back to something like this. It seems like it was the obvious choice of being number one in this category, and for a while I actually didn't have it at number one, and only switched it at the last minute. A lot is happening here, as Brian is able to seemingly run Jerry's HOH until Libra, April, and the Coven immediately put a stop to Brian's game, and they, as well as Ali, are able to rally the troops of 8 to get Jerry to do what they wanted, which was to send Brian home. Jesse went HOH and sent Steven home, which is pretty boring, but you started to see the cracks in the Covenant Alliance as well as the two sides of the 8 Alliance. Keisha is the first one to make a move to destroy the group of 8 with nominating Angie and Jesse, though the other side tries to get her to target Libra. April went to the next HOH and expecting the house to respect her wishes to send Memphis home, just like Keisha's HOH was respected. But she pisses off her allies and she gets too close with Michelle and Jesse, and her own alliance flips the vote on her. Michelle wins HOH and is able to get revenge on the other side for booting Jesse by getting rid of Libra, and the alliance of Memphis, Dan, Keisha, and Rennie is solidified here. It gets relatively more tame from here on out, as the quarter I mentioned pretty much dominate the rest of the season, sending home April, Michelle, and Ollie on Rennie, Dan, and Keisha HOHs with relative ease, though Jerry won a random HOH that threw a wrench in their plans. Bottom woman in the alliance, Rennie just went home. Keisha and Jerry easily go next, and Dan mobs Memphis in the final vote. I think even with some of the more boring weeks, there was the Russian roulette and Memphis missing Jerry in the final 5 that makes up for it, causing it to be at.
Honestly, I went back and forth about where to really put the season when it comes to this category, since there are so many iconic and hugely memorable slash quotable fights in this season. But most of it was in the first half of the season, and while there was some drama in the second half, it just didn't compare. But the other two seasons had a bit more flaws, and so I moved it from third, where I had it initially, to first. Jesse and Rennie were fighting from the very first night over something so random, and the two continued arguing after they were nominated. I got called out by April and Libra about his alliance with Brian and Dan, so he decided to flip on that alliance. I remember Jerry and Rennie randomly going at it right after the eviction, where she calls him out for his shadiness, and then we see Libra and Keisha start falling apart here, where she sets up Jerry and Rennie going at Libra in a pretty funny but pretty disturbing way in that fight about the so old comments. I also forgot to mention April and Keisha's fight earlier on as well. Jesse and Libra start going at one another pretty hard here, and Jesse lashes out at Keisha ridiculously during her HOH several times, and then we have Memphis snapping at Jerry for being called a womanizer, which ended up being true. We, of course, have the birthday fight, and I don't even need to explain how epic this is, as it will always be in the best moments catalog montage of the show. Of course, you had the blind side of Jesse's eviction, where both sides were going at it very hard, though it's mainly the four against Libra and somewhat Keisha and Rennie. And then we have the feast fight, which was so edited down from the live feeds to the episode where it's criminal. Things come down during the second half of the season, where the only notable drama in this portion was Ollie and Michelle losing their minds after Dan double crossed them, and Keisha having a meltdown once she realized that the boys are evicting her. So when it comes to this list, I rank the twists that either detrim- So, ironically, at 10th place, barely making it there, is Big Brother 10. When it comes to how I rank this list, I generally put the seasons that had twists that actively made the seasons worse and or were way too convoluted down at the lower end of the list, and twists that actively improved the seasons that they're in are going to be at the top. And with this season, there really isn't anything to say. There is only one twist, which was the temporary America's player, which was only brought into play during the fourth week, which Dan was given the opportunity to do. And while this week is one of the best in Big Brother history, it wasn't due to America's player, since Dan would have voted out Jesse even without it, and the season would have been fine without it. While I do like that this season essentially had no twists and the game played out as naturally as possible, when it comes to a list of me ranking the twists, it was never going to be too high, since while it doesn't have twists that actively brought down the season or had many twists at all, I can't really say that this twist made the season better, and there weren't many twists that were positive either, like many of the others that are higher than it on the list. So this is the appropriate spot, in my opinion. I never thought that a season would take over this season when it comes to the pre-jury, since this pre-jury is arguably the most iconic one of them all. Right from the very first night, there was stuff happening, with Jesse and Rennie getting into it over her noises, and this continued even after they were nominated together. Right when it seemed like Brian was going to steamroll Jerry's HOH, April and Libra caught onto Ollie and then aligning with him, and they completely flipped things where they got most of the house to pressure Jerry into nominating Brian to go home. After that, Jesse wins power and he easily targets Steven with Dan as a pawn. A lot of people are annoyed with Libra, which we see in her argument with Keisha, who argued with April a bit back, Jerry and Rennie about the slow out comment. Keisha wins HOH, and she is not going to do what the 8 wants her to do, and she's targeting Angie for abandoning Steven and letting her get flack for it, which pissed off Jesse especially, and he gets into it with Keisha several times because she does not want to target Libra. He, Memphis, Michelle, and Angie come up with Bannergate to get Libra targeted, but it backfires and it ends up with Jerry calling Memphis a womanizer, which has since aged very well. The final week of the pre-jury involves April winning power, and she is targeting Memphis, with Jesse as a pawn. April pissed off Libra and Keisha before the veto competition, which started a whirlwind effect, which led to the huge birthday fight with Jesse that involved almost the entire house, and it caused them to align with Memphis, Dan, and Rennie to take out Jesse instead of Memphis. Something was always happening in this pre-jury, and it was a short one, too.
I was going back and forth regarding whether I should put the early jury portion of the season this high or not. Of course, we started off at the brilliant point with Michelle winning HOH and there being a huge fight as a result of the Jesse Blindside aftermath. Libra's goose is cooked, but the Coven and other women brought a lot of drama during the week, especially the feast fight, which was so much larger than what was originally shown. The sides were set in stone, which did make the game more boring, especially when April goes the following week, under Rennie's HOH notably. Luckily, things pick up during the final round of this push-in, as Dan wins HOH and puts Ollie in a false sense of security with their deal, nominating Memphis as a pawn and had every intention of sending Michelle home, where the aftermath of this was very fun and drama-filled. It having two strong enough weeks earned its spot here in general.
A lot of people acknowledge that the second half of the season is not as strong, but it's very noticeable during the endgame. It starts off with the double eviction, where Ollie goes. He pretty much pulls out of the house with no resistance on Keisha's HOH. Jerry does pull out a clutch HOH win, causing the majority to turn on one another. Despite that, it really isn't interesting, as Memphis, with Den's help, pulls a fast one with them not being nominated together, and Memphis redoing Den, leading to Rennie going home. And then Keisha gets Brittany/Diane in the final four, which leads to a fun enough meltdown. But in general, there wasn't too much to that, and it was easy to pick Jerry off afterwards. Dan stomps on Memphis in the first unanimous vote of the season pertaining, in the series pertaining the final two, and there really isn't anything else to say. Alrighty, so that concludes my Big Brother USA rankings journey. I started watching Big Brother 2 in May of 2023. I believe it was late May, if I remember correctly. So it's crazy that it took me a year and a month to finish this all. It was definitely a fun journey. I was able to rewatch all the older seasons and have a fresher take on them. And I was able to watch all the seasons within the last decade again, since I haven't watched or rewatched any of the BB16 onward seasons after they aired until now. And it's interesting to just see how even the edited product was changed and how they changed their graphics, the camera lens that they used, and all of that. And you really get to see the journey of Big Brother evolve over the last 23 years. So I'm definitely going to be working on the BBUSA players tier rankings sooner than later, and I have a few other videos that I'm going to do. Follow me on my other channel and my Twitter. The links will be in the description. You can like this video, like any videos that you want. You can subscribe to the channel, and I'll definitely be back with more content soon. Thank you all for everything, and I'll be back soon. I cannot believe that this video is almost 5 hours, but it was fun nonetheless. Take care and be blessed.